Book 1. The Alchemists. Or, Searchers for the Philosopher's Stone and the Water of Life. Mercury, loquitur, the mischief a secret any of them know, above the consuming of coals and drawing of usquebaugh. Howsoever they may pretend, under the specious names of Geber, Arnold, Lully, or Bombast of Hohenheim, to commit miracles in art and treason against nature. As if the title of philosopher, that creature of glory, were to be fetched out of a furnace. I am their crude, and their sublimate, their precipitate, and their unctions. Their male and their female, sometimes their hermaphrodite, what they list to style me. They will calcine you a grave matron, as it might be a mother of the maids, and spring up a young virgin out of her ashes, as fresh as a phoenix. Lay you an old courtier on the coals, like a sausage or a bloat herring, and, after they have broiled him enough, blow a soul into him, with a pair of bellows. See! They begin to muster again, and draw their forces out against me. The genius of the place defend me. Ben Jonson's Mask, Mercury vindicated from the Alchemists. Part 1. History of Alchemy from the earliest periods to the 15th century. Pretended antiquity of the art. Geber. Alfarabi. Avicenna. Albertus Magnus. Thomas Aquinas. Artephius. Alain de Lisle. Arnold de Villeneuve. Pietro de Pont. Raymond Lully. Roger Bacon. Pope John XXII. Jean de Meung. Nicholas Flamel. George Ripley. Basil Valentine. Bernard of Treves. Trithemius. The Maréchal de Rays. Jacques Coeur. Inferior adepts. For more than 1,000 years the art of alchemy captivated many noble spirits, and was believed in by millions. Its origin is involved in obscurity. Some of its devotees have claimed for it an antiquity coeval with the creation of man himself, others, again, would trace it no further back than the time of Noah. Vincent de Beauvais argues, indeed, that all the antediluvians must have possessed a knowledge of alchemy. And particularly cites Noah as having been acquainted with the elixir vitae, or he could not have lived to so prodigious an age, and have begotten children when upwards of 500. Lenglet du Fresnoy, in his History of the Hermetic Philosophy, says, most of them pretended that Shem, or Chem, the son of Noah, was an adept in the art. And thought it highly probable that the words chemistry and alchemy were both derived from his name. Others say, the art was derived from the Egyptians, amongst whom it was first founded by Hermes Trismegistus. Moses, who is looked upon as a first-rate alchemist, gained his knowledge in Egypt. But he kept it all to himself, and would not instruct the children of Israel in its mysteries. All the writers upon alchemy triumphantly cite the story of the golden calf, in the 32nd chapter of Exodus, to prove that this great lawgiver was an adept, and could make or unmake gold at his pleasure. It is recorded, that Moses was so wroth with the Israelites for their idolatry, that he took the calf which they had made, and burned it in the fire, and ground it to powder, and strewed it upon the water. And made the children of Israel drink of it. This, say the alchemists, he never could have done, had he not been in possession of the philosopher's stone, by no other means could he have made the powder of gold float upon the water. But we must leave this knotty point for the consideration of the adepts in the art, if any such there be, and come to more modern periods of its history. The Jesuit, Father Martini, in his Historia Sinica, says, it was practiced by the Chinese 2,500 years before the birth of Christ, but his assertion, being unsupported, is worth nothing. It would appear, however, that pretenders to the art of making gold and silver existed in Rome in the first centuries after the Christian era, and that, when discovered, they were liable to punishment as knaves and impostors. At Constantinople, in the 4th century, the transmutation of metals was very generally believed in, and many of the Greek ecclesiastics wrote treatises upon the subject. Their names are preserved, and some notice of their works given, in the 3rd volume of Lenglet du Fresnoy's History of the Hermetic Philosophy. Their notion appears to have been, that all metals were composed of two substances. The one, metallic earth, and the other, a red inflammable matter, which they called sulfur. The pure union of these substances formed gold, but other metals were mixed with and contaminated by various foreign ingredients. The object of the philosopher's stone was to dissolve or neutralize all these ingredients, by which iron, lead, copper, and all metals would be transmuted into the original gold. Many learned and clever men wasted their time, their health, and their energies, in this vain pursuit, but for several centuries it took no great hold upon the imagination of the people. The history of the delusion appears, in a manner, lost from this time till the 8th century, when it appeared amongst the Arabians. From this period it becomes easier to trace its progress. A master then appeared, who was long looked upon as the father of the science, and whose name is indissolubly connected with it. Geber. Of this philosopher, who devoted his life to the study of alchemy, but few particulars are known. He is thought to have lived in the year 730. His true name was Abu Musa Jafar, to which was added al-Saft, or the Wise, and he was born at Horan, in Mesopotamia. 93 Some have thought he was a Greek, others a Spaniard, and others, a prince of Hindostan, but, of all the mistakes which have been made respecting him, the most ludicrous was that made by the French translator of Sprenger's History of Medicine, who thought, from the sound of his name, that he was a German, and rendered it as the donateur, or giver. No details of his life are known, but it is asserted, that he wrote more than 500 works upon the philosopher's stone and the water of life. He was a great enthusiast in his art, and compared the incredulous to little children shut up in a narrow room, without windows or aperture, who, because they saw nothing beyond, denied the existence of the great globe itself. He thought that a preparation of gold would cure all maladies, not only in man, but in the inferior animals and plants. He also imagined that all the metals labored under disease, with the exception of gold, which was the only one in perfect health. He affirmed, that the secret of the philosopher's stone had been more than once discovered, but that the ancient and wise men who had hit upon it, would never, by word or writing, communicate it to men, because of their unworthiness and incredulity. 94 But the life of Geber, though spent in the pursuit of this vain chimera, was not altogether useless. He stumbled upon discoveries which he did not seek, and science is indebted to him for the first mention of corrosive sublimate, the red oxide of mercury, nitric acid, and the nitrate of silver. 95. For more than 200 years after the death of Geber, the Arabian philosophers devoted themselves to the study of alchemy, joining with it that of astrology. Of these the most celebrated was Al-Farabi. Al-Farabi flourished at the commencement of the 10th century, and enjoyed the reputation of being one of the most learned men of his age. He spent his life in traveling from country to country, that he might gather the opinions of philosophers upon the great secrets of nature. No danger dismayed him, no toil wearied him of the pursuit. Many sovereigns endeavored to retain him at their courts, but he refused to rest until he had discovered the great object of his life, the art of preserving it for centuries, and of making gold as much as he needed. This wandering mode of life at last proved fatal to him. He had been on a visit to Mecca, not so much for religious as for philosophical purposes, when, returning through Syria, he stopped at the court of the Sultan Sefdowlat, who was renowned as the patron of learning. He presented himself in his traveling attire, in the presence of that monarch and his courtiers, and, without invitation, coolly sat himself down upon the sofa, beside the prince. The courtiers and wise men were indignant. And the Sultan, who did not know the intruder, was at first inclined to follow their example. He turned to one of his officers, and ordered him to eject the presumptuous stranger from the room. But Al-Farabi, without moving, dared them to lay hands upon him, and, turning himself calmly to the prince, remarked, that he did not know who was his guest, or he would treat him with honor, not with violence. The Sultan, instead of being still further incensed, as many potentates would have been, admired his coolness, and, requesting him to sit still closer to him on the sofa, entered into a long conversation with him upon science and divine philosophy. All the court were charmed with the stranger. Questions for discussion were propounded, on all of which he showed superior knowledge. He convinced every one that ventured to dispute with him, and spoke so eloquently upon the science of alchemy, that he was at once recognized as only second to the great Geber himself. One of the doctors present inquired whether a man who knew so many sciences was acquainted with music. Al-Farabi made no reply, but merely requested that a lute should be brought him. The lute was brought, and he played such ravishing and tender melodies, that all the court were melted into tears. He then changed his theme, and played airs so sprightly, that he set the grave philosophers, sultan and all, dancing as fast as their legs could carry them. He then sobered them again by a mournful strain, and made them sob and sigh as if broken-hearted. The Sultan, highly delighted with his powers, entreated him to stay, offering him every inducement that wealth, power, and dignity could supply. But the alchemist resolutely refused, it being decreed, he said, that he should never repose till he had discovered the philosopher's stone. He set out accordingly the same evening, and was murdered by some thieves in the deserts of Syria. His biographers give no further particulars of his life beyond mentioning, that he wrote several valuable treatises on his art, all of which, however, have been lost. His death happened in the year 954. Avicenna. Avicenna, whose real name was Ibn Sina, another great alchemist, was born at Bukhara, in 980. His reputation as a physician and a man skilled in all sciences was so great, that the Sultan Magd al-Dawlah resolved to try his powers in the great science of government. He was accordingly made Grand Vizier of that prince, and ruled the state with some advantage, but, in a science still more difficult, he failed completely. He could not rule his own passions, but gave himself up to wine and women, and led a life of shameless debauchery. Amid the multifarious pursuits of business and pleasure, he nevertheless found time to write 7 treatises upon the philosopher's stone, which were for many ages looked upon as of great value by pretenders to the art. It is rare that an eminent physician, as Avicenna appears to have been, abandons himself to sensual gratification. But so completely did he become enthralled in the course of a few years, that he was dismissed from his high office, and died shortly afterwards, of premature old age and a complication of maladies, brought on by debauchery. His death took place in the year 1036. After his time, few philosophers of any note in Arabia are heard of as devoting themselves to the study of alchemy, but it began shortly afterwards to attract greater attention in Europe. Learned men in France, England, Spain, and Italy expressed their belief in the science, and many devoted their whole energies to it. In the 12th and 13th centuries especially, it was extensively pursued, and some of the brightest names of that age are connected with it. Among the most eminent of them are Albertus Magnus and Thomas Aquinas. The first of these philosophers was born in the year 1193, of a noble family at Lauingen, in the Duchy of Neuburg, on the Danube. For the first 30 years of his life, he appeared remarkably dull and stupid, and it was feared by everyone that no good could come of him. He entered a Dominican monastery at an early age, but made so little progress in his studies, that he was more than once upon the point of abandoning them in despair, but he was endowed with extraordinary perseverance. As he advanced to middle age, his mind expanded, and he learned whatever he applied himself to with extreme facility. So remarkable a change was not, in that age, to be accounted for but by a miracle. It was asserted and believed that the Holy Virgin, touched with his great desire to become learned and famous, took pity upon his incapacity, and appeared to him in the cloister where he sat, almost despairing, and asked him whether he wished to excel in philosophy or divinity. He chose philosophy, to the chagrin of the Virgin, who reproached him in mild and sorrowful accents that he had not made a better choice. She, however, granted his request that he should become the most excellent philosopher of the age, but set this drawback to his pleasure, that he should relapse, when at the height of his fame, into his former incapacity and stupidity. Albertus never took the trouble to contradict the story, but prosecuted his studies with such unremitting zeal that his reputation speedily spread over all Europe. In the year 1244, the celebrated Thomas Aquinas placed himself under his tuition. Many extraordinary stories are told of the master and his pupil. While they paid all due attention to other branches of science, they never neglected the pursuit of the philosopher's stone and the elixir vitae. Although they discovered neither, it was believed that Albert had seized some portion of the secret of life, and found means to animate a brazen statue, upon the formation of which, under proper conjunctions of the planets, he had been occupied many years of his life. He and Thomas Aquinas completed it together, endowed it with the faculty of speech, and made it perform the functions of a domestic servant. In this capacity it was exceedingly useful. But, through some defect in the machinery, it chattered much more than was agreeable to either philosopher. Various remedies were tried to cure it of its garrulity, but in vain. And one day Thomas Aquinas was so enraged at the noise it made, when he was in the midst of a mathematical problem, that he seized a ponderous hammer and smashed it to pieces. 96 He was sorry afterwards for what he had done, and was reproved by his master for giving way to his anger, so unbecoming in a philosopher. They made no attempt to reanimate the statue. Such stories as these show the spirit of the age. Every great man who attempted to study the secrets of nature was thought a magician. And it is not to be wondered at that, when philosophers themselves pretended to discover an elixir for conferring immortality, or a red stone which was to create boundless wealth, that popular opinion should have enhanced upon their pretensions, and have endowed them with powers still more miraculous. It was believed of Albertus Magnus that he could even change the course of the seasons, a feat which the many thought less difficult than the discovery of the grand elixir. Albertus was desirous of obtaining a piece of ground on which to build a monastery, in the neighborhood of Cologne. The ground belonged to William, Count of Holland and King of the Romans, who, for some reason or other, did not wish to part with it. Albertus is reported to have gained it by the following extraordinary method. He invited the prince, as he was passing through Cologne, to a magnificent entertainment prepared for him and all his court. The prince accepted it, and repaired with a lordly retinue to the residence of the sage. It was in the midst of winter. The Rhine was frozen over, and the cold was so bitter that the knights could not sit on horseback without running the risk of losing their toes by the frost. Great, therefore, was their surprise, on arriving at Albert's house, to find that the repast was spread in his garden, in which the snow had drifted to the depth of several feet. The earl, in high dudgeon, remounted his steed. But Albert at last prevailed upon him to take his seat at the table. He had no sooner done so, than the dark clouds rolled away from the sky, a warm sun shone forth, the cold north wind veered suddenly round, and blew a mild breeze from the south, the snows melted away, the ice was unbound upon the streams. And the trees put forth their green leaves and their fruit, flowers sprang up beneath their feet, while larks, nightingales, blackbirds, cuckoos, thrushes, and every sweet songbird, sang hymns from every tree. The earl and his attendants wondered greatly, but they ate their dinner, and in recompense for it, Albert got his piece of ground to build a convent on. He had not, however, shown them all his power. Immediately that the repast was over, he gave the word, and dark clouds obscured the sun, the snow fell in large flakes, the singing birds fell dead, the leaves dropped from the trees, and the winds blew so cold, and howled so mournfully, that the guests wrapped themselves up in their thick cloaks, and retreated into the house to warm themselves at the blazing fire in Albert's kitchen. 97. Thomas Aquinas also could work wonders as well as his master. It is related of him, that he lodged in a street at Cologne, where he was much annoyed by the incessant clatter made by the horses' hoofs, as they were led through it daily to exercise by their grooms. He had entreated the latter to select some other spot where they might not disturb a philosopher, but the grooms turned a deaf ear to all his solicitations. In this emergency he had recourse to the aid of magic. He constructed a small horse of bronze, upon which he inscribed certain cabalistic characters, and buried it at midnight in the midst of the highway. The next morning, a troop of grooms came riding along as usual. But the horses, as they arrived at the spot where the magic horse was buried, reared and plunged violently, their nostrils distended with terror, their manes grew erect, and the perspiration ran down their sides in streams. In vain the riders applied the spur, in vain they coaxed or threatened, the animals would not pass the spot. On the following day, their success was no better. They were at length compelled to seek another spot for their exercise, and Thomas Aquinas was left in peace. 98. Albertus Magnus was made Bishop of Ratisbon in 1259. But he occupied the see only 4 years, when he resigned, on the ground that its duties occupied too much of the time which he was anxious to devote to philosophy. He died in Cologne in 1280, at the advanced age of 87. The Dominican writers deny that he ever sought the philosopher's stone, but his treatise upon minerals sufficiently proves that he did. Artephius. Artephius, a name noted in the annals of alchemy, was born in the early part of the 12th century. He wrote 2 famous treatises, the one upon the philosopher's stone, and the other on the art of prolonging human life. In the latter he vaunts his great qualifications for instructing mankind on such a matter, as he was at that time in the 1025th year of his age. He had many disciples who believed in his extreme age, and who attempted to prove that he was Apollonius of Tyana, who lived soon after the advent of Jesus Christ. And the particulars of whose life and pretended miracles have been so fully described by Philostratus. He took good care never to contradict a story, which so much increased the power he was desirous of wielding over his fellow mortals. On all convenient occasions, he boasted of it. And having an excellent memory, a fertile imagination, and a thorough knowledge of all existing history, he was never at a loss for an answer when questioned as to the personal appearance, the manners, or the character of the great men of antiquity. He also pretended to have found the philosopher's stone, and said that, in search of it, he had descended to hell, and seen the devil sitting on a throne of gold, with a legion of imps and fiends around him. His works on alchemy have been translated into French, and were published in Paris in 1609 or 1610. Alain de Lisle. Contemporary with Albertus Magnus was Alain de Lisle, of Flanders, who was named, from his great learning, the universal doctor. He was thought to possess a knowledge of all the sciences, and, like Artephius, to have discovered the elixir vitae. He became one of the friars of the Abbey of Citeaux, and died in 1298, aged about 110 years. It was said of him, that he was at the point of death when in his 50th year, but that the fortunate discovery of the elixir enabled him to add 60 years to his existence. He wrote a commentary on the prophecies of Merlin. Arnold de Villeneuve. This philosopher has left a much greater reputation. He was born in the year 1245, and studied medicine with great success in the University of Paris. He afterwards traveled for 20 years in Italy and Germany, where he made acquaintance with Pietro d'Apone, a man of a character akin to his own, and addicted to the same pursuits. As a physician, he was thought, in his own lifetime, to be the most able the world had ever seen. Like all the learned men of that day, he dabbled in astrology and alchemy, and was thought to have made immense quantities of gold from lead and copper. When Pietro d'Apone was arrested in Italy, and brought to trial as a sorcerer, a similar accusation was made against Arnold, but he managed to leave the country in time and escape the fate of his unfortunate friend. He lost some credit by predicting the end of the world, but afterwards regained it. The time of his death is not exactly known, but it must have been prior to the year 1311, when Pope Clement V wrote a circular letter to all the clergy of Europe who lived under his obedience, praying them to use their utmost efforts to discover the famous treatise of Arnold on the practice of medicine. The author had promised, during his lifetime, to make a present of the work to the Holy See, but died without fulfilling it. In a very curious work by Monsieur Longeville Harcouet, entitled The History of the Persons Who Have Lived Several Centuries, and Then Grown Young Again, there is a receipt, said to have been given by Arnold de Villeneuve, by means of which any one might prolong his life for a few hundred years or so. In the first place, say Arnold and Monsieur Harcouet, the person intending so to prolong his life must rub himself well, 2 or 3 times a week, with the juice or marrow of cassia, moelle de la casse. Every night, upon going to bed, he must put upon his heart a plaster, composed of a certain quantity of oriental saffron, red rose leaves, sandalwood, aloes, and amber, liquefied in oil of roses and the best white wax. In the morning, he must take it off, and enclose it carefully in a leaden box till the next night, when it must be again applied. If he be of a sanguine temperament, he shall take 16 chickens, if phlegmatic, 25, and if melancholy, 30, which he shall put into a yard where the air and the water are pure. Upon these he is to feed, eating one a day. But previously the chickens are to be fattened by a peculiar method, which will impregnate their flesh with the qualities that are to produce longevity in the eater. Being deprived of all other nourishment till they are almost dying of hunger, they are to be fed upon broth made of serpents and vinegar, which broth is to be thickened with wheat and bran. Various ceremonies are to be performed in the cooking of this mess, which those may see in the book of M. Harcourt, who are at all interested in the matter, and the chickens are to be fed upon it for 2 months. They are then fit for table, and are to be washed down with moderate quantities of good white wine or claret. This regimen is to be followed regularly every 7 years, and any one may live to be as old as Methuselah. It is right to state, that M. Harcourt has but little authority for attributing this precious composition to Arnold of Villeneuve. It is not to be found in the collected works of that philosopher, but was first brought to light by A.M. Poirier, at the commencement of the 16th century, who asserted that he had discovered it in MS in the undoubted writing of Arnold. Pietro de Pone. This unlucky sage was born at Apone, near Padua, in the year 1250. Like his friend Arnold de Villeneuve, he was an eminent physician, and a pretender to the arts of astrology and alchemy. He practiced for many years in Paris, and made great wealth by killing and curing, and telling fortunes. In an evil day for him, he returned to his own country, with the reputation of being a magician of the first order. It was universally believed that he had drawn 7 evil spirits from the infernal regions, whom he kept enclosed in 7 crystal vases, until he required their services, when he sent them forth to the ends of the earth to execute his pleasure. One spirit excelled in philosophy, a second, in alchemy, a third, in astrology, a fourth, in physic, a fifth, in poetry, a sixth, in music, and the 7th, in painting, and whenever Pietro wished for information or instruction in any of these arts, he had only to go to his crystal vase, and liberate the presiding spirit. Immediately, all the secrets of the art were revealed to him. And he might, if it pleased him, excel Homer in poetry, Apelles in painting, or Pythagoras himself in philosophy. Although he could make gold out of brass, it was said of him, that he was very sparing of his powers in that respect, and kept himself constantly supplied with money by other and less creditable means. Whenever he disbursed gold, he muttered a certain charm, known only to himself, and next morning the gold was safe again in his own possession. The trader to whom he gave it, might lock it in his strong box, and have it guarded by a troop of soldiers, but the charmed metal flew back to its old master. Even if it were buried in the earth, or thrown into the sea, the dawn of the next morning would behold it in the pockets of Pietro. Few people, in consequence, like to have dealings with such a personage, especially for gold. Some, bolder than the rest, thought that his power did not extend over silver, but, when they made the experiment, they found themselves mistaken. Bolts and bars could not restrain it, and it sometimes became invisible in their very hands, and was whisked through the air to the purse of the magician. He necessarily acquired a very bad character. And, having given utterance to some sentiments regarding religion which were the very reverse of orthodox, he was summoned before the tribunals of the Inquisition to answer for his crimes as a heretic and a sorcerer. He loudly protested his innocence, even upon the rack, where he suffered more torture than nature could support. He died in prison ere his trial was concluded, but was afterwards found guilty. His bones were ordered to be dug up, and publicly burned. He was also burned in effigy in the streets of Padua. Raymond Lully. While Arnold de Villeneuve and Pietro d'Apone flourished in France and Italy, a more celebrated adept than either appeared in Spain. This was Raymond Lully, a name which stands in the first rank among the alchemists. Unlike many of his predecessors, he made no pretensions to astrology or necromancy, but, taking Geber for his model, studied intently the nature and composition of metals, without reference to charms, incantations, or any foolish ceremonies. It was not, however, till late in life that he commenced his study of the art. His early and middle age were spent in a different manner, and his whole history is romantic in the extreme. He was born of an illustrious family, in Majorca, in the year 1235. When that island was taken from the Saracens by James I, King of Aragon, in 1230, the father of Raymond, who was originally of Catalonia, settled there, and received a considerable appointment from the crown. Raymond married at an early age. And, being fond of pleasure, he left the solitudes of his native isle, and passed over with his bride into Spain. He was made Grand Seneschal at the court of King James, and led a gay life for several years. Faithless to his wife, he was always in the pursuit of some new beauty, till his heart was fixed at last by the lovely, but unkind Ambrosia de Castello. This lady, like her admirer, was married. But, unlike him, was faithful to her vows, and treated all his solicitations with disdain. Raymond was so enamored, that repulse only increased his flame. He lingered all night under her windows, wrote passionate verses in her praise, neglected his affairs, and made himself the butt of all the courtiers. One day, while watching under her lattice, he by chance caught sight of her bosom, as her neckerchief was blown aside by the wind. The fit of inspiration came over him, and he sat down and composed some tender stanzas upon the subject, and sent them to the lady. The fair Ambrosia had never before condescended to answer his letters, but she replied to this. She told him, that she could never listen to his suit, that it was unbecoming in a wise man to fix his thoughts, as he had done, on any other than his God. And entreated him to devote himself to a religious life, and conquer the unworthy passion which he had suffered to consume him. She, however, offered, if he wished it, to show him the fair bosom which had so captivated him. Raymond was delighted. He thought the latter part of this epistle but ill corresponded with the former, and that Ambrosia, in spite of the good advice she gave him, had, at last, relented, and would make him as happy as he desired. He followed her about from place to place, entreating her to fulfill her promise, but still Ambrosia was cold, and implored him with tears to importune her no longer, for that she never could be his, and never would, if she were free tomorrow. "What means your letter, then?" said the despairing lover. "I will show you," replied Ambrosia, who immediately uncovered her bosom, and exposed to the eyes of her horror-stricken admirer, a large cancer, which had extended to both breasts. She saw that he was shocked, and, extending her hand to him, she prayed him once more to lead a religious life, and set his heart upon the Creator, and not upon the creature. He went home an altered man. He threw up, on the morrow, his valuable appointment at the court, separated from his wife, and took a farewell of his children, after dividing one half of his ample fortune among them. The other half he shared among the poor. He then threw himself at the foot of a crucifix, and devoted himself to the service of God, vowing, as the most acceptable atonement for his errors, that he would employ the remainder of his days in the task of converting the Mussulmans to the Christian religion. In his dreams he saw Jesus Christ, who said to him, "Raymond, Raymond, follow me." The vision was 3 times repeated, and Raymond was convinced that it was an intimation direct from heaven. Having put his affairs in order, he set out on a pilgrimage to the shrine of St. James of Compostela, and afterwards lived for 10 years in solitude amid the mountains of Aranda. Here he learned the Arabic, to qualify himself for his mission of converting the Mohammedans. He also studied various sciences, as taught in the works of the learned men of the East, and first made acquaintance with the writings of Geber, which were destined to exercise so much influence over his future life. At the end of this probation, and when he had entered his 40th year, he emerged from his solitude into more active life. With some remains of his fortune, which had accumulated during his retirement, he founded a college for the study of Arabic, which was approved of by the Pope, with many commendations upon his zeal and piety. At this time he narrowly escaped assassination from an Arabian youth whom he had taken into his service. Raymond had prayed to God, in some of his accesses of fanaticism, that he might suffer martyrdom in his holy cause. His servant had overheard him. And, being as great a fanatic as his master, he resolved to gratify his wish, and punish him, at the same time, for the curses which he incessantly launched against Mahomet and all who believed in him, by stabbing him to the heart. He, therefore, aimed a blow at his master, as he sat one day at table, but the instinct of self-preservation being stronger than the desire of martyrdom, Raymond grappled with his antagonist, and overthrew him. He scorned to take his life himself, but handed him over to the authorities of the town, by whom he was afterwards found dead in his prison. After this adventure Raymond travelled to Paris, where he resided for some time, and made the acquaintance of Arnold de Villeneuve. From him he probably received some encouragement to search for the philosopher's stone, as he began from that time forth to devote less of his attention to religious matters, and more to the study of alchemy. Still he never lost sight of the great object for which he lived, the conversion of the Mohammedans, and proceeded to Rome, to communicate personally with Pope John XXI, on the best measures to be adopted for that end. The Pope gave him encouragement in words, but failed to associate any other persons with him in the enterprise which he meditated. Raymond, therefore, set out for Tunis alone, and was kindly received by many Arabian philosophers, who had heard of his fame as a professor of alchemy. If he had stuck to alchemy while in their country, it would have been well for him. But he began cursing Mahomet, and got himself into trouble. While preaching the doctrines of Christianity in the great bazaar of Tunis, he was arrested and thrown into prison. He was shortly afterwards brought to trial, and sentenced to death. Some of his philosophic friends interceded hard for him, and he was pardoned, upon condition that he left Africa immediately, and never again set foot in it. If he was found there again, no matter what his object might be, or whatever length of time might intervene, his original sentence would be carried into execution. Raymond was not at all solicitous of martyrdom when it came to the point, whatever he might have been when there was no danger, and he gladly accepted his life upon these conditions, and left Tunis with the intention of proceeding to Rome. He afterwards changed his plan, and established himself at Milan, where, for a length of time, he practiced alchemy, and some say astrology, with great success. Most writers who believed in the secrets of alchemy, and who have noticed the life of Raymond Lully, assert, that while in Milan, he received letters from Edward King of England, inviting him to settle in his states. They add, that Lully gladly accepted the invitation, and had apartments assigned for his use in the Tower of London, where he refined much gold, superintended the coinage of rose nobles, and made gold out of iron, quicksilver, lead, and pewter, to the amount of 6 millions. The writers in the Biographie Universelle, an excellent authority in general, deny that Raymond was ever in England, and say, that in all these stories of his wondrous powers as an alchemist, he has been mistaken for another Raymond, a Jew of Tarragona. Naud, in his Apology, says, simply, that 6 millions were given by Raymond Lully to King Edward, to make war against the Turks and other infidels, not that he transmuted so much metal into gold. But, as he afterwards adds, that he advised Edward to lay a tax upon wool, which produced that amount. To show that Raymond went to England, his admirers quote a work attributed to him, De Transmutation Anime Metallorum, in which he expressly says, that he was in England at the intercession of the king. 99 The Hermetic writers are not agreed whether it was Edward I or Edward II, who invited him over, but, by fixing the date of his journey in 1312, they make it appear that it was Edward II. Edmund Dickinson, in his work on the Quintessences of the Philosophers, says, that Raymond worked in Westminster Abbey, where, a long time after his departure, there was found in the cell which he had occupied, a great quantity of golden dust, of which the architects made a great profit. In the biographical sketch of John Cramer, Abbot of Westminster, given by Lenglet, it is said, that it was chiefly through his instrumentality that Raymond came to England. Cramer had been himself for 30 years occupied in the vain search for the philosopher's stone, when he accidentally met Raymond in Italy, and endeavored to induce him to communicate his grand secret. Raymond told him that he must find it for himself, as all great alchemists had done before him. Cramer, on his return to England, spoke to King Edward in high terms of the wonderful attainments of the philosopher, and a letter of invitation was forthwith sent him. Robert Constantinus, in the Nomenclator Scriptorum Medicorum, published in 1515, says, that after a great deal of research, be found that Raymond Lully resided for some time in London, and that he actually made gold. by means of the philosopher's stone, in the tower. That he had seen the golden pieces of his coinage, which were still named in England the nobles of Raymond, or rose nobles. Lully himself appears to have boasted that he made gold. For, in his well-known Testamentum, he states, that he converted no less than 50,000 pounds weight of quicksilver, lead, and pewter into that metal. 100. It seems highly probable that the English king, believing in the extraordinary powers of the alchemist, invited him to England to make test of them, and that he was employed in refining gold and in coining. Camden, who is not credulous in matters like these, affords his countenance to the story of his coinage of nobles, and there is nothing at all wonderful in the fact of a man famous for his knowledge of metals being employed in such a capacity. Raymond was, at this time, an old man, in his 77th year, and somewhat in his dotage. He was willing enough to have it believed that he had discovered the grand secret, and supported the rumor rather than contradicted it. He did not long remain in England, but returned to Rome, to carry out the projects which were nearer to his heart than the profession of alchemy. He had proposed them to several successive popes with little or no success. The first was a plan for the introduction of the Oriental languages into all the monasteries of Europe, the second, for the reduction into one of all the military orders, that, being united, they might move more efficaciously against the Saracens. And the third, that the sovereign pontiff should forbid the works of Averroes to be read in the schools, as being more favorable to Mohammedanism than to Christianity. The Pope did not receive the old man with much cordiality. And, after remaining for about 2 years in Rome, he proceeded once more to Africa, alone and unprotected, to preach the gospel of Jesus. He landed at Bona in 1314. And so irritated the Mohammedans by cursing their prophet, that they stoned him, and left him for dead on the seashore. He was found some hours afterwards by a party of Genoese merchants, who conveyed him on board their vessel, and sailed towards Majorca. The unfortunate man still breathed, but could not articulate. He lingered in this state for some days, and expired just as the vessel arrived within sight of his native shores. His body was conveyed with great pomp to the church of St. Eulalia, at Palma, where a public funeral was instituted in his honor. Miracles were afterwards said to have been worked at his tomb. Thus ended the career of Raymond Lully, one of the most extraordinary men of his age. And, with the exception of his last boast about the 6 millions of gold, the least inclined to quackery of any of the professors of alchemy. His writings were very numerous, and include nearly 500 volumes, upon grammar, rhetoric, morals, theology, politics, civil and canon law, physics, metaphysics, astronomy, medicine, and chemistry. Roger Bacon. The powerful delusion of alchemy seized upon a mind still greater than that of Raymond Lully. Roger Bacon firmly believed in the philosopher's stone, and spent much of his time in search of it. His example helped to render all the learned men of the time more convinced of its practicability, and more eager in the pursuit. He was born at Ilchester, in the county of Somerset, in the year 1214. He studied for some time in the University of Oxford, and afterwards in that of Paris, in which he received the degree of Doctor of Divinity. Returning to England in 1240, he became a monk of the Order of St. Francis. He was by far the most learned man of his age, and his acquirements were so much above the comprehension of his contemporaries, that they could only account for them by supposing that he was indebted for them to the devil. Voltaire has not inaptly designated him de l'or en croûte de toutes les orgers de son siècle, but the crust of superstition that enveloped his powerful mind, though it may have dimmed, could not obscure the brightness of his genius. To him, and apparently to him only, among all the inquiring spirits of the time, were known the properties of the concave and convex lens. He also invented the magic lantern. That pretty plaything of modern days, which acquired for him a reputation that embittered his life. In a history of alchemy, the name of this great man cannot be omitted, although, unlike many others of whom we shall have occasion to speak, he only made it secondary to other pursuits. The love of universal knowledge that filled his mind, would not allow him to neglect one branch of science, of which neither he nor the world could yet see the absurdity. He made ample amends for his time lost in this pursuit by his knowledge in physics and his acquaintance with astronomy. The telescope, burning glasses, and gunpowder, are discoveries which may well carry his fame to the remotest time, and make the world blind to the one spot of folly, the diagnosis of the age in which he lived, and the circumstances by which he was surrounded. His treatise on the admirable power of art and nature in the production of the philosopher's stone was translated into French by Gerard de Tormes, and published at Lyons in 1557. His Mirror of Alchemy was also published in French in the same year, and in Paris in 1612, with some additions from the works of Raymond Lully. A complete list of all the published treatises upon the subject may be seen in Lenglet du Fresnoy. Pope John XXII. This prelate is said to have been the friend and pupil of Arnold de Villeneuve, by whom he was instructed in all the secrets of alchemy. Tradition asserts of him, that he made great quantities of gold, and died as rich as Croesus. He was born at Cahors, in the province of Guyenne, in the year 1244. He was a very eloquent preacher, and soon reached high dignity in the church. He wrote a work on the transmutation of metals, and had a famous laboratory at Avignon. He issued 2 bulls against the numerous pretenders to the art, who had sprung up in every part of Christendom, from which it might be inferred that he was himself free from the delusion. The alchemists claim him, however, as one of the most distinguished and successful professors of their art, and say that his bulls were not directed against the real adepts, but the false pretenders. They lay particular stress upon these words in his bull, Spondent, quas non exhibent, divitias, paupers alchemisti. These, it is clear, they say, relate only to poor alchemists, and therefore false ones. He died in the year 1344, leaving in his coffers a sum of 18 millions of florins. Popular belief alleged that he had made, and not amassed, this treasure. And alchemists complacently cite this as a proof that the philosopher's stone was not such a chimera as the incredulous pretended. They take it for granted that John really left this money, and ask by what possible means he could have accumulated it. Replying to their own question, they say triumphantly, his book shows it was by alchemy, the secrets of which he learned from Arnold de Villeneuve and Raymond Lully. But he was as prudent as all other Hermetic philosophers. Whoever would read his book to find out his secret, would employ all his labor in vain. The Pope took good care not to divulge it. Unluckily for their own credit, all these goldmakers are in the same predicament. Their great secret loses its worth most wonderfully in the telling, and therefore they keep it snugly to themselves. Perhaps they thought that, if everybody could transmute metals, gold would be so plentiful that it would be no longer valuable, and that some new art would be requisite to transmute it back again into steel and iron. If so, society is much indebted to them for their forbearance. Jean de Meung. All classes of men dabbled in the art at this time. The last mentioned was a pope, the one of whom we now speak was a poet. Jean de Meung, the celebrated author of the Roman de la Rose, was born in the year 1279 or 1280, and was a great personage at the courts of Louis X, Philip the Long, Charles IV, and Philip de Valois. His famous poem of the Roman de la Rose, which treats of every subject in vogue at that day, necessarily makes great mention of alchemy. Jean was a firm believer in the art, and wrote, besides his Roman, 2 shorter poems, the one entitled, The Remonstrance of Nature to the Wandering Alchemist, and The Reply of the Alchemist to Nature. Poetry and alchemy were his delight, and priests and women were his abomination. A pleasant story is related of him and the ladies of the court of Charles IV. He had written the following libellous couplet upon the fair sex. Touts eats, Ceres, ou futes. De fait ou de volant, putans. Etica, trace bien vous chercherate. Touts putans, vous trouverate 101. This naturally gave great offence. And being perceived one day, in the king's antechamber, by some ladies who were waiting for an audience, they resolved to punish him. To the number of 10 or 12, they armed themselves with canes and rods. And surrounding the unlucky poet, called upon the gentlemen present to strip him naked, that they might wreak just vengeance upon him, and lash him through the streets of the town. Some of the lords present were in no wise loath, and promised themselves great sport from his punishment. But Jean de Meung was unmoved by their threats, and stood up calmly in the midst of them, begging them to hear him first, and then, if not satisfied, they might do as they liked with him. Silence being restored, he stood upon a chair, and entered on his defense. He acknowledged that he was the author of the obnoxious verses, but denied that they bore reference to all womankind. He only meant to speak of the vicious and abandoned, whereas those whom he saw around him, were patterns of virtue, loveliness, and modesty. If, however, any lady present thought herself aggrieved, he would consent to be stripped, and she might lash him till her arms were wearied. It is added, that by this means Jean escaped his flogging, and that the wrath of the fair ones immediately subsided. The gentlemen present were, however, of opinion, that if every lady in the room, whose character corresponded with the verses, had taken him at his word, the poet would, in all probability, have been beaten to death. All his life long he evinced a great animosity towards the priesthood, and his famous poem abounds with passages reflecting upon their avarice, cruelty, and immorality. At his death he left a large box, filled with some weighty material, which he bequeathed to the Cordeliers, as a peace offering, for the abuse he had lavished upon them. As his practice of alchemy was well known, it was thought the box was filled with gold and silver, and the Cordeliers congratulated each other on their rich acquisition. When it came to be opened, they found to their horror that it was filled only with slates, scratched with hieroglyphic and Kabbalistic characters. Indignant at the insult, they determined to refuse him Christian burial, on pretense that he was a sorcerer. He was, however, honorably buried in Paris, the whole court attending his funeral. Nicolas Flamel. The story of this alchemist, as handed down by tradition, and enshrined in the pages of Lenglet du Fresnoy, is not a little marvelous. He was born at Pontoise of a poor but respectable family, at the end of the 13th, or beginning of the 14th, century. Having no patrimony, he set out for Paris at an early age, to try his fortune as a public scribe. He had received a good education, was well skilled in the learned languages, and was an excellent penman. He soon procured occupation as a letter writer and copyist, and used to sit at the corner of the Rue de Marivaux, and practice his calling, but he hardly made profits enough to keep body and soul together. To mend his fortunes he tried poetry. But this was a more wretched occupation still. As a transcriber he had at least gained bread and cheese, but his rhymes were not worth a crust. He then tried painting with as little success. And as a last resource, began to search for the philosopher's stone, and tell fortunes. This was a happier idea, he soon increased in substance, and had wherewithal to live comfortably. He, therefore, took unto himself his wife Petronella, and began to save money, but continued to all outward appearance as poor and miserable as before. In the course of a few years, he became desperately addicted to the study of alchemy, and thought of nothing but the philosopher's stone, the elixir of life, and the universal alchest. In the year 1257, he bought by chance an old book for 2 florins, which soon became the sole study and object of his life. It was written with a steel instrument upon the bark of trees, and contained 21, or as he himself always expressed it, 3 times 7, leaves. The writing was very elegant and in the Latin language. Each 7th leaf contained a picture and no writing. On the first of these was a serpent swallowing rods, on the second, a cross with a serpent crucified. And on the third, the representation of a desert, in the midst of which was a fountain with serpents crawling from side to side. It purported to be written by no less a personage than Abraham, patriarch, Jew, prince, philosopher, priest, Levite, and astrologer, and invoked curses upon anyone who should cast eyes upon it, without being a sacrificer or a scribe. Nicolas Flamel never thought it extraordinary that Abraham should have known Latin, and was convinced that the characters on his book had been traced by the hands of that great patriarch himself. He was at first afraid to read it, after he became aware of the curse it contained, but he got over that difficulty by recollecting that, although he was not a sacrificer, he had practiced as a scribe. As he read he was filled with admiration, and found that it was a perfect treatise upon the transmutation of metals. All the process was clearly explained, the vessels, the retorts, the mixtures, and the proper times and seasons for the experiment. But as ill luck would have it, the possession of the philosopher's stone or prime agent in the work was presupposed. This was a difficulty which was not to be got over. It was like telling a starving man how to cook a beefsteak, instead of giving him the money to buy one. But Nicholas did not despair, and set about studying the hieroglyphics and allegorical representations with which the book abounded. He soon convinced himself that it had been one of the sacred books of the Jews, and that it was taken from the Temple of Jerusalem on its destruction by Titus. The process of reasoning by which he arrived at this conclusion is not stated. From some expression in the treatise, he learned that the allegorical drawings on the fourth and fifth leaves enshrined the secret of the philosopher's stone, without which all the fine Latin of the directions was utterly unavailing. He invited all the alchemists and learned men of Paris to come and examine them, but they all departed as wise as they came. Nobody could make anything either of Nicholas or his pictures. And some even went so far as to say that his invaluable book was not worth a farthing. This was not to be borne, and Nicholas resolved to discover the great secret by himself, without troubling the philosophers. He found on the first page, of the fourth leaf, the picture of Mercury, attacked by an old man resembling Saturn or Time. The latter had an hourglass on his head, and in his hand a scythe, with which he aimed a blow at Mercury's feet. The reverse of the leaf represented a flower growing on a mountain top, shaken rudely by the wind, with a blue stalk, red and white blossoms, and leaves of pure gold. Around it were a great number of dragons and griffins. On the first page of the fifth leaf was a fine garden, in the midst of which was a rose tree in full bloom, supported against the trunk of a gigantic oak. At the foot of this there bubbled up a fountain of milk-white water, which forming a small stream, flowed through the garden, and was afterwards lost in the sands. On the second page was a king, with a sword in his hand, superintending a number of soldiers, who, in execution of his orders, were killing a great multitude of young children, spurning the prayers and tears of their mothers, who tried to save them from destruction. The blood of the children was carefully collected by another party of soldiers, and put into a large vessel, in which two allegorical figures of the sun and moon were bathing themselves. For 21 years poor Nicholas wearied himself with the study of these pictures, but still he could make nothing of them. His wife Petronella at last persuaded him to find out some learned rabbi. But there was no rabbi in Paris learned enough to be of any service to him. The Jews met but small encouragement to fix their abode in France, and all the chiefs of that people were located in Spain. To Spain accordingly Nicholas Flamel repaired. He left his book in Paris for fear, perhaps, that he might be robbed of it on the road, and telling his neighbors that he was going on a pilgrimage to the shrine of St. James of Compostela, he trudged on foot towards Madrid in search of a rabbi. He was absent 2 years in that country, and made himself known to a great number of Jews, descendants of those who had been expelled from France in the reign of Philip Augustus. The believers in the philosopher's stone give the following account of his adventures. They say that at Lyon he made the acquaintance of a converted Jew, named Koches, a very learned physician, to whom he explained the title and the nature of his little book. The doctor was transported with joy as soon as he heard it named, and immediately resolved to accompany Nicholas to Paris, that he might have a sight of it. The two set out together. The doctor on the way entertaining his companion with the history of his book, which, if the genuine book he thought it to be, from the description he had heard of it, was in the handwriting of Abraham himself, and had been in the possession of personages no less distinguished than Moses, Joshua, Solomon, and Esdras. It contained all the secrets of alchemy and of many other sciences, and was the most valuable book that had ever existed in this world. The doctor was himself no mean adept, and Nicholas profited greatly by his discourse, as in the garb of poor pilgrims they wended their way to Paris, convinced of their power to turn every old shovel in that capital into pure gold. But, unfortunately, when they reached Orleans, the doctor was taken dangerously ill. Nicholas watched by his bedside, and acted the double part of a physician and nurse to him. But he died after a few days, lamenting with his last breath that he had not lived long enough to see the precious volume. Nicholas rendered the last honors to his body. And with a sorrowful heart, and not one sou in his pocket, proceeded home to his wife Petronella. He immediately recommenced the study of his pictures, but for 2 whole years he was as far from understanding them as ever. At last, in the 3rd year, a glimmer of light stole over his understanding. He recalled some expression of his friend, the doctor, which had hitherto escaped his memory, and he found that all his previous experiments had been conducted on a wrong basis. He recommenced them now with renewed energy, and at the end of the year had the satisfaction to see all his toils rewarded. On the January 13th, 1382, says Lenglet, he made a projection on Mercury, and had some very excellent silver. On the April 25th following, he converted a large quantity of mercury into gold, and the great secret was his. Nicholas was now about 80 years of age, and still a hale and stout old man. His friends say that, by the simultaneous discovery of the elixir of life, he found means to keep death at a distance for another quarter of a century, and that he died in 1415, at the age of 116. In this interval he had made immense quantities of gold, though to all outward appearance he was as poor as a mouse. At an early period of his changed fortune, he had, like a worthy man, taken counsel with his old wife Petronella, as to the best use he could make of his wealth. Petronella replied, that as unfortunately they had no children, the best thing he could do, was to build hospitals and endow churches. Nicholas thought so too, especially when he began to find that his elixir could not keep off death, and that the grim foe was making rapid advances upon him. He richly endowed the church of St. Jacques de la Boucherie, near the Rue de Marivaux, where he had all his life resided, besides 7 others in different parts of the kingdom. He also endowed 14 hospitals, and built 3 chapels. The fame of his great wealth and his munificent benefactions soon spread over all the country, and he was visited, among others, by the celebrated doctors of that day, Jean Gerson, Jean de Courtecuisse, and Pierre d'Ailly. They found him in his humble apartment, meanly clad, and eating porridge out of an earthen vessel, and with regard to his secret, as impenetrable as all his predecessors in alchemy. His fame reached the ears of the king, Charles VI, who sent M. de Cremoisy, the master of requests, to find out whether Nicholas had indeed discovered the philosopher's stone. But M. de Cremoisy took nothing by his visit. All his attempts to sound the alchemist were unavailing, and he returned to his royal master no wiser than he came. It was in this year, 1414, that he lost his faithful Petronella. He did not long survive her, but died in the following year, and was buried with great pomp by the grateful priests of Saint Jacques Delaware la Boucherie. The great wealth of Nicholas Flamel is undoubted, as the records of several churches and hospitals in France can testify. That he practiced alchemy is equally certain, as he left behind several works upon the subject. Those who knew him well, and who were incredulous about the philosopher's stone, give a very satisfactory solution of the secret of his wealth. They say that he was always a miser and a usurer, that his journey to Spain was undertaken with very different motives from those pretended by the alchemists. That, in fact, he went to collect debts due from Jews in that country to their brethren in Paris, and that he charged a commission of fully cent per cent in consideration of the difficulty of collecting and the dangers of the road. That when he possessed thousands, he lived upon almost nothing, and was the general money lender, at enormous profits, of all the dissipated young men at the French court. Among the works written by Nicholas Flamel on the subject of alchemy, is The Philosophic Summary, a poem, reprinted in 1735, as an appendix to the 3rd volume of the Roman de la Rose. He also wrote 3 treatises upon natural philosophy, and an alchemic allegory, entitled Le Désir. Specimens of his writing, and a facsimile of the drawings in his Book of Abraham, may be seen in Salmon's Bibliothèque des Philosophes Chimiques. The writer of the article, Flamel, in the Biographie Universelle, says that, for 100 years after the death of Flamel, many of the adepts believed that he was still alive, and that he would live for upwards of 600 years. The house he formerly occupied, at the corner of the Rue de Marivaux, has been often taken by credulous speculators, and ransacked from top to bottom, in the hopes that gold might be found. A report was current in Paris, not long previous to the year 1816, that some lodgers had found in the cellars several jars filled with a dark-colored ponderous matter. Upon the strength of the rumor, a believer in all the wondrous tales told of Nicholas Flamel bought the house, and nearly pulled it to pieces in ransacking the walls and wainscoting for hidden gold. He got nothing for his pains, however, and had a heavy bill to pay to restore his dilapidations. George Ripley. While alchemy was thus cultivated on the continent of Europe, it was not neglected in the Isles of Britain. Since the time of Roger Bacon, it had fascinated the imagination of many ardent men in England. In the year 1404, an Act of Parliament was passed, declaring the making of gold and silver to be felony. Great alarm was felt at that time lest any alchemist should succeed in his projects, and perhaps bring ruin upon the state, by furnishing boundless wealth to some designing tyrant, who would make use of it to enslave his country. This alarm appears to have soon subsided. For, in the year 1455, King Henry VI, by advice of his council and parliament, granted 4 successive patents and commissions to several knights, citizens of London, chemists, monks, mass-priests, and others. To find out the philosopher's stone and elixir, to the great benefit, said the patent, of the realm, and the enabling of the king to pay all the debts of the crown in real gold and silver. Prynne, in his Aurum Regini, observes, as a note to this passage, that the king's reason for granting this patent to ecclesiastics was, that they were such good artists in transubstantiating bread and wine in the Eucharist, and therefore the more likely to be able to effect the transmutation of baser metals into better. No gold, of course, was ever made. And, next year, the king, doubting very much of the practicability of the thing, took further advice, and appointed a commission of 10 learned men, and persons of eminence, to judge and certify to him whether the transmutation of metals were a thing practicable or no. It does not appear whether the commission ever made any report upon the subject. In the succeeding reign, an alchemist appeared who pretended to have discovered the secret. This was George Ripley, the Canon of Burlington, in Yorkshire. He studied for 20 years in the universities of Italy, and was a great favorite with Pope Innocent VIII, who made him one of his domestic chaplains, and master of the ceremonies in his household. Returning to England in 1477, he dedicated to King Edward IV. His famous work, The Compound of Alchemy, or, The 12 Gates Leading to the Discovery of the Philosopher's Stone. These gates he described to be calcination, solution, separation, conjunction, putrefaction, congelation, cibation, sublimation, fermentation, exaltation, multiplication, and projection. To which he might have added botheration, the most important process of all. He was very rich, and allowed it to be believed that he could make gold out of iron. Fuller, in his Worthies of England, says that an English gentleman of good credit reported that, in his travels abroad, he saw a record in the island of Malta, which declared that Ripley gave yearly to the knights of that island, and of Rhodes, the enormous sum of £100,000 sterling, to enable them to carry on the war against the Turks. In his old age, he became an anchorite near Boston, and wrote 25 volumes upon the subject of alchemy, the most important of which is the Duodecim Portarum, already mentioned. Before he died, he seems to have acknowledged that he had misspent his life in this vain study, and requested that all men, when they met with any of his books, would burn them, or afford them no credit, as they had been written merely from his opinion, and not from proof. And that subsequent trial had made manifest to him that they were false and vain. 102. Basil Valentine. Germany also produced many famous alchemists in the 15th century, the chief of whom are Basil Valentine, Bernard of Treves, and the abbot Trithemius. Basil Valentine was born at Mayence, and was made prior of St. Peter's, at Erfurt, about the year 1414. It was known, during his life, that he diligently sought the philosopher's stone, and that he had written some works upon the process of transmutation. They were thought, for many years, to be lost, but were, after his death, discovered enclosed in the stone work of one of the pillars in the abbey. They were 21 in number, and are fully set forth in the third volume of Lenglet's History of the Hermetic Philosophy. The alchemists asserted that heaven itself conspired to bring to light these extraordinary works, and that the pillar in which they were enclosed was miraculously shattered by a thunderbolt. And that, as soon as the manuscripts were liberated, the pillar closed up again of its own accord. Bernard of Treves. The life of this philosopher is a remarkable instance of talent and perseverance misapplied. In the search of his chimera nothing could daunt him. Repeated disappointment never diminished his hopes. And, from the age of 14 to that of 85, he was incessantly employed among the drugs and furnaces of his laboratory, wasting his life with the view of prolonging it, and reducing himself to beggary in the hopes of growing rich. He was born at either Treves or Padua, in the year 1406. His father is said by some to have been a physician in the latter city, and by others, to have been Count of the Marches of Treves, and one of the most wealthy nobles of his country. At all events, whether noble or physician, he was a rich man, and left his son a magnificent estate. At the age of 14 he first became enamored of the science of alchemy, and read the Arabian authors in their own language. He himself has left a most interesting record of his labors and wanderings, from which the following particulars are chiefly extracted. The first book which fell into his hands, was that of the Arabian philosopher, Rhazes. From the reading of which he imagined that he had discovered the means of augmenting gold 100-fold. For 4 years he worked in his laboratory, with the book of Rhazes continually before him. At the end of that time, he found that he had spent no less than 800 crowns upon his experiment, and had got nothing but fire and smoke for his pains. He now began to lose confidence in Rhazes, and turned to the works of Geber. He studied him assiduously for 2 years, and, being young, rich, and credulous, was beset by all the chymists of the town, who kindly assisted him in spending his money. He did not lose his faith in Geber, or patience with his hungry assistants, until he had lost 2,000 crowns, a very considerable sum in those days. Among all the crowd of pretended men of science who surrounded him, there was but one as enthusiastic and as disinterested as himself. With this man, who was a monk of the order of St. Francis, he contracted an intimate friendship, and spent nearly all his time. Some obscure treatises of Rupacissa and Sacrobosco having fallen into their hands, they were persuaded, from reading them, that highly rectified spirits of wine was the universal alkest, or dissolvent, which would aid them greatly in the process of transmutation. They rectified the alcohol 30 times, till they made it so strong as to burst the vessels which contained it. After they had worked 3 years, and spent 300 crowns in the liquor, they discovered that they were on the wrong track. They next tried alum and copperas, but the great secret still escaped them. They afterwards imagined that there was a marvelous virtue in all excrement, especially the human, and actually employed more than 2 years in experimentalizing upon it, with mercury, salt, and molten lead. Again the adepts flocked around him from far and near, to aid him with their counsels. He received them all hospitably, and divided his wealth among them so generously and unhesitatingly, that they gave him the name of the Good Trevisan, by which he is still often mentioned in works that treat on alchemy. For 12 years he led this life, making experiments every day upon some new substance, and praying to God night and morning that he might discover the secret of transmutation. In this interval he lost his friend the monk, and was joined by a magistrate of the city of Treves, as ardent as himself in the search. His new acquaintance imagined that the ocean was the mother of gold, and that sea salt would change lead or iron into the precious metals. Bernard resolved to try. And, transporting his laboratory to a house on the coast of the Baltic, he worked upon salt for more than a year, melting it, sublimating it, crystallizing it, and occasionally drinking it, for the sake of other experiments. Still the strange enthusiast was not wholly discouraged, and his failure in one trial only made him the more anxious to attempt another. He was now approaching the age of 50, and had as yet seen nothing of the world. He, therefore, determined to travel through Germany, Italy, France, and Spain. Wherever he stopped he made inquiries whether there were any alchemists in the neighborhood. He invariably sought them out. And, if they were poor, relieved, and, if affluent, encouraged them. At Citeaux he became acquainted with one Geoffrey Louvier, a monk of that place, who persuaded him that the essence of egg-shells was a valuable ingredient. He tried, therefore, what could be done, and was only prevented from wasting a year or two on the experiment by the opinions of an attorney, at Berghem, in Flanders, who said that the great secret resided in vinegar and copperas. He was not convinced of the absurdity of this idea until he had nearly poisoned himself. He resided in France for about 5 years, when, hearing accidentally that one Master Henry, confessor to the Emperor Frederick III, had discovered the philosopher's stone, he set out for Germany to pay him a visit. He had, as usual, surrounded himself with a set of hungry dependents, several of whom determined to accompany him. He had not heart to refuse them, and he arrived at Vienna with 5 of them. Bernard sent a polite invitation to the confessor, and gave him a sumptuous entertainment, at which were present nearly all the alchemists of Vienna. Master Henry frankly confessed that he had not discovered the philosopher's stone, but that he had all his life been employed in searching for it, and would so continue, till he found it, or died. This was a man after Bernard's own heart, and they vowed with each other an eternal friendship. It was resolved, at supper, that each alchemist present should contribute a certain sum towards raising 42 marks of gold, which, in 5 days, it was confidently asserted by Master Henry, would increase, in his furnace, 5-fold. Bernard, being the richest man, contributed the lion's share, 10 marks of gold, Master Henry 5, and the others 1 or 2 apiece, except the dependents of Bernard, who were obliged to borrow their quota from their patron. The grand experiment was duly made, the golden marks were put into a crucible, with a quantity of salt, copperas, aquafortis, egg-shells, mercury, lead, and dung. The alchemists watched this precious mess with intense interest, expecting that it would agglomerate into one lump of pure gold. At the end of 3 weeks they gave up the trial, upon some excuse that the crucible was not strong enough, or that some necessary ingredient was wanting. Whether any thief had put his hands into the crucible is not known, but it is certain that the gold found therein at the close of the experiment was worth only 16 marks, instead of the 42, which were put there at the beginning. Bernard, though he made no gold at Vienna, made away with a very considerable quantity. He felt the loss so acutely, that he vowed to think no more of the philosopher's stone. This wise resolution he kept for 2 months, but he was miserable. He was in the condition of the gambler, who cannot resist the fascination of the game while he has a coin remaining, but plays on with the hope of retrieving former losses, till hope forsakes him, and he can live no longer. He returned once more to his beloved crucibles, and resolved to prosecute his journey in search of a philosopher who had discovered the secret, and would communicate it to so zealous and persevering an adept as himself. From Vienna he travelled to Rome, and from Rome to Madrid. Taking ship at Gibraltar, he proceeded to Messina, from Messina to Cyprus, from Cyprus to Greece, from Greece to Constantinople, and thence into Egypt, Palestine, and Persia. These wanderings occupied him about 8 years. From Persia he made his way back to Messina, and from thence into France. He afterwards passed over into England, still in search of his great chimera, and this occupied 4 years more of his life. He was now growing both old and poor, for he was 62 years of age, and had been obliged to sell a great portion of his patrimony to provide for his expenses. His journey to Persia had cost upwards of 13,000 crowns. About 1/2 of which had been fairly melted in his all-devouring furnaces, the other half was lavished upon the sycophants that he made it his business to search out in every town he stopped at. On his return to Treves he found, to his sorrow, that, if not an actual beggar, he was not much better. His relatives looked upon him as a madman, and refused even to see him. Too proud to ask for favors from any one, and still confident that, some day or other, he would be the possessor of unbounded wealth, he made up his mind to retire to the island of Rhodes, where he might, in the meantime, hide his poverty from the eyes of all the world. Here he might have lived unknown and happy, but, as ill luck would have it, he fell in with a monk as mad as himself upon the subject of transmutation. They were, however, both so poor that they could not afford to buy the proper materials to work with. They kept up each other's spirits by learned discourses on the Hermetic philosophy, and in the reading of all the great authors who had written upon the subject. Thus did they nurse their folly, as the good wife of Tam O'Shanter did her wrath, to keep it warm. After Bernard had resided about a year in Rhodes, a merchant, who knew his family, advanced him the sum of 8,000 florins, upon the security of the last remaining acres of his formerly large estate. Once more provided with funds, he recommenced his labors with all the zeal and enthusiasm of a young man. For 3 years he hardly stepped out of his laboratory, he ate there, and slept there, and did not even give himself time to wash his hands and clean his beard, so intense was his application. It is melancholy to think that such wonderful perseverance should have been wasted in so vain a pursuit, and that energies so unconquerable should have had no worthier field to strive in. Even when he had fumed away his last coin, and had nothing left in perspective to keep his old age from starvation, hope never forsook him. He still dreamed of ultimate success, and sat down a grey-headed man of 80, to read over all the authors on the Hermetic mysteries, from Geber to his own day, lest he should have misunderstood some process, which it was not yet too late to recommence. The alchemists say, that he succeeded at last, and discovered the secret of transmutation in his 82nd year. They add, that he lived 3 years afterwards to enjoy his wealth. He lived, it is true, to this great age, and made a valuable discovery, more valuable than gold or gems. He learned, as he himself informs us, just before he had attained his 83rd year, that the great secret of philosophy was contentment with our lot. Happy would it have been for him if he had discovered it sooner, and before he became decrepit, a beggar, and an exile. He died at Rhodes, in the year 1490, and all the alchemists of Europe sang elegies over him, and sounded his praise as the good Trevisan. He wrote several treatises upon his chimera, the chief of which are, the Book of Chemistry, the Verbum Demissum, and an essay, De Natura Ovi. Trithemius. The name of this eminent man has become famous in the annals of alchemy, although he did but little to gain so questionable an honor. He was born in the year 1462, at the village of Trithame, in the electorate of Treves. His father was John Heidenberg, a vine-grower, in easy circumstances, who, dying when his son was but 7 years old, left him to the care of his mother. The latter married again very shortly afterwards, and neglected the poor boy, the offspring of her first marriage. At the age of 15 he did not even know his letters, and was, besides, half-starved, and otherwise ill-treated by his stepfather. But the love of knowledge germinated in the breast of the unfortunate youth, and he learned to read at the house of a neighbor. His father-in-law set him to work in the vineyards, and thus occupied all his days, but the nights were his own. He often stole out unheeded, when all the household were fast asleep, poring over his studies in the fields, by the light of the moon, and thus taught himself Latin and the rudiments of Greek. He was subjected to so much ill usage at home, in consequence of this love of study, that he determined to leave it. Demanding the patrimony which his father had left him, he proceeded to Treves. And, assuming the name of Trithemius, from that of his native village of Trithame, lived there for some months, under the tuition of eminent masters, by whom he was prepared for the university. At the age of 20, he took it into his head that he should like to see his mother once more, and he set out on foot from the distant university for that purpose. On his arrival near Spanheim, late in the evening of a gloomy winter's day, it came on to snow so thickly, that he could not proceed onwards to the town. He, therefore, took refuge for the night in a neighboring monastery. But the storm continued several days, the roads became impassable, and the hospitable monks would not hear of his departure. He was so pleased with them and their manner of life, that he suddenly resolved to fix his abode among them, and renounce the world. They were no less pleased with him, and gladly received him as a brother. In the course of 2 years, although still so young, he was unanimously elected their abbot. The financial affairs of the establishment had been greatly neglected, the walls of the building were falling into ruin, and everything was in disorder. Trithemius, by his good management and regularity, introduced a reform in every branch of expenditure. The monastery was repaired, and a yearly surplus, instead of a deficiency, rewarded him for his pains. He did not like to see the monks idle, or occupied solely between prayers for their business, and chess for their relaxation. He, therefore, set them to work to copy the writings of eminent authors. They labored so assiduously, that, in the course of a few years, their library, which had contained only about 40 volumes, was enriched with several hundred valuable manuscripts, comprising many of the classical Latin authors. Besides the works of the early fathers, and the principal historians and philosophers of more modern date. He retained the dignity of abbot of Spanheim for 21 years, when the monks, tired of the severe discipline he maintained, revolted against him, and chose another abbot in his place. He was afterwards made abbot of St. James, in Würzburg, where he died in 1516. During his learned leisure at Spanheim, he wrote several works upon the occult sciences, the chief of which are an essay on geomancy, or divination by means of lines and circles on the ground. Another upon sorcery, a third upon alchemy, and a fourth upon the government of the world by its presiding angels, which was translated into English, and published by the famous William Lilly in 1647. It has been alleged by the believers in the possibility of transmutation, that the prosperity of the Abbey of Spanheim, while under his superintendence, was owing more to the philosopher's stone than to wise economy. Trithemius, in common with many other learned men, has been accused of magic, and a marvelous story is told of his having raised from the grave the form of Mary of Burgundy, at the intercession of her widowed husband, the Emperor Maximilian. His work on steganographia, or Kabbalistic writing, was denounced to the Count Palatine, Frederick II, as magical and devilish, and it was by him taken from the shelves of his library and thrown into the fire. Trithemius is said to be the first writer who makes mention of the wonderful story of the devil and Dr. Faustus, the truth of which he firmly believed. He also recounts the freaks of a spirit, named Hudekin, by whom he was at times tormented. 103. The Maréchal de Rays. One of the greatest encouragers of alchemy in the 15th century was Gilles de Laval, Lord of Rays and a Marshal of France. His name and deeds are little known. But in the annals of crime and folly, they might claim the highest and worst proeminence. Fiction has never invented anything wilder or more horrible than his career. And were not the details but too well authenticated by legal and other documents which admit no doubt, the lover of romance might easily imagine they were drawn to please him from the stores of the prolific brain, and not from the page of history. He was born about the year 1420, of one of the noblest families of Brittany. His father dying when Gilles had attained his 20th year, he came into uncontrolled possession, at that early age, of a fortune which the monarchs of France might have envied him. He was a near kinsman of the Montmorencys, the Ronceys, and the Crayons, possessed 15 princely domains, and had an annual revenue of about 300,000 livres. Besides this, he was handsome, learned, and brave. He distinguished himself greatly in the wars of Charles VII, and was rewarded by that monarch with the dignity of a Marshal of France. But he was extravagant and magnificent in his style of living, and accustomed from his earliest years to the gratification of every wish and passion. And this, at last, led him from vice to vice, and from crime to crime, till a blacker name than his is not to be found in any record of human iniquity. In his castle of Champtos, he lived with all the splendor of an Eastern caliph. He kept up a troop of 200 horsemen to accompany him wherever he went. And his excursions for the purposes of hawking and hunting were the wonder of all the country around, so magnificent were the caparisons of his steeds and the dresses of his retainers. Day and night, his castle was open all the year round to comers of every degree. He made it a rule to regale even the poorest beggar with wine and hippocras. Every day an ox was roasted whole in his spacious kitchens, besides sheep, pigs, and poultry sufficient to feed 500 persons. He was equally magnificent in his devotions. His private chapel at Champtos was the most beautiful in France, and far surpassed any of those in the richly endowed cathedrals of Notre Dame in Paris, of Amiens, of Beauvais, or of Rouen. It was hung with cloth of gold and rich velvet. All the chandeliers were of pure gold, curiously inlaid with silver. The great crucifix over the altar was of solid silver, and the chalices and incense burners were of pure gold. He had, besides, a fine organ, which he caused to be carried from one castle to another, on the shoulders of 6 men, whenever he changed his residence. He kept up a choir of 25 young children of both sexes, who were instructed in singing by the first musicians of the day. The master of his chapel he called a bishop, who had under him his deans, archdeacons, and vicars, each receiving great salaries, the bishop 400 crowns a year, and the rest in proportion. He also maintained a whole troupe of players, including 10 dancing girls and as many ballad singers, besides Morris dancers, jugglers, and mountebanks of every description. The theatre on which they performed was fitted up without any regard to expense. And they played mysteries, or danced the Morris dance, every evening, for the amusement of himself and household, and such strangers as were sharing his prodigal hospitality. At the age of 23, he married Catherine, the wealthy heiress of the House of Towers, for whom he refurnished his castle at an expense of 100,000 crowns. His marriage was the signal for new extravagance, and he launched out more madly than ever he had done before. Sending for fine singers or celebrated dancers from foreign countries to amuse him and his spouse, and instituting tilts and tournaments in his great courtyard almost every week for all the knights and nobles of the province of Brittany. The Duke of Brittany's court was not half so splendid as that of the Maréchal de Rays. His utter disregard of wealth was so well known that he was made to pay 3 times its value for everything he purchased. His castle was filled with needy parasites and panderers to his pleasures, amongst whom he lavished rewards with an unsparing hand. But the ordinary round of sensual gratification ceased at last to afford him delight. He was observed to be more abstemious in the pleasures of the table, and to neglect the beauteous dancing girls who used formerly to occupy so much of his attention. He was sometimes gloomy and reserved, and there was an unnatural wildness in his eye which gave indications of incipient madness. Still, his discourse was as reasonable as ever. His urbanity to the guests that flocked from far and near to Champtos suffered no diminution, and learned priests, when they conversed with him, thought to themselves that few of the nobles of France were so well informed as Gilles de Laval. But dark rumors spread gradually over the country, murder, and, if possible, still more atrocious deeds were hinted at, and it was remarked that many young children, of both sexes, suddenly disappeared, and were never afterwards heard of. 1 or 2 had been traced to the castle of Champtos, and had never been seen to leave it, but no one dared to accuse openly so powerful a man as the Maréchal de Rays. Whenever the subject of the lost children was mentioned in his presence, he manifested the greatest astonishment at the mystery which involved their fate, and indignation against those who might be guilty of kidnapping them. Still the world was not wholly deceived. His name became as formidable to young children as that of the devouring ogre in fairy tales, and they were taught to go miles round, rather than pass under the turrets of Champtos. In the course of a very few years, the reckless extravagance of the marshal drained him of all his funds, and he was obliged to put up some of his estates for sale. The Duke of Brittany entered into a treaty with him for the valuable seigneury of Engrand, but the heirs of Gilles implored the interference of Charles VII. To stay the sale. Charles immediately issued an edict, which was confirmed by the provincial parliament of Brittany, forbidding him to alienate his paternal estates. Gilles had no alternative but to submit. He had nothing to support his extravagance but his allowance as a Marshal of France, which did not cover the 1/10 of his expenses. A man of his habits and character could not retrench his wasteful expenditure and live reasonably. He could not dismiss without a pang his horsemen, his jesters, his Morris dancers, his choristers, and his parasites, or confine his hospitality to those who really needed it. Notwithstanding his diminished resources, he resolved to live as he had lived before, and turn alchemist, that he might make gold out of iron, and be still the wealthiest and most magnificent among the nobles of Brittany. In pursuance of this determination he sent to Paris, Italy, Germany, and Spain, inviting all the adepts in the science to visit him at Champtos. The messengers he dispatched on this mission were 2 of his most needy and unprincipled dependents, Gilles de Sille and Roger de Briqueville. The latter, the obsequious panderer to his most secret and abominable pleasures, he had entrusted with the education of his motherless daughter, a child but 5 years of age, with permission. That he might marry her at the proper time to any person he chose, or to himself if he liked it better. This man entered into the new plans of his master with great zeal, and introduced to him one Prelati, an alchemist of Padua, and a physician of Poitou, who was addicted to the same pursuits. The marshal caused a splendid laboratory to be fitted up for them, and the three commenced the search for the philosopher's stone. They were soon afterwards joined by another pretended philosopher, named Anthony of Palermo, who aided in their operations for upwards of a year. They all fared sumptuously at the marshal's expense, draining him of the ready money he possessed, and leading him on from day to day with the hope that they would succeed in the object of their search. From time to time new aspirants from the remotest parts of Europe arrived at his castle, and for months he had upwards of 20 alchemists at work, trying to transmute copper into gold, and wasting the gold, which was still his own, in drugs and elixirs. But the Lord of Rays was not a man to abide patiently their lingering processes. Pleased with their comfortable quarters, they jogged on from day to day, and would have done so for years, had they been permitted. But he suddenly dismissed them all, with the exception of the Italian Prelati, and the physician of Poitou. These he retained to aid him to discover the secret of the philosopher's stone by a bolder method. The Poitousan had persuaded him that the devil was the great depositary of that and all other secrets, and that he would raise him before Gillis, who might enter into any contract he pleased with him. Gillis expressed his readiness, and promised to give the devil anything but his soul, or do any deed that the archenemy might impose upon him. Attended solely by the physician, he proceeded at midnight to a wild-looking place in a neighboring forest. The physician drew a magic circle around them on the sward, and muttered for half an hour an invocation to the evil spirit to arise at his bidding, and disclose the secrets of alchemy. Gillis looked on with intense interest, and expected every moment to see the earth open, and deliver to his gaze the great enemy of mankind. At last the eyes of the physician became fixed, his hair stood on end, and he spoke, as if addressing the fiend. But Gillis saw nothing except his companion. At last the physician fell down on the sward as if insensible. Gillis looked calmly on to see the end. After a few minutes the physician arose, and asked him if he had not seen how angry the devil looked. Gillis replied, that he had seen nothing. Upon which his companion informed him that Beelzebub had appeared in the form of a wild leopard, growled at him savagely, and said nothing. And that the reason why the marshal had neither seen nor heard him, was that he hesitated in his own mind as to devoting himself entirely to the service. De Rays owned that he had indeed misgivings, and inquired what was to be done to make the devil speak out, and unfold his secret. The physician replied, that some person must go to Spain and Africa to collect certain herbs which only grew in those countries, and offered to go himself, if De Rays would provide the necessary funds. De Rays at once consented. And the physician set out on the following day with all the gold that his dupe could spare him. The marshal never saw his face again. But the eager lord of Champtos could not rest. Gold was necessary for his pleasures. And unless, by supernatural aid, he had no means of procuring many further supplies. The physician was hardly 20 leagues on his journey, before Gillis resolved to make another effort to force the devil to divulge the art of gold-making. He went out alone for that purpose, but all his conjurations were of no effect. Beelzebub was obstinate, and would not appear. Determined to conquer him if he could, he unbosomed himself to the Italian alchemist, Prelati. The latter offered to undertake the business, upon condition that De Rays did not interfere in the conjurations, and consented besides to furnish him with all the charms and talismans that might be required. He was further to open a vein in his arm, and sign with his blood a contract that he would work the devil's will in all things, and offer up to him a sacrifice of the heart, lungs, hands, eyes, and blood of a young child. The grasping monomaniac made no hesitation, but agreed at once to the disgusting terms proposed to him. On the following night, Prelati went out alone. And after having been absent for 3 or 4 hours, returned to Gillis, who sat anxiously awaiting him. Prelati then informed him that he had seen the devil in the shape of a handsome youth of 20. He further said that the devil desired to be called Baron in all future invocations, and had shown him a great number of ingots of pure gold, buried under a large oak in the neighboring forest, all of which, and as many more as he desired, should become the property of the Maréchal de Rays if he remained firm, and broke no condition of the contract. Prelati further showed him a small casket of black dust, which would turn iron into gold. But as the process was very troublesome, he advised that they should be contented with the ingots they found under the oak tree, and which would more than supply all the wants that the most extravagant imagination could desire. They were not, however, to attempt to look for the gold till a period of 7 times 7 weeks, or they would find nothing but slates and stones for their pains. Gillis expressed the utmost chagrin and disappointment, and at once said that he could not wait for so long a period. If the devil were not more prompt, Prelati might tell him that the Maréchal de Rays was not to be trifled with, and would decline all further communication with him. Prelati at last persuaded him to wait 7 times 7 days. They then went at midnight with picks and shovels to dig up the ground under the oak, where they found nothing to reward them but a great quantity of slates, marked with hieroglyphics. It was now Prelati's turn to be angry, and he loudly swore that the devil was nothing but a liar and a cheat. The marshal joined cordially in the opinion, but was easily persuaded by the cunning Italian to make one more trial. He promised at the same time that he would endeavor, on the following night, to discover the reason why the devil had broken his word. He went out alone accordingly, and on his return informed his patron that he had seen Baron, who was exceedingly angry that they had not waited the proper time ere they looked for the ingots. Baron had also said that the Maréchal de Rays could hardly expect any favors from him, at a time when he must know that he had been meditating a pilgrimage to the Holy Land, to make atonement for his sins. The Italian had doubtless surmised this, from some incautious expression of his patron, for de Rays frankly confessed that there were times when, sick of the world and all its pomps and vanities, he thought of devoting himself to the service of God. In this manner the Italian lured on from month to month his credulous and guilty patron, extracting from him all the valuables he possessed, and only waiting a favorable opportunity to decamp with his plunder. But the day of retribution was at hand for both. Young girls and boys continued to disappear in the most mysterious manner, and the rumors against the owner of Champtos grew so loud and distinct, that the church was compelled to interfere. Representations were made by the Bishop of Nantes to the Duke of Brittany, that it would be a public scandal if the accusations against the Maréchal de Rays were not inquired into. He was arrested accordingly in his own castle, along with his accomplice Prelati, and thrown into a dungeon at Nantes to await his trial. The judges appointed to try him were the Bishop of Nantes, Chancellor of Brittany, the Vicar of the Inquisition in France, and the celebrated Pierre L'Hôpital, the President of the Provincial Parliament. The offences laid to his charge were sorcery, sodomy, and murder. Gillis, on the first day of his trial, conducted himself with the utmost insolence. He braved the judges on the judgment seat, calling them simoniacs and persons of impure life, and said he would rather be hanged by the neck like a dog without trial, than plead either guilty or not guilty to such contemptible miscreants. But his confidence forsook him as the trial proceeded, and he was found guilty on the clearest evidence of all the crimes laid to his charge. It was proved that he took insane pleasure in stabbing the victims of his lust, and in observing the quivering of their flesh, and the fading luster of their eyes as they expired. The confession of Prelati first made the judges acquainted with this horrid madness, and Gillis himself confirmed it before his death. Nearly 100 children of the villagers around his 2 castles of Champtos and Mashko, had been missed within 3 years, the greater part, if not all, of whom were immolated to the lust or the cupidity of this monster. He imagined that he thus made the devil his friend, and that his recompense would be the secret of the philosopher's stone. Gillis and Prelati were both condemned to be burned alive. At the place of execution they assumed the air of penitence and religion. Gillis tenderly embraced Prelati, saying, "Farewell, friend Francis. In this world we shall never meet again, but let us place our hopes in God. We shall see each other in paradise." Out of consideration for his high rank and connections, the punishment of the marshal was so far mitigated, that he was not burned alive like Prelati. He was first strangled, and then thrown into the flames. His body, when half consumed, was given over to his relatives for interment, while that of the Italian was burned to ashes, and then scattered in the winds. 104. Jacques Coeur. This remarkable pretender to the secret of the philosopher's stone, was contemporary with the last mentioned. He was a great personage at the court of Charles VII, and in the events of his reign played a prominent part. From a very humble origin he rose to the highest honors of the state, and amassed enormous wealth, by peculation and the plunder of the country which he should have served. It was to hide his delinquencies in this respect, and to divert attention from the real source of his riches, that he boasted of having discovered the art of transmuting the inferior metals into gold and silver. His father was a goldsmith in the city of Bourges, but so reduced in circumstances towards the latter years of his life, that he was unable to pay the necessary fees to procure his son's admission into the guild. Young Jacques became, however, a workman in the Royal Mint of Bourges, in 1428, and behaved himself so well, and showed so much knowledge of metallurgy, that he attained rapid promotion in that establishment. He had also the good fortune to make the acquaintance of the fair Agnes Sorel, by whom he was patronized and much esteemed. Jacques had now 3 things in his favor: ability, perseverance, and the countenance of the king's mistress. Many a man succeeds with but one of these to help him forward, and it would have been strange indeed, if Jacques Coeur, who had them all, should have languished in obscurity. While still a young man he was made master of the mint, in which he had been a journeyman, and installed at the same time into the vacant office of Grand Treasurer of the royal household. He possessed an extensive knowledge of finance, and turned it wonderfully to his own advantage as soon as he became entrusted with extensive funds. He speculated in articles of the first necessity, and made himself very unpopular by buying up grain, honey, wines, and other produce, till there was a scarcity, when he sold it again at enormous profit. Strong in the royal favor, he did not hesitate to oppress the poor by continual acts of forestalling and monopoly. As there is no enemy so bitter as the estranged friend, so of all the tyrants and tramplers upon the poor, there is none so fierce and reckless as the upstart that sprang from their ranks. The offensive pride of Jacques Coeur to his inferiors was the theme of indignant reproach in his own city, and his cringing humility to those above him was as much an object of contempt to the aristocrats into whose society he thrust himself. But Jacques did not care for the former, and to the latter he was blind. He continued his career till he became the richest man in France, and so useful to the king that no important enterprise was set on foot until he had been consulted. He was sent in 1446 on an embassy to Genoa, and in the following year to Pope Nicholas V. In both these missions he acquitted himself to the satisfaction of his sovereign, and was rewarded with a lucrative appointment, in addition to those which he already held. In the year 1449, the English in Normandy, deprived of their great general, the Duke of Bedford, broke the truce with the French king, and took possession of a small town belonging to the Duke of Brittany. This was the signal for the recommencement of a war, in which the French regained possession of nearly the whole province. The money for this war was advanced, for the most part, by Jacques Coeur. When Rouen yielded to the French, and Charles made his triumphal entry into that city, accompanied by Dunois and his most famous generals, Jacques was among the most brilliant of his cortege. His chariot and horses vied with those of the king in the magnificence of their trappings. And his enemies said of him that he publicly boasted that he alone had driven out the English, and that the valor of the troops would have been nothing without his gold. Dunois appears, also, to have been partly of the same opinion. Without disparaging the courage of the army, he acknowledged the utility of the able financier, by whose means they had been fed and paid, and constantly afforded him his powerful protection. When peace returned, Jacques again devoted himself to commerce, and fitted up several galleys to trade with the Genoese. He also bought large estates in various parts of France, the chief of which were the baronies of Asti, Fargeau, Meneton, Salone, Maubranche, Mone, Saint-Gérant-de-Vaux, and Saint-Aon-de-Boissy, the earldoms or counties of La Palisse, Champignol, Beaumont, and Villeneuve-la-Genette, and the Marquisate of Toucy. He also procured for his son, Jean Coeur, who had chosen the church for his profession, a post no less distinguished than that of Archbishop of Bourges. Everybody said that so much wealth could not have been honestly acquired. And both rich and poor longed for the day that should humble the pride of the man, whom the one class regarded as an upstart and the other as an oppressor. Jacques was somewhat alarmed at the rumors that were afloat respecting him, and of dark hints that he had debased the coin of the realm and forged the king's seal to an important document, by which he had defrauded the state of very considerable sums. To silence these rumors, he invited many alchemists from foreign countries to reside with him, and circulated a counter-rumor, that he had discovered the secret of the philosopher's stone. He also built a magnificent house in his native city, over the entrance of which he caused to be sculptured the emblems of that science. Some time afterwards, he built another, no less splendid, at Montpellier, which he inscribed in a similar manner. He also wrote a treatise upon the Hermetic philosophy, in which he pretended that he knew the secret of transmuting metals. But all these attempts to disguise his numerous acts of peculation proved unavailing, and he was arrested in 1452, and brought to trial on several charges. Upon one only, which the malice of his enemies invented to ruin him, was he acquitted. Which was, that he had been accessory to the death, by poison, of his kind patroness, Agnes Sorel. Upon the others, he was found guilty, and sentenced to be banished the kingdom, and to pay the enormous fine of 400,000 crowns. It was proved that he had forged the king's seal, that, in his capacity of master of the mint of Bourges, he had debased, to a very great extent, the gold and silver coin of the realm. And that he had not hesitated to supply the Turks with arms and money to enable them to carry on war against their Christian neighbors, for which service he had received the most munificent recompenses. Charles VII. Was deeply grieved at his condemnation, and believed to the last that he was innocent. By his means the fine was reduced within a sum which Jacques Coeur could pay. After remaining for some time in prison, he was liberated, and left France with a large sum of money, part of which, it was alleged, was secretly paid him by Charles out of the produce of his confiscated estates. He retired to Cyprus, where he died about 1460, the richest and most conspicuous personage of the island. The writers upon alchemy all claim Jacques Coeur as a member of their fraternity, and treat as false and libelous the more rational explanation of his wealth which the records of his trial afford. Pierre Borel, in his Antiquités Gauloises, maintains the opinion that Jacques was an honest man, and that he made his gold out of lead and copper by means of the philosopher's stone. The alchemic adepts in general were of the same opinion. But they found it difficult to persuade even his contemporaries of the fact. Posterity is still less likely to believe it. Inferior adepts of the 14th and 15th centuries. Many other pretenders to the secrets of the philosopher's stone appeared in every country in Europe, during the 14th and 15th centuries. The possibility of transmutation was so generally admitted, that every chemist was more or less an alchemist. Germany, Holland, Italy, Spain, Poland, France, and England produced thousands of obscure adepts, who supported themselves, in the pursuit of their chimera, by the more profitable resources of astrology and divination. The monarchs of Europe were no less persuaded than their subjects of the possibility of discovering the philosopher's stone. Henry VI. And Edward IV. Of England encouraged alchemy. In Germany, the emperors Maximilian, Rodolph, and Frederick II. Devoted much of their attention to it, and every inferior potentate within their dominions imitated their example. It was a common practice in Germany, among the nobles and petty sovereigns, to invite an alchemist to take up his residence among them, that they might confine him in a dungeon till he made gold enough to pay millions for his ransom. Many poor wretches suffered perpetual imprisonment in consequence. A similar fate appears to have been intended by Edward II. For Raymond Lully, who, upon the pretence that he was thereby honored, was accommodated with apartments in the Tower of London. He found out in time the trick that was about to be played him, and managed to make his escape, some of his biographers say, by jumping into the Thames, and swimming to a vessel that lay waiting to receive him. In the 16th century, the same system was pursued, as will be shown more fully in the life of Seton the Cosmopolite, in the succeeding chapter. The following is a catalogue of the chief authors upon alchemy, who flourished during this epoch, and whose lives and adventures are either unknown or are unworthy of more detailed notice. John Dowston, an Englishman, lived in 1315, and wrote 2 treatises on the Philosopher's Stone. Richard, or, as some call him, Robert, also an Englishman, lived in 1330, and wrote a work entitled Correctorium Alchemiae, which was much esteemed till the time of Paracelsus. In the same year lived Peter of Lombardy, who wrote what he called a complete treatise upon the Hermetic science, an abridgment of which was afterwards published by Lacchini, a monk of Calabria. In 1330 the most famous alchemist of Paris was one Audemars, whose work, De Practica Magistri, was, for a long time, a handbook among the brethren of the science. John de Rupacissa, a French monk of the order of St. Francis, flourished in 1357, and pretended to be a prophet as well as an alchemist. Some of his prophecies were so disagreeable to Pope Innocent VI, that the pontiff determined to put a stop to them, by locking up the prophet in the dungeons of the Vatican. It is generally believed that he died there, though there is no evidence of the fact. His chief works are the Book of Light, the 5 Essences, the Heaven of Philosophers, and his grand work, De Confection Lapidis. He was not thought a shining light among the adepts. Ortholani was another pretender, of whom nothing is known, but that he exercised the arts of alchemy and astrology at Paris, shortly before the time of Nicolas Flamel. His work on the practice of alchemy was written in that city in 1358. Isaac of Holland wrote, it is supposed, about this time, and his son also devoted himself to the science. Nothing worth repeating is known of their lives. Boerhaave speaks with commendation of many passages in their works, and Paracelsus esteemed them highly. The chief are De Triplici Ordine Elixiris et Lapidis Theoria, printed at Bern in 1608. And Mineralia Opera, Seu de Lapide Philosophico, printed at Middelburg in 1600. They also wrote 8 other works upon the same subject. Kowalski, a Pole, wrote an alchemical treatise, entitled The Tincture of Minerals, about the year 1488. In this list of authors a royal name must not be forgotten. Charles VI. Of France, one of the most credulous princes of the day, whose court absolutely swarmed with alchemists, conjurers, astrologers, and quacks of every description, made several attempts to discover the Philosopher's Stone. And thought he knew so much about it, that he determined to enlighten the world with a treatise. It is called the Royal Work of Charles VI. Of France, and the Treasure of Philosophy. It is said to be the original from which Nicolas Flamel took the idea of his Desert Desire. Lenglet du Fresnoy says it is very allegorical, and utterly incomprehensible. For a more complete list of the Hermetic philosophers of the 14th and 15th centuries, the reader is referred to the 3rd volume of Lenglet's History already quoted. Part 2. Progress of the Infatuation during the 16th and 17th centuries. Augurello. Cornelius Agrippa. Paracelsus. George Agricola. Denis Sacher. Dr. D. and Edward Kelly. The Cosmopolite. Sendivogus. The Rosicrucians. Michael Mayer. Robert Flood. Jacob Bowman. John Hayden. Joseph Francis Bory. Alchemical writers of the 17th century. Delisle. Albert Alois. Count de Saint-Germains. Cagliostro. Present state of the science. During the 16th and 17th centuries, the search for the Philosopher's Stone was continued by thousands of the enthusiastic and the credulous, but a great change was introduced during this period. The eminent men who devoted themselves to the study, totally changed its aspect, and referred to the possession of their wondrous stone and elixir, not only the conversion of the base into the precious metals, but the solution of all the difficulties of other sciences. They pretended that by its means man would be brought into closer communion with his Maker, that disease and sorrow would be banished from the world, and that the millions of spiritual beings who walk the earth unseen would be rendered visible, and become the friends, companions, and instructors of mankind. In the 17th century more especially, these poetical and fantastic doctrines excited the notice of Europe. And from Germany, where they had been first disseminated by Rosenkreutz, spread into France and England, and ran away with the sound judgment of many clever, but too enthusiastic, searchers for the truth. Paracelsus, D., and many others of less note, were captivated by the grace and beauty of the new mythology, which was arising to adorn the literature of Europe. Most of the alchemists of the 16th century, although ignorant of the Rosicrucians as a sect, were, in some degree, tinctured with their fanciful tenets, but before we speak more fully of these poetical visionaries, it will be necessary to resume the history of the Hermetic folly where we left off in the former chapter, and trace the gradual change that stole over the dreams of the adepts. It will be seen that the infatuation increased rather than diminished as the world grew older. Augurello. Among the alchemists who were born in the 15th, and distinguished themselves in the 16th century, the first, in point of date, is John Aurelio Augurello. He was born at Rimini in 1441, and became professor of the belles lettres at Venice and Treviso. He was early convinced of the truth of the Hermetic science, and used to pray to God that he might be happy enough to discover the philosopher's stone. He was continually surrounded by the paraphernalia of chemistry, and expended all his wealth in the purchase of drugs and metals. He was also a poet, but of less merit than pretensions. His Chrysopoeia, in which lie pretended to teach the art of making gold, he dedicated to Pope Leo X, in the hope that the pontiff would reward him handsomely for the compliment. But the Pope was too good a judge of poetry to be pleased with the worse than mediocrity of his poem, and too good a philosopher to approve of the strange doctrines which it inculcated. He was, therefore, far from gratified at the dedication. It is said, that when Augurello applied to him for a reward, the Pope, with great ceremony and much apparent kindness and cordiality, drew an empty purse from his pocket and presented it to the alchemist, saying that since he was able to make gold, the most appropriate present that could be made him, was a purse to put it in. This scurvy reward was all that the poor alchemist ever got either for his poetry or his alchemy. He died in a state of extreme poverty, in the 83rd year of his age. Cornelius Agrippa. This alchemist has left a more distinguished reputation. The most extraordinary tales were told and believed of his powers. He could turn iron into gold by his mere word. All the spirits of the air, and demons of the earth, were under his command, and bound to obey him in everything. He could raise from the dead the forms of the great men of other days, and make them appear, in their habit as they lived, to the gaze of the curious who had courage enough to abide their presence. He was born at Cologne in 1486, and began, at an early age, the study of chemistry and philosophy. By some means or other which have never been very clearly explained, he managed to impress his contemporaries with a great idea of his wonderful attainments. At the early age of 20, so great was his reputation as an alchemist, that the principal adepts of Paris wrote to Cologne, inviting him to settle in France, and aid them with his experience in discovering the philosopher's stone. Honors poured upon him in thick succession, and he was highly esteemed by all the learned men of his time. Melanchthon speaks of him with respect and commendation. Erasmus also bears testimony in his favor. And the general voice of his age proclaimed him a light of literature and an ornament to philosophy. Some men, by dint of excessive egotism, manage to persuade their contemporaries that they are very great men indeed. They publish their acquirements so loudly in people's ears, and keep up their own praises so incessantly, that the world's applause is actually taken by storm. Such seems to have been the case with Agrippa. He called himself a sublime theologian, an excellent jurisconsult, an able physician, a great philosopher, and a successful alchemist. The world, at last, took him at his word, and thought that a man who talked so big, must have some merit to recommend him, that it was, indeed, a great trumpet which sounded so obstreperous a blast. He was made secretary to the Emperor Maximilian, who conferred upon him the title of chevalier, and gave him the honorary command of a regiment. He afterwards became professor of Hebrew and the belles lettres, at the University of Dole, in France. But quarreling with the Franciscan monks upon some knotty point of divinity, he was obliged to quit the town. He took refuge in London, where he taught Hebrew and cast nativities, for about a year. From London he proceeded to Pavia, and gave lectures upon the writings, real or supposed, of Hermes Trismegistus, and might have lived there in peace and honor, had he not again quarrelled with the clergy. By their means his position became so disagreeable, that he was glad to accept an offer made him by the magistracy of Metz, to become their syndic and advocate general. Here, again, his love of disputation made him enemies. The theological wiseacres of that city asserted, that saint and had 3 husbands, in which opinion they were confirmed by the popular belief of the day. Agrippa needlessly ran foul of this opinion, or prejudice as he called it, and thereby lost much of his influence. Another dispute, more creditable to his character, occurred soon after, and sank him for ever in the estimation of the Metzians. Humanely taking the part of a young girl who was accused of witchcraft, his enemies asserted, that he was himself a sorcerer, and raised such a storm over his head, that he was forced to fly the city. After this, he became physician to Louisa de Savoy, mother of King Francis I. This lady was curious to know the future, and required her physician to cast her nativity. Agrippa replied, that he would not encourage such idle curiosity. The result was, he lost her confidence, and was forthwith dismissed. If it had been through his belief in the worthlessness of astrology, that he had made his answer, we might admire his honest and fearless independence. But, when it is known that, at the very same time, he was in the constant habit of divination and fortune-telling, and that he was predicting splendid success, in all his undertakings, to the Constable of Bourbon, we can only wonder at his thus estranging a powerful friend through mere petulance and perversity. He was, about this time, invited both by Henry VIII of England, and Margaret of Austria, governess of the Low Countries, to fix his residence in their dominions. He chose the service of the latter, by whose influence he was made historiographer to the Emperor Charles V. Unfortunately for Agrippa, he never had stability enough to remain long in one position, and offended his patrons by his restlessness and presumption. After the death of Margaret, he was imprisoned at Brussels, on a charge of sorcery. He was released after a year, and, quitting the country, experienced many vicissitudes. He died in great poverty in 1534, aged 48 years. While in the service of Margaret of Austria, he resided principally at Louvain, in which city he wrote his famous work on the vanity and nothingness of human knowledge. He also wrote, to please his royal mistress, a treatise upon the superiority of the female sex, which he dedicated to her, in token of his gratitude for the favors she had heaped upon him. The reputation he left behind him in these provinces was anything but favorable. A great number of the marvelous tales that are told of him, relate to this period of his life. It was said, that the gold which he paid to the traders with whom he dealt, always looked remarkably bright, but invariably turned into pieces of slate and stone in the course of 24 hours. Of this spurious gold he was believed to have made large quantities by the aid of the devil, who, it would appear from this, had but a very superficial knowledge of alchemy, and much less than the Marechal de Rays gave him credit for. The Jesuit Del Rio, in his book on magic and sorcery, relates a still more extraordinary story of him. One day, Agrippa left his house, at Louvain, and, intending to be absent for some time, gave the key of his study to his wife, with strict orders that no one should enter it during his absence. The lady herself, strange as it may appear, had no curiosity to pry into her husband's secrets, and never once thought of entering the forbidden room, but a young student, who had been accommodated with an attic in the philosopher's house, burned with a fierce desire to examine the study, hoping, perchance, that he might purloin some book or implement which would instruct him in the art of transmuting metals. The youth, being handsome, eloquent, and, above all, highly complimentary to the charms of the lady, she was persuaded, without much difficulty, to lend him the key, but gave him strict orders not to remove anything. The student promised implicit obedience, and entered Agrippa's study. The first object that caught his attention, was a large grimoire, or book of spells, which lay open on the philosopher's desk. He sat himself down immediately, and began to read. At the first word he uttered, he fancied he heard a knock at the door. He listened, but all was silent. Thinking that his imagination had deceived him, he read on, when immediately a louder knock was heard, which so terrified him, that he started to his feet. He tried to say, "Come in." But his tongue refused its office, and he could not articulate a sound. He fixed his eyes upon the door, which, slowly opening, disclosed a stranger of majestic form, but scowling features, who demanded sternly, why he was summoned. "I did not summon you," said the trembling student. "You did," said the stranger, advancing, angrily, "and the demons are not to be invoked in vain." The student could make no reply. And the demon, enraged that one of the uninitiated should have summoned him out of mere presumption, seized him by the throat and strangled him. When Agrippa returned, a few days afterwards, he found his house beset with devils. Some of them were sitting on the chimney-pots, kicking up their legs in the air, while others were playing at leapfrog, on the very edge of the parapet. His study was so filled with them that he found it difficult to make his way to his desk. When, at last, he had elbowed his way through them, he found his book open, and the student lying dead upon the floor. He saw immediately how the mischief had been done. And, dismissing all the inferior imps, asked the principal demon how he could have been so rash as to kill the young man. The demon replied, that he had been needlessly invoked by an insulting youth, and could do no less than kill him for his presumption. Agrippa reprimanded him severely, and ordered him immediately to reanimate the dead body, and walk about with it in the marketplace for the whole of the afternoon. The demon did so, the student revived. And, putting his arm through that of his unearthly murderer, walked very lovingly with him, in sight of all the people. At sunset, the body fell down again, cold and lifeless as before, and was carried by the crowd to the hospital, it being the general opinion that he had expired in a fit of apoplexy. His conductor immediately disappeared. When the body was examined, marks of strangulation were found on the neck, and prints of the long claws of the demon on various parts of it. These appearances, together with a story, which soon obtained currency, that the companion of the young man had vanished in a cloud of flame and smoke, opened people's eyes to the truth. The magistrates of Louvain instituted inquiries. And the result was, that Agrippa was obliged to quit the town. Other authors besides Del Rio relate similar stories of this philosopher. The world in those days was always willing enough to believe in tales of magic and sorcery. And when, as in Agrippa's case, the alleged magician gave himself out for such, and claimed credit for the wonders he worked, it is not surprising that the age should have allowed his pretensions. It was dangerous boasting, which sometimes led to the stake or the gallows, and therefore was thought to be not without foundation. Paulus Jovius, in his Eulogia Doctorum Virorum, says, that the devil, in the shape of a large black dog, attended Agrippa wherever he went. Thomas Nash, in his Adventures of Jack Wilton, relates, that at the request of Lord Surrey, Erasmus, and some other learned men, Agrippa called up from the grave many of the great philosophers of antiquity. Among others, Tully, whom he caused to redeliver his celebrated oration for Roscius. He also showed Lord Surrey, when in Germany, an exact resemblance in a glass of his mistress the fair Geraldine. She was represented on her couch weeping for the absence of her lover. Lord Surrey made a note of the exact time at which he saw this vision, and ascertained afterwards that his mistress was actually so employed at the very minute. To Thomas Lord Cromwell, Agrippa represented King Henry VIII. Hunting in Windsor Park, with the principal lords of his court, and to please the Emperor Charles V, he summoned King David and King Solomon from the tomb. Nod, in his Apology for the Great Men Who Have Been Falsely Suspected of Magic, takes a great deal of pains to clear Agrippa from the imputations cast upon him by Del Rio, Paulus Jovius, and other such ignorant and prejudiced scribblers. Such stories demanded refutation in the days of Nod, but they may now be safely left to decay in their own absurdity. That they should have attached, however, to the memory of a man, who claimed the power of making iron obey him when he told it to become gold, and who wrote such a work as that upon magic, which goes by his name, is not at all surprising. Paracelsus. This philosopher, called by Nod, the zenith and rising sun of all the alchemists, was born at Einsiedeln, near Zurich, in the year 1493. His true name was Hohenheim, to which, as he himself informs us, were prefixed the baptismal names of Aurelius Theophrastus Bombastus Paracelsus. The last of these he chose for his common designation while he was yet a boy, and rendered it, before he died, one of the most famous in the annals of his time. His father, who was a physician, educated his son for the same pursuit. The latter was an apt scholar, and made great progress. By chance the work of Isaac Hollandus fell into his hands, and from that time he became smitten with the mania of the philosopher's stone. All his thoughts henceforth were devoted to metallurgy. And he travelled into Sweden that he might visit the mines of that country, and examine the ores while they yet lay in the bowels of the earth. He also visited Trithemius at the monastery of Spanheim, and obtained instructions from him in the science of alchemy. Continuing his travels, he proceeded through Prussia and Austria into Turkey, Egypt, and Tartary, and thence returning to Constantinople, learned, as he boasted, the art of transmutation, and became possessed of the elixir vitae. He then established himself as a physician in his native Switzerland at Zurich, and commenced writing works upon alchemy and medicine, which immediately fixed the attention of Europe. Their great obscurity was no impediment to their fame. For the less the author was understood, the more the demonologists, fanatics, and philosophers' stone hunters seemed to appreciate him. His fame as a physician kept pace with that which he enjoyed as an alchemist, owing to his having effected some happy cures by means of mercury and opium, drugs unceremoniously condemned by his professional brethren. In the year 1526, he was chosen professor of physics and natural philosophy in the University of Bâle, where his lectures attracted vast numbers of students. He denounced the writings of all former physicians as tending to mislead, and publicly burned the works of Galen and Avicenna, as quacks and impostors. He exclaimed, in presence of the admiring and half-bewildered crowd, who assembled to witness the ceremony, that there was more knowledge in his shoestrings than in the writings of these physicians. Continuing in the same strain, he said all the universities in the world were full of ignorant quacks, but that he, Paracelsus, overflowed with wisdom. "You will all follow my new system," said he, with furious gesticulations, Avicenna, Galen, Rotzius, Montagnana, Mime, you will all follow me, ye professors of Paris, Montpellier, Germany, Cologne, and Vienna. And all ye that dwell on the Rhine and the Danube, ye that inhabit the isles of the sea, and ye also, Italians, Dalmatians, Athenians, Arabians, Jews, ye will all follow my doctrines, for I am the monarch of medicine. But he did not long enjoy the esteem of the good citizens of Bâle. It is said that he indulged in wine so freely, as not unfrequently to be seen in the streets in a state of intoxication. This was ruinous for a physician, and his good fame decreased rapidly. His ill fame increased in still greater proportion, especially when he assumed the airs of a sorcerer. He boasted of the legions of spirits at his command, and of one especially, which he kept imprisoned in the hilt of his sword. Wetterus, who lived 27 months in his service, relates that he often threatened to invoke a whole army of demons, and show him the great authority which he could exercise over them. He let it be believed, that the spirit in his sword had custody of the elixir of life, by means of which he could make any one live to be as old as the antediluvians. He also boasted that he had a spirit at his command, called Azoth, whom he kept imprisoned in a jewel, and in many of the old portraits he is represented with a jewel, inscribed with the word Azoth, in his hand. If a sober prophet has little honor in his own country, a drunken one has still less. Paracelsus found it at last convenient to quit Bâle, and establish himself at Strasbourg. The immediate cause of this change of residence was as follows: a citizen lay at the point of death, and was given over by all the physicians of the town. As a last resource Paracelsus was called in, to whom the sick man promised a magnificent recompense, if by his means he were cured. Paracelsus gave him 2 small pills, which the man took and rapidly recovered. When he was quite well, Paracelsus sent for his fee, but the citizen had no great opinion of the value of a cure which had been so speedily effected. He had no notion of paying a handful of gold for 2 pills, although they had saved his life, and he refused to pay more than the usual fee for a single visit. Paracelsus brought an action against him, and lost it. This result so exasperated him, that he left Ball in high dudgeon. He resumed his wandering life, and travelled in Germany and Hungary, supporting himself as he went on the credulity and infatuation of all classes of society. He cast nativities, told fortunes, aided those who had money to throw away upon the experiment, to find the philosopher's stone, prescribed remedies for cows and pigs, and aided in the recovery of stolen goods. After residing successively at Nuremberg, Augsburg, Vienna, and Mindelheim, he retired in the year 1541 to Salzburg, and died in a state of abject poverty in the hospital of that town. If this strange charlatan found hundreds of admirers during his life, he found thousands after his death. A sect of Paracelsists sprang up in France and Germany, to perpetuate the extravagant doctrines of their founder upon all the sciences, and upon alchemy in particular. The chief leaders were Bodenstein and Dornius. The following is a summary of his doctrine, founded upon supposed existence of the philosopher's stone. It is worth preserving from its very absurdity, and altogether unparalleled in the history of philosophy. First of all, he maintained that the contemplation of the perfection of the deity sufficed to procure all wisdom and knowledge. That the Bible was the key to the theory of all diseases, and that it was necessary to search into the Apocalypse to know the signification of magic medicine. The man who blindly obeyed the will of God, and who succeeded in identifying himself with the celestial intelligences, possessed the philosopher's stone. He could cure all diseases, and prolong life to as many centuries as he pleased. It being by the very same means that Adam and the antediluvian patriarchs prolonged theirs. Life was an emanation from the stars, the sun governed the heart, and the moon the brain. Jupiter governed the liver, Saturn the gall, Mercury the lungs, Mars the bile, and Venus the loins. In the stomach of every human being there dwelt a demon, or intelligence, that was a sort of alchemist in his way, and mixed, in their due proportions, in his crucible, the various elements that were sent into that grand laboratory the belly. 105 He was proud of the title of magician, and boasted that he kept up a regular correspondence with Galen from hell. And that he often summoned Avicenna from the same regions to dispute with him on the false notions he had promulgated respecting alchemy, and especially regarding potable gold and the elixir of life. He imagined that gold could cure ossification of the heart, and, in fact, all diseases, if it were gold which had been transmuted from an inferior metal by means of the philosopher's stone. And if it were applied under certain conjunctions of the planets. The mere list of the works in which he advances these frantic imaginings, which he called a doctrine, would occupy several pages. George Agricola. This alchemist was born in the province of Mania, in 1494. His real name was Bauer, meaning a husbandman, which, in accordance with the common fashion of his age, he Latinized into Agricola. From his early youth, he delighted in the visions of the Hermetic science. Ere he was 16, he longed for the great elixir which was to make him live for 700 years, and for the stone which was to procure him wealth to cheer him in his multiplicity of days. He published a small treatise upon the subject at Cologne, in 1531, which obtained him the patronage of the celebrated Maurice, Duke of Saxony. After practicing for some years as a physician at Joachimsthal, in Bohemia, he was employed by Maurice as superintendent of the silver mines of Chemnitz. He led a happy life among the miners, making various experiments in alchemy while deep in the bowels of the earth. He acquired a great knowledge of metals, and gradually got rid of his extravagant notions about the philosopher's stone. The miners had no faith in alchemy, and they converted him to their way of thinking, not only in that but in other respects. From their legends, he became firmly convinced that the bowels of the earth were inhabited by good and evil spirits, and that firedamp and other explosions sprang from no other causes than the mischievous propensities of the latter. He died in the year 1555, leaving behind him the reputation of a very able and intelligent man. Denis Sacher. Autobiography, written by a wise man who was once a fool, is not only the most instructive, but the most delightful of reading. Denis Sacher, an alchemist of the 16th century, has performed this task, and left a record of his folly and infatuation in pursuit of the philosopher's stone, which well repays perusal. He was born in the year 1510, of an ancient family in Guyenne, and was early sent to the University of Bordeaux, under the care of a tutor to direct his studies. Unfortunately, his tutor was a searcher for the grand elixir, and soon rendered his pupil as mad as himself upon the subject. With this introduction, we will allow Denis Sacher to speak for himself, and continue his narrative in his own words. I received from home, says he, the sum of 200 crowns for the expenses of myself and master. But before the end of the year, all our money went away in the smoke of our furnaces. My master, at the same time, died of a fever, brought on by the parching heat of our laboratory, from which he seldom or never stirred, and which was scarcely less hot than the arsenal of Venice. His death was the more unfortunate for me, as my parents took the opportunity of reducing my allowance, and sending me only sufficient for my board and lodging, instead of the sum I required to continue my operations in alchemy. To meet this difficulty and get out of leading strings, I returned home at the age of 25, and mortgaged part of my property for 400 crowns. This sum was necessary to perform an operation of the science, which had been communicated to me by an Italian at Toulouse, and who, as he said, had proved its efficacy. I retained this man in my service, that we might see the end of the experiment. I then, by means of strong distillations, tried to calcinate gold and silver, but all my labor was in vain. The weight of the gold I drew out of my furnace was diminished by 1/2 since I put it in, and my 400 crowns were very soon reduced to 230. I gave 20 of these to my Italian, in order that he might travel to Milan, where the author of the receipt resided, and ask him the explanation of some passages which we thought obscure. I remained at Toulouse all the winter, in the hope of his return, but I might have remained there till this day if I had waited for him, for I never saw his face again. In the succeeding summer there was a great plague, which forced me to quit the town. I did not, however, lose sight of my work. I went to Cahors, where I remained 6 months, and made the acquaintance of an old man, who was commonly known to the people as the philosopher. A name which, in country places, is often bestowed upon people whose only merit is, that they are less ignorant than their neighbors. I showed him my collection of alchemical receipts, and asked his opinion upon them. He picked out 10 or 12 of them, merely saying that they were better than the others. When the plague ceased, I returned to Toulouse, and recommenced my experiments in search of the stone. I worked to such effect that my 400 crowns were reduced to 170. That I might continue my work on a safer method, I made acquaintance, in 1537, with a certain abbé, who resided in the neighborhood. He was smitten with the same mania as myself, and told me that one of his friends, who had followed to Rome in the retinue of the Cardinal d'Armagnac, had sent him from that city a new receipt, which could not fail to transmute iron and copper, but which would cost 200 crowns. I provided half this money, and the abbé the rest, and we began to operate at our joint expense. As we required spirits of wine for our experiment, I bought a ton of excellent vin de Gaillac. I extracted the spirit, and rectified it several times. We took a quantity of this, into which we put 4 marks of silver, and 1 of gold, that had been undergoing the process of calcination for a month. We put this mixture cleverly into a sort of horn-shaped vessel, with another to serve as a retort, and placed the whole apparatus upon our furnace, to produce congelation. This experiment lasted a year, but, not to remain idle, we amused ourselves with many other less important operations. We drew quite as much profit from these as from our great work. The whole of the year 1537 passed over without producing any change whatever. In fact, we might have waited till doomsday for the congelation of our spirits of wine. However, we made a projection with it upon some heated quicksilver, but all was in vain. Judge of our chagrin, especially of that of the abbé, who had already boasted to all the monks of his monastery, that they had only to bring the large pump which stood in a corner of the cloister, and he would convert it into gold. But this ill luck did not prevent us from persevering. I once more mortgaged my paternal lands for 400 crowns, the whole of which I determined to devote to a renewal of my search for the great secret. The abbé contributed the same sum. And, with these 800 crowns, I proceeded to Paris, a city more abounding with alchemists than any other in the world, resolved never to leave it until I had either found the philosopher's stone, or spent all my money. This journey gave the greatest offense to all my relations and friends, who, imagining that I was fitted to be a great lawyer, were anxious that I should establish myself in that profession. For the sake of quietness, I pretended, at last, that such was my object. After traveling for 15 days, I arrived in Paris, on the 9th of January, 1539. I remained for a month, almost unknown. But I had no sooner begun to frequent the amateurs of the science, and visited the shops of the furnace makers, than I had the acquaintance of more than 100 operative alchemists. Each of whom had a different theory and a different mode of working. Some of them preferred cementation, others sought the universal alkest, or dissolvent, and some of them boasted the great efficacy of the essence of emery. Some of them endeavored to extract mercury from other metals to fix it afterwards. And, in order that each of us should be thoroughly acquainted with the proceedings of the others, we agreed to meet somewhere every night, and report progress. We met sometimes at the house of one, and sometimes in the garret of another. Not only on weekdays, but on Sundays, and the great festivals of the church. Ah, one used to say, if I had the means of recommencing this experiment, I should do something. Yes, said another, if my crucible had not cracked, I should have succeeded before now, while a third exclaimed, with a sigh, if I had but had a round copper vessel of sufficient strength, I would have fixed mercury with silver. There was not one among them who had not some excuse for his failure, but I was deaf to all their speeches. I did not want to part with my money to any of them, remembering how often I had been the dupe of such promises. A Greek at last presented himself, and with him I worked a long time uselessly upon nails, made of cinnabar, or vermilion. I was also acquainted with a foreign gentleman newly arrived in Paris, and often accompanied him to the shops of the goldsmiths, to sell pieces of gold and silver, the produce, as he said, of his experiments. I stuck closely to him for a long time, in the hope that he would impart his secret. He refused for a long time, but acceded, at last, on my earnest entreaty, and I found that it was nothing more than an ingenious trick. I did not fail to inform my friend, the abbé, whom I had left at Toulouse, of all my adventures, and sent him, among other matters, a relation of the trick by which this gentleman pretended to turn lead into gold. The abbé still imagined that I should succeed at last, and advised me to remain another year in Paris, where I had made so good a beginning. I remained there 3 years. But, notwithstanding all my efforts, I had no more success than I had had elsewhere. I had just got to the end of my money, when I received a letter from the abbé, telling me to leave everything, and join him immediately at Toulouse. I went accordingly, and found that he had received letters from the King of Navarre, grandfather of Henry IV. This prince was a great lover of philosophy, full of curiosity, and had written to the abbé, that I should visit him at Pau. And that he would give me 3,000 or 4,000 crowns, if I would communicate the secret I had learned from the foreign gentleman. The abbé's ears were so tickled with the 4,000 crowns, that he let me have no peace, night or day, until he had fairly seen me on the road to Pau. I arrived at that place in the month of May 1542. I worked away, and succeeded, according to the receipt I had obtained. When I had finished, to the satisfaction of the king, he gave me the reward that I expected. Although he was willing enough to do me further service, he was dissuaded from it by the lords of his court, even by many of those who had been most anxious that I should come. He sent me then about my business, with many thanks, saying, that if there was anything in his kingdom which he could give me, such as the produce of confiscations, or the like, he should be most happy. I thought I might stay long enough for these prospective confiscations, and never get them at last. And I therefore determined to go back to my friend, the abbé. I learned, that on the road between Pau and Toulouse, there resided a monk, who was very skillful in all matters of natural philosophy. On my return, I paid him a visit. He pitied me very much, and advised me, with much warmth and kindness of expression, not to amuse myself any longer with such experiments as these, which were all false and sophistical. But that I should read the good books of the old philosophers, where I might not only find the true matter of the science of alchemy, but learn also the exact order of operations which ought to be followed. I very much approved of this wise advice. But, before I acted upon it, I went back to my Abbé of Toulouse, to give him an account of the 800 crowns, which we had in common, and, at the same time, share with him such reward as I had received from the King of Navarre. If he was little satisfied with the relation of my adventures since our first separation, he appeared still less satisfied when I told him I had formed a resolution to renounce the search for the philosopher's stone. The reason was, that he thought me a good artist. Of our 800 crowns, there remained but 176. When I quitted the Abbé, I went to my own house, with the intention of remaining there, till I had read all the old philosophers, and of then proceeding to Paris. I arrived in Paris on the day after All Saints, of the year 1546, and devoted another year to the assiduous study of great authors. Among others, the Tuba Philosophorum of the Good Trevisan, the Remonstrance of Nature to the Wandering Alchemist, by Jean de Meung. And several others of the best books, but, as I had no right principles, I did not well know what course to follow. At last I left my solitude. Not to see my former acquaintances, the adepts and operators, but to frequent the society of true philosophers. Among them I fell into still greater uncertainties. Being, in fact, completely bewildered by the variety of operations which they showed me. Spurred on, nevertheless, by a sort of frenzy or inspiration, I threw myself into the works of Raymond Lully and of Arnold de Villeneuve. The reading of these, and the reflections I made upon them, occupied me for another year, when I finally determined on the course I should adopt. I was obliged to wait, however, until I had mortgaged another very considerable portion of my patrimony. This business was not settled until the beginning of Lent, 1549, when I commenced my operations. I laid in a stock of all that was necessary, and began to work the day after Easter. It was not, however, without some disquietude and opposition from my friends who came about me. One asking me what I was going to do, and whether I had not already spent money enough upon such follies. Another assured me that, if I bought so much charcoal, I should strengthen the suspicion already existing, that I was a coiner of base money. Another advised me to purchase some place in the magistracy, as I was already a doctor of laws. My relations spoke in terms still more annoying to me, and even threatened that, if I continued to make such a fool of myself, they would send a posse of police officers into my house, and break all my furnaces and crucibles into atoms. I was wearied almost to death by this continued persecution, but I found comfort in my work and in the progress of my experiment, to which I was very attentive, and which went on bravely from day to day. About this time, there was a dreadful plague in Paris, which interrupted all intercourse between man, and left me as much to myself as I could desire. I soon had the satisfaction to remark the progress and succession of the three colors which, according to the philosophers, always prognosticate the approaching perfection of the work. I observed them distinctly, one after the other. And next year, being Easter Sunday, 1550, I made the great trial. Some common quicksilver, which I put into a small crucible on the fire, was, in less than an hour, converted into very good gold. You may judge how great was my joy, but I took care not to boast of it. I returned thanks to God for the favor he had shown me, and prayed that I might only be permitted to make such use of it as would redound to his glory. On the following day, I went towards Toulouse to find the Abbé, in accordance with a mutual promise that we should communicate our discoveries to each other. On my way, I called in to see the sage monk who had assisted me with his counsels. But I had the sorrow to learn that they were both dead. After this, I would not return to my own home, but retired to another place, to await one of my relations whom I had left in charge of my estate. I gave him orders to sell all that belonged to me, as well movable as immovable, to pay my debts with the proceeds, and divide all the rest among those in any way related to me who might stand in need of it. in order that they might enjoy some share of the good fortune which had befallen me. There was a great deal of talk in the neighborhood about my precipitate retreat. The wisest of my acquaintance imagining that, broken down and ruined by my mad expenses, I sold my little remaining property that I might go and hide my shame in distant countries. My relative already spoken of rejoined me on the 1st of July, after having performed all the business I had entrusted him with. We took our departure together, to seek a land of liberty. We first retired to Lausanne, in Switzerland, when, after remaining there for some time, we resolved to pass the remainder of our days in some of the most celebrated cities of Germany, living quietly and without splendor. Thus ends the story of Denis Sacher, as written by himself. He has not been so candid at its conclusion as at its commencement, and has left the world in doubt as to his real motives for pretending that he had discovered the philosopher's stone. It seems probable that the sentence he puts into the mouths of his wisest acquaintances was the true reason of his retreat, that he was, in fact, reduced to poverty, and hid his shame in foreign countries. Nothing further is known of his life, and his real name has never yet been discovered. He wrote a work on alchemy, entitled The True Natural Philosophy of Metals. Dr. D.E.E. and Edward Kelly. John Dee and Edward Kelly claim to be mentioned together, having been so long associated in the same pursuits, and undergone so many strange vicissitudes in each other's society. Dee was altogether a wonderful man, and had he lived in an age when folly and superstition were less rife, he would, with the same powers which he enjoyed, have left behind him a bright and enduring reputation. He was born in London, in the year 1527, and very early manifested a love for study. At the age of 15 he was sent to Cambridge, and delighted so much in his books, that he passed regularly 18 hours every day among them. Of the other 6, he devoted 4 to sleep and 2 for refreshment. Such intense application did not injure his health, and could not fail to make him one of the first scholars of his time. Unfortunately, however, he quitted the mathematics and the pursuits of true philosophy to indulge in the unprofitable reveries of the occult sciences. He studied alchemy, astrology, and magic, and thereby rendered himself obnoxious to the authorities at Cambridge. To avoid persecution, he was at last obliged to retire to the University of Louvain. The rumors of sorcery that were current respecting him rendering his longer stay in England not altogether without danger. He found at Louvain many kindred spirits who had known Cornelius Agrippa while he resided among them, and by whom he was constantly entertained with the wondrous deeds of that great master of the Hermetic mysteries. From their conversation he received much encouragement to continue the search for the philosopher's stone, which soon began to occupy nearly all his thoughts. He did not long remain on the continent, but returned to England in 1551, being at that time in the 24th year of his age. By the influence of his friend, Sir John Cheek, he was kindly received at the court of King Edward VI, and rewarded, it is difficult to say for what, with a pension of 100 crowns. He continued for several years to practice in London as an astrologer, casting nativities, telling fortunes, and pointing out lucky and unlucky days. During the reign of Queen Mary he got into trouble, being suspected of heresy, and charged with attempting Mary's life by means of enchantments. He was tried for the latter offence, and acquitted. But was retained in prison on the former charge, and left to the tender mercies of Bishop Bonner. He had a very narrow escape from being burned in Smithfield, but he, somehow or other, contrived to persuade that fierce bigot that his orthodoxy was unimpeachable, and was set at liberty in 1555. On the accession of Elizabeth, a brighter day dawned upon him. During her retirement at Woodstock, her servants appear to have consulted him as to the time of Mary's death, which circumstance, no doubt, first gave rise to the serious charge for which he was brought to trial. They now came to consult him more openly as to the fortunes of their mistress, and Robert Dudley, the celebrated Earl of Leicester, was sent by command of the Queen herself to know the most auspicious day for her coronation. So great was the favour he enjoyed that, some years afterwards, Elizabeth condescended to pay him a visit at his house in Mortlake, to view his museum of curiosities, and, when he was ill, sent her own physician to attend upon him. Astrology was the means whereby he lived, and he continued to practice it with great assiduity, but his heart was in alchemy. The philosopher's stone and the elixir of life haunted his daily thoughts and his nightly dreams. The Talmudic mysteries, which he had also deeply studied, impressed him with the belief that he might hold converse with spirits and angels, and learn from them all the mysteries of the universe. Holding the same idea as the then obscure sect of the Rosicrucians, some of whom he had perhaps encountered in his travels in Germany, he imagined that, by means of the philosopher's stone, he could summon these kindly spirits at his will. By dint of continually brooding upon the subject, his imagination became so diseased, that he at last persuaded himself that an angel appeared to him, and promised to be his friend and companion as long as he lived. He relates that, one day, in November 1582, while he was engaged in fervent prayer, the window of his museum looking towards the west suddenly glowed with a dazzling light, in the midst of which, in all his glory, stood the great angel Uriel. Awe and wonder rendered him speechless. But the angel, smiling graciously upon him, gave him a crystal, of a convex form, and told him that, whenever he wished to hold converse with the beings of another sphere, he had only to gaze intently upon it, and they would appear in the crystal and unveil to him all the secrets of futurity. 106. This saying, the angel disappeared. D found from experience of the crystal that it was necessary that all the faculties of the soul should be concentrated upon it, otherwise the spirits did not appear. He also found that he could never recollect the conversations he had with the angels. He therefore determined to communicate the secret to another person, who might converse with the spirits while he, D, sat in another part of the room, and took down in writing the revelations which they made. He had at this time in his service, as his assistant, one Edward Kelly, who, like himself, was crazy upon the subject of the philosopher's stone. There was this difference, however, between them, that, while D was more of an enthusiast than an impostor, Kelly was more of an impostor than an enthusiast. In early life he was a notary, and had the misfortune to lose both his ears for forgery. This mutilation, degrading enough in any man, was destructive to a philosopher. Kelly, therefore, lest his wisdom should suffer in the world's opinion, wore a black skull cap, which, fitting close to his head, and descending over both his cheeks, not only concealed his loss, but gave him a very solemn and oracular appearance. So well did he keep his secret, that even D, with whom he lived so many years, appears never to have discovered it. Kelly, with this character, was just the man to carry on any piece of roguery for his own advantage, or to nurture the delusions of his master for the same purpose. No sooner did D inform him of the visit he had received from the glorious Uriel, than Kelly expressed such a fervor of belief that D's heart glowed with delight. He set about consulting his crystal forthwith, and on the 2nd of December, 1581, the spirits appeared, and held a very extraordinary discourse with Kelly, which D took down in writing. The curious reader may see this farrago of nonsense among the Harleian Misas in the British Museum. The later consultations were published in a folio volume, in 1659, by Dr. Merrick Casaubon, under the title of A True and Faithful Relation of What Passed Between Dr. John Dee and Some Spirits, tending, had it succeeded, to a general alteration of most states and kingdoms in the world. 107. The fame of these wondrous colloquies soon spread over the country, and even reached the continent. Dee, at the same time, pretended to be in possession of the elixir vitae, which he stated he had found among the ruins of Glastonbury Abbey, in Somersetshire. People flocked from far and near to his house at Mortlake to have their nativities cast, in preference to visiting astrologers of less renown. They also longed to see a man who, according to his own account, would never die. Altogether, he carried on a very profitable trade, but spent so much in drugs and metals to work out some peculiar process of transmutation, that he never became rich. About this time there came into England a wealthy Polish nobleman, named Albert Lasky, Count Palatine of Siradz. His object was principally, he said, to visit the court of Queen Elizabeth, the fame of whose glory and magnificence had reached him in distant Poland. Elizabeth received this flattering stranger with the most splendid hospitality, and appointed her favourite Leicester to show him all that was worth seeing in England. He visited all the curiosities of London and Westminster, and from thence proceeded to Oxford and Cambridge, that he might converse with some of the great scholars whose writings shed lustre upon the land of their birth. He was very much disappointed at not finding Dr. Dee among them, and told the Earl of Leicester that he would not have gone to Oxford if he had known that Dee was not there. The Earl promised to introduce him to the great alchemist on their return to London, and the Pole was satisfied. A few days afterwards, the Earl and Lasky being in the antechamber of the Queen, awaiting an audience of Her Majesty, Dr. Dee arrived on the same errand, and was introduced to the Pole. 108 An interesting conversation ensued, which ended by the stranger inviting himself to dine with the astrologer at his house at Mortlake. Dee returned home in some tribulation, for he found he had not money enough, without pawning his plate, to entertain Count Lasky and his retinue in a manner becoming their dignity. In this emergency he sent off an express to the Earl of Leicester, stating frankly the embarrassment he laboured under, and praying his good offices in representing the matter to Her Majesty. Elizabeth immediately sent him a present of £20. On the appointed day, Count Lasky came, attended by a numerous retinue, and expressed such open and warm admiration of the wonderful attainments of his host, that Dee turned over, in his own mind, how he could bind irretrievably to his interests a man who seemed so well inclined to become his friend. Long acquaintance with Kelly had imbued him with all the roguery of that personage, and he resolved to make the Pole pay dearly for his dinner. He found out, before many days, that he possessed great estates in his own country, as well as great influence, but that an extravagant disposition had reduced him to temporary embarrassment. He also discovered, that he was a firm believer in the philosopher's stone and the water of life. He was, therefore, just the man upon whom an adventurer might fasten himself. Kelly thought so too. And both of them set to work, to weave a web, in the meshes of which they might firmly entangle the rich and credulous stranger. They went very cautiously about it, first throwing out obscure hints of the stone and the elixir. And, finally, of the spirits, by means of whom they could turn over the pages of the Book of Futurity, and read the awful secrets inscribed therein. Lasky eagerly implored that he might be admitted to one of their mysterious interviews with Uriel and the angels, but they knew human nature too well to accede at once to the request. To the Count's entreaties they only replied by hints of the difficulty or impropriety of summoning the spirits in the presence of a stranger, or of one who might, perchance, have no other motive than the gratification of a vain curiosity, but they only meant to whet the edge of his appetite by this delay, and would have been sorry indeed if the Count had been discouraged. To show how exclusively the thoughts both of Dee and Kelly were fixed upon their dupe, at this time, it is only necessary to read the introduction to their first interview with the spirits, related in the volume of Dr. Casaubon. The entry made by Dee, under the date of the 25th of May, 1583, says, that when the spirit appeared to them, I. 109, and E.K. 110, sat together, conversing of that noble Polonian Albertus Lasky, his great honour here with us obtained, and of his great liking among all sorts of the people. No doubt they were discussing how they might make the most of the noble Polonian, and concocting the fine story with which they afterwards excited his curiosity, and drew him firmly within their toils. Suddenly, says Dee, as they were thus employed, there seemed to come out of the oratory, a spiritual creature, like a pretty girl, of 7 or 9 years of age, attired on her head, with her hair rolled up before, and hanging down behind. With a gown of silk, of changeable red and green, and with a train. She seemed to play up and down, and seemed to go in and out behind the books, and, as she seemed to go between them, the books displaced themselves, and made way for her. With such tales as these they lured on the Pole from day to day, and at last persuaded him to be a witness of their mysteries. Whether they played off any optical delusions upon him, or whether, by the force of a strong imagination, he deluded himself, does not appear, but certain it is, that he became a complete tool in their hands, and consented to do whatever they wished him. Kelly, at these interviews, placed himself at a certain distance from the wondrous crystal, and gazed intently upon it, while Dee took his place in corner, ready to set down the prophecies as they were uttered by the spirits. In this manner they prophesied to the Pole, that he should become the fortunate possessor of the philosopher's stone, that he should live for centuries, and be chosen king of Poland. in which capacity he should gain many great victories over the Saracens, and make his name illustrious over all the earth. For this pose it was necessary, however, that Lasky should leave England, and take them with him, together with their wives and families, that he should treat them all sumptuously, and allow them to want for nothing. Lasky at once consented. And very shortly afterwards they were all on the road to Poland. It took them upwards of 4 months to reach the Count's estates, in the neighborhood of Krakow. In the meantime, they led a pleasant life, and spent money with an unsparing hand. When once established in the Count's palace, they commenced the great hermetic operation of transmuting iron into gold. Lasky provided them with all necessary materials, and aided them himself with his knowledge of alchemy, but, somehow or other, the experiment always failed at the very moment that it ought to have succeeded. And they were obliged to recommence operations on a grander scale. But the hopes of Lasky were not easily extinguished. Already, in idea, the possessor of countless millions, he was not to be cast down for fear of present expenses. He thus continued from day to day, and from month to month, till he was, at last, obliged to sell a portion of his deeply mortgaged estates, to find aliment for the hungry crucibles of Dee and Kelly, and the no less hungry stomachs of their wives and families. It was not till ruin stared him in the face, that he awoke from his dream of infatuation, too happy, even then, to find that he had escaped utter beggary. Thus restored to his senses, his first thought was how to rid himself of his expensive visitors. Not wishing to quarrel with them, he proposed that they should proceed to Prague, well furnished with letters of recommendation to the Emperor Rudolph. Our alchemists too plainly saw that nothing more was to be made of the almost destitute Count Lasky. Without hesitation, therefore, they accepted the proposal, and set out forthwith to the imperial residence. They had no difficulty, on their arrival at Prague, in obtaining an audience of the emperor. They found him willing enough to believe that such a thing as the philosopher's stone existed, and flattered themselves that they had made a favorable impression upon him. But, from some cause or other, perhaps the look of low cunning and quackery upon the face of Kelly, the emperor conceived no very high opinion of their abilities. He allowed them, however, to remain for some months at Prague, feeding themselves upon the hope that he would employ them, but the more he saw of them, the less he liked them. And, when the Pope's nuncio represented to him, that he ought not to countenance such heretic magicians, he gave orders that they should quit his dominions within 24 hours. It was fortunate for them that so little time was given them. For, had they remained 6 hours longer, the nuncio had received orders to procure a perpetual dungeon, or the stake, for them. Not knowing well where to direct their steps, they resolved to return to Krakow, where they had still a few friends. But, by this time, the funds they had drawn from Lasky were almost exhausted, and they were many days obliged to go dinnerless and supperless. They had great difficulty to keep their poverty a secret from the world. But they managed to bear privation without murmuring, from a conviction that if the fact were known, it would militate very much against their pretensions. Nobody would believe that they were possessors of the philosopher's stone, if it were once suspected that they did not know how to procure bread for their subsistence. They still gained a little by casting nativities, and kept starvation at arm's length, till a new dupe, rich enough for their purposes, dropped into their toils, in the shape of a royal personage. Having procured an introduction to Stephen, King of Poland, they predicted to him, that the Emperor Rudolph would shortly be assassinated, and that the Germans would look to Poland for his successor. As this prediction was not precise enough to satisfy the king, they tried their crystal again, and a spirit appeared, who told them that the new sovereign of Germany would be Stephen of Poland. Stephen was credulous enough to believe them, and was once present when Kelly held his mystic conversations with the shadows of his crystal. He also appears to have furnished them with money to carry on their experiments in alchemy, but he grew tired, at last, of their broken promises, and their constant drains upon his pocket, and was on the point of discarding them with disgrace, when they met with another dupe, to whom they eagerly transferred their services. This was Count Rosenberg, a nobleman of large estates, at Trebona, in Bohemia. So comfortable did they find themselves in the palace of this munificent patron, that they remained nearly 4 years with him, faring sumptuously, and having an almost unlimited command of his money. The count was more ambitious than avaricious, he had wealth enough, and did not care for the philosopher's stone on account of the gold, but of the length of days it would bring him. They had their predictions, accordingly, already framed to suit his character. They prophesied that he should be chosen king of Poland, and promised, moreover, that he should live for 500 years to enjoy his dignity. Provided always, that he found them sufficient money to carry on their experiments. Book 2. Fortune-telling. And men still grope to anticipate the cabinet designs of fate. Apply to wizards to foresee what shall and what shall never be. Hudibras, Part 3. Canto 3. In accordance with the plan laid down in the introduction to this volume, we proceed to the consideration of the follies into which men have been led by their eager desire to pierce the thick darkness of futurity. God himself, for his own wise purposes, has more than once undrawn the impenetrable veil which shrouds those awful secrets, and, for purposes just as wise, he has decreed that, except in these instances, ignorance shall be our lot forever. It is happy for man that he does not know what the morrow is to bring forth, but, unaware of this great blessing, he has, in all ages of the world, presumptuously endeavored to trace the events of unborn centuries, and anticipate the march of time. He has reduced this presumption into a study. He has divided it into sciences and systems without number, employing his whole life in the vain pursuit. Upon no subject has it been so easy to deceive the world as upon this. In every breast the curiosity exists in a greater or less degree, and can only be conquered by a long course of self-examination, and a firm reliance that the future would not be hidden from our sight. If it were right that we should be acquainted with it. An undue opinion of our own importance in the scale of creation is at the bottom of all our unwarrantable notions in this respect. How flattering to the pride of man to think that the stars in their courses watch over him, and typify, by their movements and aspects, the joys or the sorrows that await him. He, less in proportion to the universe than the all but invisible insects that feed in myriads on a summer's leaf, are to this great globe itself, fondly imagines that eternal worlds were chiefly created to prognosticate his fate. How we should pity the arrogance of the worm that crawls at our feet, if we knew that it also desired to know the secrets of futurity, and imagined that meteors shot athwart the sky to warn it that a tomtit was hovering near to gobble it up. That storms and earthquakes, the revolutions of empires, or the fall of mighty monarchs, only happen to predict its birth, its progress, and its decay. Not a whit less presuming has man shown himself. Not a whit less arrogant are the sciences, so called, of astrology, augury, necromancy, geomancy, palmistry, and divination of every kind. Leaving out of view the oracles of pagan antiquity and religious predictions in general, and confining ourselves solely to the persons who, in modern times, have made themselves most conspicuous in foretelling the future. We shall find that the 16th and 17th centuries were the golden age of these impostors. Many of them have been already mentioned in their character of alchemists. The union of the two pretensions is not at all surprising. It was to be expected that those who assumed a power so preposterous as that of prolonging the life of man for several centuries, should pretend, at the same time, to foretell the events which were to mark that preternatural span of existence. The world would as readily believe that they had discovered all secrets, as that they had only discovered one. The most celebrated astrologers of Europe, 3 centuries ago, were alchemists. Agrippa, Paracelsus, Dr. D. and the Rosicrucians, all laid as much stress upon their knowledge of the days to come, as upon their pretended possession of the philosopher's stone and the elixir of life. In their time, ideas of the wonderful, the diabolical, and the supernatural, were rifer than ever they were before. The devil or the stars were universally believed to meddle constantly in the affairs of men. And both were to be consulted with proper ceremonies. Those who were of a melancholy and gloomy temperament betook themselves to necromancy and sorcery, those more cheerful and aspiring, devoted themselves to astrology. The latter science was encouraged by all the monarchs and governments of that age. In England, from the time of Elizabeth to that of William and Mary, judicial astrology was in high repute. During that period flourished Doctors D. Lamb, and Forman. With Lilly, Booker, Gadbury, Evans, and scores of nameless impostors in every considerable town and village in the country, who made it their business to cast nativities, aid in the recovery of stolen goods, prognosticate happy or unhappy marriages, predict whether journeys would be prosperous, and note lucky moments for the commencement of any enterprise, from the setting up of a cobbler's shop to the marching of an army. Men who, to use the words of Butler, did deal in destiny's dark counsel, and sage opinion of the moon sell, to whom all people far and near on deep importance did repair, when brass and pewter pots did stray, and linen slunk out of the way. In Lilly's Memoirs of his life and times, there are many notices of the inferior quacks who then abounded, and upon whom he pretended to look down with supreme contempt. Not because they were astrologers, but because they debased that noble art by taking fees for the recovery of stolen property. From Butler's Hudibras and its curious notes, we may learn what immense numbers of these fellows lived upon the credulity of mankind in that age of witchcraft and diablerie. Even in our day how great is the reputation enjoyed by the almanac makers, who assume the name of Francis Moore. But in the time of Charles I, and the Commonwealth, the most learned, the most noble, and the most conspicuous characters did not hesitate to consult astrologers in the most open manner. Lilly, whom Butler has immortalized under the name of Sidrophel, relates, that he proposed to write a work called An Introduction to Astrology, in which he would satisfy the whole kingdom of the lawfulness of that art. Many of the soldiers were for it, he says, and many of the independent party, an abundance of worthy men in the House of Commons, his assured friends, and able to take his part against the Presbyterians, who would have silenced his predictions if they could. He afterwards carried his plan into execution, and when his book was published, went with another astrologer named Booker to the headquarters of the Parliamentary Army at Windsor, where they were welcomed and feasted in the garden where General Fairfax lodged. They were afterwards introduced to the general, who received them very kindly, and made allusion to some of their predictions. He hoped their art was lawful and agreeable to God's word, but he did not understand it himself. He did not doubt, however, that the two astrologers feared God, and therefore he had a good opinion of them. Lilly assured him that the art of astrology was quite consonant to the Scriptures, and confidently predicted from his knowledge of the stars, that the Parliamentary Army would overthrow all its enemies. In Oliver's Protectorate, this quack informs us that he wrote freely enough. He became an independent, and all the soldiery were his friends. When he went to Scotland, he saw a soldier standing in front of the army, with a book of prophecies in his hand, exclaiming to the several companies as they passed by him, "Lo! Hear what Lilly saith, you are in this month promised victory. Fight it out, brave boys. And then read that month's prediction." After the great fire of London, which Lilly said he had foretold, he was sent for by the committee of the House of Commons appointed to inquire into the causes of the calamity. In his Monarchy or No Monarchy, published in 1651, he had inserted an hieroglyphical plate, representing on one side persons in winding sheets digging graves, and on the other a large city in flames. After the great fire some sapient member of the legislature bethought him of Lilly's book, and having mentioned it in the House, it was agreed that the astrologer should be summoned. Lilly attended accordingly, when Sir Robert Brooke told him the reason of his summons, and called upon him to declare what he knew. This was a rare opportunity for the vainglorious Lilly to vaunt his abilities. And he began a long speech in praise of himself and his pretended science. He said, that after the execution of Charles I, he was extremely desirous to know what might from that time forth happen to the Parliament and to the nation in general. He, therefore, consulted the stars and satisfied himself. The result of his judgment he put into emblems and hieroglyphics, without any commentary, so that the true meaning might be concealed from the vulgar, and made manifest only to the wise. Imitating in this the example of many wise philosophers who had done the like. "Did you foresee the year of the fire?" said a member. "No," quoth Lilly, "nor was I desirous, of that I made no scrutiny. After some further parley the house found they could make nothing of the astrologer, and dismissed him with great civility. One specimen of the explanation of a prophecy given by Lilly, and related by him with much complacency, will be sufficient to show the sort of trash by which he imposed upon the million. In the year 1588, says he, there was a prophecy printed in Greek characters, exactly deciphering the long troubles of the English nation from 1641 to 1660. And it ended thus, and after him shall come a dreadful dead man, and with him a royal G, of the best blood in the world, and he shall have the crown, and shall set England on the right way, and put out all heresies. The following is the explanation of this oracular absurdity. Monchieri being extinguished above 80 or 90 years, and the Lord General's name being Monk, is the dead man. The royal G. Or c. 118 is Charles II, who for his extraction may be said to be of the best blood of the world. In France and Germany astrologers met even more encouragement than they received in England. In very early ages, Charlemagne and his successors fulminated their wrath against them in common with sorcerers. Louis XI, that most superstitious of men, entertained great numbers of them at his court. And Catherine de Medicis, that most superstitious of women, hardly ever took any affair of importance without consulting them. She chiefly favored her own countrymen. And during the time she governed France, the land was overrun by Italian conjurers, necromancers, and fortune-tellers of every kind. But the chief astrologer of that day, beyond all doubt, was the celebrated Nostradamus, physician to her husband, King Henry II. He was born in 1503, at the town of Saint Remy, in Provence, where his father was a notary. He did not acquire much fame till he was past his 50th year, when his famous Centuries, a collection of verses, written in obscure and almost unintelligible language, began to excite attention. They were so much spoken of in 1556, that Henry II resolved to attach so skilful a man to his service, and appointed him his physician. In a biographical notice of him prefixed to the edition of his Vrai's Centuries, published at Amsterdam in 1668, we are informed that he often discoursed with his royal master on the secrets of futurity, and received many great presents as his reward, besides his usual allowance for medical attendance. After the death of Henry, he retired to his native place, where Charles IX paid him a visit in 1564, and was so impressed with veneration for his wondrous knowledge of the things that were to be, not in France only, but in the whole world for hundreds of years to come, that he made him a counsellor of state, and his own physician, besides treating him in other matters with a royal liberality. In fine, continues his biographer, should be too prolix were I to tell all the honours conferred upon him, and all the great nobles and learned men that arrived at his house, from the very ends of the earth, to see and converse with him as if he had been an oracle. Many strangers, in fact, came to France for no other purpose than to consult him. The prophecies of Nostradamus consist of upwards of 1,000 stanzas, each of 4 lines, and are to the full as obscure as the oracles of they take so great a latitude, both as to time and space, that they are almost sure to be fulfilled somewhere or other in the course of a few centuries. A little ingenuity like that evinced by Lilly, in his explanation about General Monk and the dreadful dead man, might easily make events to fit some of them. Let us try. In his 2nd century, prediction 66, he says, "From great dangers the captive is escaped. A little time, great fortune changed. In the palace the people are caught. By good augury the city is besieged." What is this, a believer might exclaim, but the escape of Napoleon from Elba, his changed fortune, and the occupation of Paris by the Allied armies? Let us try again. In his 3rd century, prediction 98, he says, 2 royal brothers will make fierce war on each other, so mortal shall be the strife between them, that each one shall occupy a fort against the other, for their reign and life shall be the quarrel. Some Lilius Redivivus would find no difficulty in this prediction. To use a vulgar phrase, it is as clear as a pikestaff. Had not the astrologer in view Don Miguel and Don Pedro when he penned this stanza, so much less obscure and oracular than the rest? He is to this day extremely popular in France and the Walloon country of Belgium, where old farmer wives consult him with great confidence and assiduity. Catherine de' Medicis was not the only member of her illustrious house who entertained astrologers. At the beginning of the 15th century, there was a man named Basil, residing in Florence, who was noted over all Italy for his skill in piercing the darkness of futurity. It is said that he foretold to Cosmo de' Medicis, then a private citizen, that he would attain high dignity, inasmuch as the ascendant of his nativity was adorned with the same propitious aspects as those of Augustus Caesar and the Emperor Charles V. 119 Another astrologer foretold the death of Prince Alexander de' Medicis, and so very minute and particular was he in all the circumstances, that he was suspected of being chiefly instrumental in fulfilling his own prophecy. A very common resource with these fellows, to keep up their credit. He foretold confidently that the prince should die by the hand of his own familiar friend, a person of a slender habit of body, a small face, a swarthy complexion, and of most remarkable taciturnity. So it afterwards happened. Alexander having been murdered in his chamber by his cousin Lorenzo, who corresponded exactly with the above description. 120 The author of Hermippus Redivivus, in relating this story, inclines to the belief that the astrologer was guiltless of any participation in the crime, but was employed by some friend of Prince Alexander, to warn him of his danger. A much more remarkable story is told of an astrologer, who lived in Romagna, in the 15th century, and whose name was Antiochus Tibertus. 121 At that time nearly all the petty sovereigns of Italy retained such men in their service. And Tibertus, having studied the mathematics with great success at Paris, and delivered many predictions, some of which, for guesses, were not deficient in shrewdness, was taken into the household of Pandolfo di Malatesta, the sovereign of Rimini. His reputation was so great, that his study was continually thronged, either with visitors who were persons of distinction, or with clients who came to him for advice, and in a short time he acquired a considerable fortune. Notwithstanding all these advantages he passed his life miserably, and ended it on the scaffold. The following story afterwards got into circulation, and has been often triumphantly cited by succeeding astrologers as an irrefragable proof of the truth of their science. It was said, that long before he died he uttered 3 remarkable prophecies, one relating to himself, another to his friend, and the third to his patron, Pandolfo di Malatesta. The first delivered was that relating to his friend, Guido di Bogni, one of the greatest captains of the time. Guido was exceedingly desirous to know his fortune, and so importuned Tibertus, that the latter consulted the stars, and the lines on his palm, to satisfy him. He afterwards told him with a sorrowful face, that according to all the rules of astrology and palmistry, he should be falsely suspected by his best friend, and should lose his life in consequence. Guido then asked the astrologer if he could foretell his own fate, upon which Tibertus again consulted the stars, and found that it was decreed from all eternity that he should end his days on the scaffold. Malatesta, when he heard these predictions, so unlikely, to all present appearance, to prove true, desired his astrologer to predict his fate also, and to hide nothing from him, however unfavorable it might be. Tibertus complied, and told his patron, at that time one of the most flourishing and powerful princes of Italy, that he should suffer great want, and die at last, like a beggar, in the common hospital of Bologna, and so it happened in all 3 cases. Guido di Bogni was accused by his own father-in-law, the Count di Bentivoglio, of a treasonable design to deliver up the city of Rimini to the papal forces, and was assassinated afterwards, by order of the tyrant Malatesta. As he sat at the supper table, to which he had been invited in all apparent friendship, the astrologer was, at the same time, thrown into prison, as being concerned in the treason of his friend. He attempted to escape, and had succeeded in letting himself down from his dungeon window into a moat, when he was discovered by the sentinels. This being reported to Malatesta, he gave orders for his execution on the following morning. Malatesta had, at this time, no remembrance of the prophecy, and his own fate gave him no uneasiness, but events were silently working its fulfillment. A conspiracy had been formed, though Guido di Bogni was innocent of it, to deliver up Rimini to the Pope, and all the necessary measures having been taken, the city was seized by the Count de Valentinois. In the confusion, Malatesta had barely time to escape from his palace in disguise. He was pursued from place to place by his enemies, abandoned by all his former friends, and, finally, by his own children. He at last fell ill of a languishing disease, at Bologna, and, nobody caring to afford him shelter, he was carried to the hospital, where he died. The only thing that detracts from the interest of this remarkable story is the fact, that the prophecy was made after the event. For some weeks before the birth of Louis XIV, an astrologer from Germany, who had been sent for by the Marshal de Bassompierre and other noblemen of the court, had taken up his residence in the palace, to be ready, at a moment's notice, to draw the horoscope of the future sovereign of France. When the queen was taken in labor, he was ushered into a contiguous apartment, that he might receive notice of the very instant the child was born. The result of his observations were the 3 words, Dieu, dur, feliciter. Meaning, that the newborn prince should live and reign long, with much labor, and with great glory. No prediction less favorable could have been expected from an astrologer, who had his bread to get, and who was at the same time a courtier. A medal was afterward struck in commemoration of the event, upon one side of which was figured the nativity of the prince, representing him as driving the chariot of Apollo, with the inscription Ortus Solis Gallicae, the rising of the Gallic sun. The best excuse ever made for astrology was that offered by the great astronomer, Kepler, himself an unwilling practicer of the art. He had many applications from his friends to cast nativities for them, and generally gave a positive refusal to such as he was not afraid of offending by his frankness. In other cases he accommodated himself to the prevailing delusion. In sending a copy of his Ephemerides to Professor Gerlach, he wrote that they were nothing but worthless conjectures, but he was obliged to devote himself to them, or he would have starved. Ye overwise philosophers, he exclaimed, in his Tertius Interveniens, ye censure this daughter of astronomy beyond her deserts. Know ye not that she must support her mother by her charms? The scanty reward of an astronomer would not provide him with bread, if men did not entertain hopes of reading the future in the heavens. Necromancy was, next to astrology, the pretended science most resorted to, by those who wished to pry into the future. The earliest instance upon record is that of the witch of Endor and the spirit of Samuel. Nearly all the nations of antiquity believed in the possibility of summoning departed ghosts to disclose the awful secrets that God made clear to the disembodied. Many passages in allusion to this subject will at once suggest themselves to the classical reader, but this art was never carried on openly in any country. All governments looked upon it as a crime of the deepest dye. While astrology was encouraged, and its professors courted and rewarded, necromancers were universally condemned to the stake or the gallows. Roger Bacon, Albertus Magnus, Arnold of Villeneuve, and many others, were accused, by the public opinion of many centuries, of meddling in these unhallowed matters. So deep-rooted has always been the popular delusion with respect to accusations of this kind, that no crime was ever disproved with such toil and difficulty. That it met great encouragement, nevertheless, is evident from the vast numbers of pretenders to it, who, in spite of the danger, have existed in all ages and countries. Geomancy, or the art of foretelling the future by means of lines and circles, and other mathematical figures drawn on the earth, is still extensively practiced in Asiatic countries, but is almost unknown in Europe. Augury, from the flight or entrails of birds, so favored a study among the Romans, is, in like manner, exploded in Europe. Its most assiduous professors, at the present day, are the abominable thugs of India. Divination, of which there are many kinds, boasts a more enduring reputation. It has held an empire over the minds of men from the earliest periods of recorded history, and is, in all probability, coeval with time itself. It was practiced alike by the Jews, the Egyptians, the Chaldeans, the Persians, the Greeks, and the Romans, is equally known to all modern nations, in every part of the world, and is not unfamiliar to the untutored tribes that roam in the wilds of Africa and America. Divination, as practiced in civilized Europe at the present day, is chiefly from cards, the teacup, and the lines on the palm of the hand. Gypsies alone make a profession of it. But there are thousands and tens of thousands of humble families in which the good wife, and even the good man, resort to the grounds at the bottom of their teacups, to know whether the next harvest will be abundant. Or their sow bring forth a numerous litter. And in which the young maidens look to the same place to know when they are to be married, and whether the man of their choice is to be dark or fair, rich or poor, kind or cruel. Divination by cards, so great a favorite among the moderns, is, of course, a modern science, as cards do not yet boast an antiquity of much more than 400 years. Divination by the palm, so confidently believed in by half the village lasses in Europe, is of older date, and seems to have been known to the Egyptians in the time of the patriarchs. As well as divination by the cup, which, as we are informed in Genesis, was practiced by Joseph. Divination by the rod was also practiced by the Egyptians. In comparatively recent times, it was pretended that by this means hidden treasures could be discovered. It now appears to be altogether exploded in Europe. Onomancy, or the foretelling a man's fate by the letters of his name, and the various transpositions of which they are capable, is a more modern sort of divination, but it reckons comparatively few believers. The following list of the various species of divination formerly in use, is given by Gowell, in his Magistromancer, and quoted in Hone's Yearbook, page 1517. Stereomancy, or divining by the elements. Aeromancy, or divining by the air. Pyromancy, by fire. Hydromancy, by water. Geomancy, by earth. Theomancy, pretending to divine by the revelation of the Spirit, and by the Scriptures, or Word of God. Demonomancy, by the aid of devils and evil spirits. Idolomancy, by idols, images, and figures. Psychomancy, by the soul, affections, or dispositions of men. Antinopomancy, by the entrails of human beings. Theriomancy, by beasts. Ornithomancy, by birds. Ichthyomancy, by fishes. Botanomancy, by herbs. Lithomancy, by stones. Claromancy, by lots. Oniromancy, by dreams. Onomancy, by names. Arithmancy, by numbers. Logarithmancy, by logarithms. Sternomancy, by the marks from the breast to the belly. Gastromancy, by the sound of, or marks upon, the belly. Omphallomancy, by the navel. Chiromancy, by the hands. Paidomancy, by the feet. Onchyomancy, by the nails. Cephalionomancy, by asses' heads. Tuphomancy, by ashes. Capnomancy, by smoke. Levanomancy, by the burning of incense. Chiromancy, by the melting of wax. Lecanomancy, by basins of water. Catoxtromancy, by looking glasses. Chartomancy, by writing in papers, and by valentines. Macaromancy, by knives and swords. Crystallomancy, by crystals. Dactylomancy, by rings. Cosinomancy, by sieves. Axonomancy, by saws. Cultibomancy, by vessels of brass or other metal. Spatilomancy, by skins, bones, and rhodomancy, by stars. Sciomancy, by shadows. Astragalomancy, by dice. Oinomancy, by the lees of wine. Sycomancy, by figs. Tyromancy, by cheese. Alphidomancy, by meal, flour, or bran. Crithomancy, by corn or grain. Electromancy, by cocks. Gyromancy, by circles. Lampadomancy, by candles and lamps. Onirocriticism, or the art of interpreting dreams, is a relic of the most remote ages, which has subsisted through all the changes that moral or physical revolutions have operated in the world. The records of 5,000 years bear abundant testimony to the universal diffusion of the belief, that the skillful could read the future in dreams. The rules of the art, if any existed in ancient times, are not known. But in our day, one simple rule opens the whole secret. Dreams, say all the wiseacres in Christendom, are to be interpreted by contraries. Thus, if you dream of filth, you will acquire something valuable. If you dream of the dead, you will hear news of the living. If you dream of gold and silver, you run a risk of being without either, and if you dream you have many friends, you will be persecuted by many enemies. The rule, however, does not hold good in all cases. It is fortunate to dream of little pigs, but unfortunate to dream of big bullocks. If you dream you have lost a tooth, you may be sure that you will shortly lose a friend. And if you dream that your house is on fire, you will receive news from a far country. If you dream of vermin, it is a sign that there will be sickness in your family. And if you dream of serpents, you will have friends who, in the course of time, will prove your bitterest enemies. But, of all dreams, it is most fortunate if you dream that you are wallowing up to your neck in mud and mire. Clear water is a sign of grief, and great troubles, distress, and perplexity are predicted, if you dream that you stand naked in the public streets, and know not where to find a garment to shield you from the gaze of the multitude. In many parts of Great Britain, and the continents of Europe and America, there are to be found elderly women in the villages and country places whose interpretations of dreams are looked upon with as much reverence as if they were oracles. In districts remote from towns it is not uncommon to find the members of a family regularly every morning narrating their dreams at the breakfast table, and becoming happy or miserable for the day according to their interpretation. There is not a flower that blossoms, or fruit that ripens, that, dreamed of, is not ominous of either good or evil to such people. Every tree of the field or the forest is endowed with a similar influence over the fate of mortals, if seen in the night visions. To dream of the ash, is the sign of a long journey, and of an oak, prognosticates long life and prosperity. To dream you strip the bark off any tree, is a sign to a maiden of an approaching loss of a character, to a married woman, of a family bereavement, and to a man, of an accession of fortune. To dream of a leafless tree, is a sign of great sorrow. And of a branchless trunk, a sign of despair and suicide. The elder tree is more auspicious to the sleeper, while the fir tree, better still, betokens all manner of comfort and prosperity. The lime tree predicts a voyage across the ocean. While the yew and the alder are ominous of sickness to the young and of death to the old. It is quite astonishing to see the great demand there is, both in England and France, for dream books, and other trash of the same kind. 2 books in England enjoy an extraordinary popularity, and have run through upwards of 50 editions in as many years in London alone, besides being reprinted in Manchester, Edinburgh, Glasgow, and Dublin. One is Mother Bridget's Dream Book and Oracle of Fate, the other is the Norwood Gypsy. It is stated on the authority of one who is curious in these matters, that there is a demand for these works, which are sold at sums varying from a penny to 6pence, chiefly to servant girls and imperfectly educated people, all over the country. Of upwards of 11,000 annually. And that at no period during the last 30 years has the average number sold been less than this. The total number during this period would thus amount to 330,000. Among the flowers and fruits charged with messages for the future, the following is a list of the most important, arranged from approved sources, in alphabetical order. Asparagus, gathered and tied up in bundles, is an omen of tears. If you see it growing in your dreams, it is a sign of good fortune. Aloes, without a flower, betoken long life, in flower, betoken a legacy. Artichokes. This vegetable is a sign that you will receive, in a short time, a favor from the hands of those from whom you would least expect it. Agrimony. This herb denotes that there will be sickness in your house. Anemone, predicts love. Auriculas, in beds, denote luck, in pots, marriage, while to gather them, foretells widowhood. Bilberries, predict a pleasant excursion. Broom flowers, an increase of family. Cauliflowers, predict that all your friends will slight you, or that you will fall into poverty and find no one to pity you. Dock leaves, a present from the country. Daffodils. Any maiden who dreams of daffodils is warned by her good angel to avoid going into a wood with her lover, or into any dark or retired place where she might not be able to make people hear her if she cried out. Alas! For her if she pay no attention to the warning. She shall be rifled of the precious flower of chastity, and shall never again have right to wear the garland of virginity. Never again shall she put garland on. Instead of it, she'll wear sad cypress now, and bitter elder broken from the bough. Figs, if green, betoken embarrassment, if dried, money to the poor and mirth to the rich. Heartsease, betokens heart's pain. Lilies, predict joy. Water lilies, danger from the sea. Lemons, betoken a separation. Pomegranates, predict happy wedlock to those who are single, and reconciliation to those who are married and have disagreed. Quinces, prognosticate pleasant company. Roses, denote happy love, not unmixed with sorrow from other sources. Sorrel, to dream of this herb is a sign that you will shortly have occasion to exert all your prudence to overcome some great calamity. Sunflowers, show that your pride will be deeply wounded. Violets, predict evil to the single and joy to the married. Yellow flowers of any kind predict jealousy. Yewberries, predict loss of character to both sexes. It should be observed that the rules for the interpretation of dreams are far from being universal. The cheeks of the peasant girl of England glow with pleasure in the morning after she has dreamed of a rose, while the paysan of Normandy dreads disappointment and vexation for the very same reason. The Switzer who dreams of an oak tree does not share in the Englishman's joy, for he imagines that the vision was a warning to him that, from some trifling cause, an overwhelming calamity will burst over him. Thus do the ignorant and the credulous torment themselves, thus do they spread their nets to catch vexation, and pass their lives between hopes which are of no value and fears which are a positive evil. Omens. Among the other means of self-annoyance upon which men have stumbled, in their vain hope of discovering the future, signs and omens hold a conspicuous place. There is scarcely an occurrence in nature which, happening at a certain time, is not looked upon by some persons as a prognosticator either of good or evil. The latter are in the greatest number, so much more ingenious are we in tormenting ourselves than in discovering reasons for enjoyment in the things that surround us. We go out of our course to make ourselves uncomfortable. The cup of life is not bitter enough to our palate, and we distill superfluous poison to put into it, or conjure up hideous things to frighten ourselves at, which would never exist if we did not make them. We suffer, says Addison 122, as much from trifling accidents as from real evils. I have known the shooting of a star spoil a night's rest, and have seen a man in love grow pale and lose his appetite upon the plucking of a merrythought. A screech owl at midnight has alarmed a family more than a band of robbers, nay, the voice of a cricket has struck more terror than the roaring of a lion. There is nothing so inconsiderable which may not appear dreadful to an imagination that is filled with omens and prognostics. A rusty nail or a crooked pin shoot up into prodigies. The century and a quarter that has passed away since Addison wrote has seen the fall of many errors. Many fallacies and delusions have been crushed under the foot of time since then. But this has been left unscathed, to frighten the weak-minded and embitter their existence. A belief in omens is not confined to the humble and uninformed. A general, who led an army with credit, has been known to feel alarmed at a winding sheet in the candle. And learned men, who had honorably and fairly earned the highest honors of literature, have been seen to gather their little ones around them, and fear that one would be snatched away, because when stole upon the time the dead of night, and heavy sleep had closed up mortal eyes, a dog in the street was howling at the moon. Persons who would acknowledge freely that the belief in omens was unworthy of a man of sense, have yet confessed at the same time that, in spite of their reason, they have been unable to conquer their fears of death when they heard the harmless insect called the death watch ticking in the wall, or saw an oblong hollow coal fly out of the fire. Many other evil omens besides those mentioned above alarm the vulgar and the weak. If a sudden shivering comes over such people, they believe that, at that instant, an enemy is treading over the spot that will one day be their grave. If they meet a sow when they first walk abroad in the morning, it is an omen of evil for that day. To meet an ass, is in like manner unlucky. It is also very unfortunate to walk under a ladder, to forget to eat goose on the festival of St. Michael. To tread upon a beetle, or to eat the twin nuts that are sometimes found in one shell. Woe, in like manner, is predicted to that wight who inadvertently upsets the salt. Each grain that is overthrown will bring to him a day of sorrow. If 13 persons sit at table, one of them will die within the year, and all of them will be unhappy. Of all evil omens, this is the worst. The facetious Dr. Kitchener used to observe that there was one case in which he believed that it was really unlucky for 13 persons to sit down to dinner, and that was when there was only dinner enough for 12. Unfortunately for their peace of mind, the great majority of people do not take this wise view of the matter. In almost every country of Europe the same superstition prevails, and some carry it so far as to look upon the number 13 as in every way ominous of evil. And if they find 13 coins in their purse, cast away the odd one like a polluted thing. The philosophic Béranger, in his exquisite song, 13 at Table, has taken a poetical view of this humiliating superstition, and mingled, as is his wont, a lesson of genuine wisdom in his lay. Being at dinner, he overthrows the salt, and, looking round the room, discovers that he is the 13th guest. While he is mourning his unhappy fate, and conjuring up visions of disease and suffering, and the grave, he is suddenly startled by the apparition of Death herself, not in the shape of a grim foe, with skeleton ribs and menacing dart, but of an angel of light, who shows the folly of tormenting ourselves with the dread of her approach, when she is the friend, rather than the enemy, of man, and frees us from the fetters which bind us to the dust. If men could bring themselves to look upon death in this manner, living well and wisely till her inevitable approach, how vast a store of grief and vexation would they spare themselves. Among good omens, one of the most conspicuous is to meet a piebald horse. To meet two of these animals is still more fortunate, and if on such an occasion you spit thrice, and form any reasonable wish, it will be gratified within 3 days. It is also a sign of good fortune if you inadvertently put on your stocking wrong side out. If you willfully wear your stocking in this fashion, no good will come of it. It is very lucky to sneeze twice. But if you sneeze a third time, the omen loses its power, and your good fortune will be nipped in the bud. If a strange dog follow you, and fawn on you, and wish to attach itself to you, it is a sign of very great prosperity. Just as fortunate is it if a strange male cat comes to your house and manifests friendly intentions towards your family. If a she-eat, it is an omen, on the contrary, of very great misfortune. If a swarm of bees alight in your garden, some very high honor and great joys await you. Besides these glimpses of the future, you may know something of your fate by a diligent attention to every itching that you may feel in your body. Thus, if the eye or the nose itches, it is a sign you will be shortly vexed; if the foot itches you will tread upon strange ground, and if the elbow itches, you will change your bedfellow. Itching of the right hand prognosticates that you will soon have a sum of money, and of the left, that you will be called upon to disburse it. These are but a few of the omens which are generally credited in modern Europe. A complete list of them would fatigue from its length, and sicken from its absurdity. It would be still more unprofitable to attempt to specify the various delusions of the same kind which are believed among Oriental nations. Every reader will remember the comprehensive formula of cursing preserved in Tristram Shandy: curse a man after any fashion you remember or can invent, you will be sure to find it there. The Oriental creed of omens is not less comprehensive. Every movement of the body, every emotion of the mind, is at certain times an omen. Every form and object in nature, even the shape of the clouds and the changes of the weather. Every color, every sound, whether of men or animals, or birds or insects, or inanimate things, is an omen. Nothing is too trifling or inconsiderable to inspire a hope which is not worth cherishing, or a fear which is sufficient to embitter existence. From the belief in omens springs the superstition that has, from very early ages, set apart certain days, as more favorable than others, for prying into the secrets of futurity. The following, copied verbatim from the popular Dream and Omen book of Mother Bridget, will show the belief of the people of England at the present day. Those who are curious as to the ancient history of these observances, will find abundant aliment in the Everyday Book. The 1st of January. If a young maiden drink, on going to bed, a pint of cold spring water, in which is beat up an amulet, composed of the yolk of a pullet's egg, the legs of a spider, and the skin of an eel pounded, her future destiny will be revealed to her in a dream. This charm fails of its effect if tried any other day of the year. Valentine Day. Let a single woman go out of her own door very early in the morning, and if the first person she meets be a woman, she will not be married that year. If she meet a man, she will be married within 3 months. Lady Day. The following charm may be tried this day with certain success. String 31 nuts on a string, composed of red worsted mixed with blue silk, and tie it round your neck on going to bed, repeating these lines. Oh, I wish. Oh, I wish to see who my true love is to be. Shortly after midnight, you will see your lover in a dream, and be informed at the same time of all the principal events of your future life. Saint Swithin's Eve. Select 3 things you most wish to know, write them down with a new pen and red ink on a sheet of fine wove paper, from which you must previously cut off all the corners and burn them. Fold the paper into a true lover's knot, and wrap round it 3 hairs from your head. Place the paper under your pillow for 3 successive nights, and your curiosity to know the future will be satisfied. St. Mark's Eve. Repair to the nearest churchyard as the clock strikes 12, and take from a grave on the south side of the church 3 tufts of grass, the longer and ranker the better, and on going to bed place them under your pillow, repeating earnestly 3 several times. The Eve of St. Mark by prediction is blessed, set therefore my hopes and my fears all to rest, let me know my fate, whether weal or woe, whether my ranks to be high or low, whether to live single, or be a bride, and the destiny my star doth provide. Should you have no dream that night, you will be single and miserable all your life. If you dream of thunder and lightning, your life will be one of great difficulty and sorrow. Candlemas Eve. On this night, which is the purification of the Virgin Mary, let 3, 5, 7, or 9, young maidens assemble together in a square chamber. Hang in each corner a bundle of sweet herbs, mixed with rue and rosemary. Then mix a cake of flour, olive oil, and white sugar, every maiden having an equal share in the making and the expense of it. Afterwards, it must be cut into equal pieces, each one marking the piece as she cuts it with the initials of her name. It is then to be baked 1 hour before the fire, not a word being spoken the whole time, and the maidens sitting with their arms and knees across. Each piece of cake is then to be wrapped up in a sheet of paper, on which each maiden shall write the love part of Solomon's songs. If she put this under her pillow, she will dream true. She will see her future husband and every one of her children, and will know, besides, whether her family will be poor or prosperous, a comfort to her, or the contrary. Midsummer. Take 3 roses, smoke them with sulfur, and exactly at 3 in the day, bury one of the roses under a yew tree. The second in a newly made grave, and put the third under your pillow for 3 nights, and at the end of that period burn it in a fire of charcoal. Your dreams during that time will be prophetic of your future destiny, and, what is still more curious and valuable, Mother Bridget Loquitur, the man whom you are to wed, will know no peace till he comes and visits you. Besides this, you will perpetually haunt his dreams. St. John's Eve. Make a new pincushion of the very best black velvet, no inferior quality will answer the purpose, and on one side stick your name in full length with the very smallest pins that can be bought, none other will do. On the other side, make a cross with some very large pins, and surround it with a circle. Put this into your stocking when you take it off at night, and hang it up at the foot of the bed. All your future life will pass before you in a dream. First new moon of the year. On the first new moon in the year, take a pint of clear spring water and infuse into it the white of an egg laid by a white hen, a glass of white wine, 3 almonds peeled white, and a tablespoonful of white rose water. Drink this on going to bed, not making more nor less than 3 draughts of it. Repeating the following verses 3 several times in a clear distinct voice, but not so loud as to be overheard by anybody. If I dream of water pure before the coming morn, 'tis a sign I shall be poor, and unto wealth not born. If I dream of tasting beer, middling then will be my cheer, checkered with the good and bad, sometimes joyful, sometimes sad, but should I dream of drinking wine, wealth and pleasure will be mine. The stronger the drink, the better the cheer, dreams of my destiny, appear. 29th of February. This day, as it only occurs once in 4 years, is peculiarly auspicious to those who desire to have a glance at futurity, especially to young maidens burning with anxiety to know the appearance and complexion of their future lords. The charm to be adopted is the following: stick 27 of the smallest pins that are made, 3 by 3, into a tallow candle. Light it up at the wrong end, and then place it in a candlestick made out of clay, which must be drawn from a virgin's grave. Place this on the chimney place, in the left-hand corner, exactly as the clock strikes 12, and go to bed immediately. When the candle is burnt out, take the pins and put them into your left shoe, and before 9 nights have elapsed your fate will be revealed to you. We have now taken a hasty review of the various modes of seeking to discover the future, especially as practiced in modern times. The main features of the folly appear essentially the same in all countries. National character and peculiarities operate some difference of interpretation. The mountaineer makes the natural phenomena which he most frequently witnesses prognosticative of the future. The dweller in the plains, in a similar manner, seeks to know his fate among the signs of the things that surround him, and tints his superstition with the hues of his own clime. The same spirit animates them all, the same desire to know that which infinite mercy has concealed. There is but little probability that the curiosity of mankind in this respect will ever be wholly eradicated. Death and ill fortune are continual bugbears to the weak-minded, the irreligious, and the ignorant, and while such exist in the world, divines will preach upon its impiety and philosophers discourse upon its absurdity in vain. Still, it is evident that these follies have greatly diminished. Soothsayers and prophets have lost the credit they formerly enjoyed, and skulk in secret now where they once showed their faces in the blaze of day. So far there is manifest improvement. Book 3. The Magnetisers. Some deemed them wondrous wise, and some believed them mad. Beattie's Minstrel. The wonderful influence of imagination in the cure of diseases is well known. A motion of the hand, or a glance of the eye, will throw a weak and credulous patient into a fit, and a pill made of bread, if taken with sufficient faith, will operate a cure better than all the drugs in the pharmacopoeia. The Prince of Orange, at the siege of Breda, in 1625, cured all his soldiers who were dying of the scurvy, by a philanthropic piece of quackery, which he played upon them with the knowledge of the physicians, when all other means had failed. 123 many hundreds of instances, of a similar kind, might be related, especially from the history of witchcraft. The mummeries, strange gesticulations, and barbarous jargon of witches and sorcerers, which frighten credulous and nervous women, brought on all those symptoms of hysteria and other similar diseases, so well understood now, but which were then supposed to be the work of the devil, not only by the victims and the public in general, but by the operators themselves. In the age when alchemy began to fall into some disrepute, and learning to lift up its voice against it, a new delusion, based upon this power of imagination, suddenly arose, and found apostles among all the alchemists. Numbers of them, forsaking their old pursuits, made themselves magnetisers. It appeared first in the shape of mineral, and afterwards of animal, magnetism, under which latter name it survives to this day, and numbers its dupes by thousands. The mineral magnetisers claim the first notice, as the worthy predecessors of the quacks of the present day. The honor claimed for Paracelsus of being the first of the Rosicrucians has been disputed. But his claim to be considered the first of the magnetisers can scarcely be challenged. It has been already mentioned of him, in the part of this work which treats of alchemy, that, like nearly all the distinguished adepts, he was a physician. And pretended, not only to make gold and confer immortality, but to cure all diseases. He was the first who, with the latter view, attributed occult and miraculous powers to the magnet. Animated apparently by a sincere conviction that the magnet was the philosopher's stone, which, if it could not transmute metals, could soothe all human suffering and arrest the progress of decay, he traveled for many years in Persia and Arabia, in search of the mountain of adamant, so famed in Oriental fables. When he practiced as a physician at Baal, he called one of his nostrums by the name of Azoth, a stone or crystal, which, he said, contained magnetic properties, and cured epilepsy, hysteria, and spasmodic affections. He soon found imitators. His fame spread far and near, and thus were sown the first seeds of that error which has since taken root and flourished so widely. In spite of the denial of modern practitioners, this must be considered the origin of magnetism. For we find that, beginning with Paracelsus, there was a regular succession of mineral magnetisers until Mesmer appeared, and gave a new feature to the delusion. Paracelsus boasted of being able to transplant diseases from the human frame into the earth, by means of the magnet. He said there were 6 ways by which this might be effected. One of them will be quite sufficient, as a specimen. If a person suffer from disease, either local or general, let the following remedy be tried. Take a magnet, impregnated with mummy 124 and mixed with rich earth. In this earth sow some seeds that have a congruity or homogeneity with the disease, then let this earth, well sifted and mixed with mummy, be laid in an earthen vessel. And let the seeds committed to it be watered daily with a lotion in which the diseased limb or body has been washed. Thus will the disease be transplanted from the human body to the seeds which are in the earth. Having done this, transplant the seeds from the earthen vessel to the ground, and wait till they begin to sprout into herbs. As they increase, the disease will diminish, and when they have arrived at their full growth, it will disappear altogether. Kircher the Jesuit, whose quarrel with the alchemists was the means of exposing many of their impostures, was a firm believer in the efficacy of the magnet. Having been applied to by a patient afflicted with hernia, he directed the man to swallow a small magnet reduced to powder, while he applied, at the same time, to the external swelling a poultice, made of filings of iron. He expected that by this means the magnet, when it got to the corresponding place inside, would draw in the iron, and with it the tumor, which would thus, he said, be safely and expeditiously reduced. As this new doctrine of magnetism spread, it was found that wounds inflicted with any metallic substance could be cured by the magnet. In process of time the delusion so increased, that it was deemed sufficient to magnetize a sword, to cure any hurt which that sword might have inflicted. This was the origin of the celebrated weapon salve, which excited so much attention about the middle of the 17th century. The following was the recipe given by Paracelsus for the cure of any wounds inflicted by a sharp weapon, except such as had penetrated the heart, the brain, or the arteries. Take of moss growing on the head of a thief who has been hanged and left in the air, of real mummy, of human blood, still warm, of each, 1 ounce, of human suet, 2 ounces, of linseed oil, turpentine, and Armenian bowl, of each, 2 drams. Mix all well in a mortar, and keep the salve in an oblong, narrow urn. With this salve the weapon, after being dipped in the blood from the wound, was to be carefully anointed, and then laid by in a cool place. In the meantime, the wound was to be duly washed with fair clean water, covered with a clean, soft, linen rag, and opened once a day to cleanse off purulent or other matter. Of the success of this treatment, says the writer of the able article on animal magnetism, in the 12th volume of the Foreign Quarterly Review, there cannot be the least doubt. For surgeons at this moment follow exactly the same method, except anointing the weapon. The weapon salve continued to be much spoken of on the continent, and many eager claimants appeared for the honor of the invention. Dar. Flood, or a Fluctibus, the Rosicrucian, who has been already mentioned in a previous part of this volume, was very zealous in introducing it into England. He tried it with great success in several cases, and no wonder. For, while he kept up the spirits of his patients by boasting of the great efficacy of the salve, he never neglected those common, but much more important remedies, of washing, bandaging, and which the experience of all ages had declared sufficient for the purpose. Flood, moreover, declared, that the magnet was a remedy for all diseases, if properly applied. But that man having, like the earth, a north and a south pole, magnetism could only take place when his body was in a boreal position. In the midst of his popularity, an attack was made upon him and his favorite remedy, the salve. Which, however, did little or nothing to diminish the belief in its efficacy. One Parson Foster wrote a pamphlet, entitled Hippocrisma Spungus, or, A Sponge to Wipe Away the Weapon Salve, in which he declared, that it was as bad as witchcraft to use or recommend such an unguent, that it was invented by the devil, who, at the last day, would seize upon every person who had given it the slightest encouragement. In fact, said Parson Foster, the devil himself gave it to Paracelsus, Paracelsus to the emperor to the courtier to Baptista Porta, and Baptista Porta to Dr. Flood, a doctor of physic, yet living and practicing in the famous city of London, who now stands tooth and nail for it. Dr. Flood, thus assailed, took up the pen in defense of his unguent, in a reply called, The Squeezing of Parson Foster's Sponge, wherein the sponge-bearer's immodest carriage and behavior towards his brethren is detected. The bitter flames of his slanderous reports are, by the sharp vinegar of truth, corrected and quite extinguished, and, lastly, the virtuous validity of his sponge in wiping away the weapon salve, is crushed out and clean abolished. Shortly after this dispute a more distinguished believer in the weapon salve made his appearance, in the person of Sir Kenelm Digby, the son of Sir Everard Digby, who was executed for his participation in the gunpowder plot. This gentleman, who, in other respects, was an accomplished scholar and an able man, was imbued with all the extravagant notions of the alchemists. He believed in the philosopher's stone, and wished to engage Descartes to devote his energies to the discovery of the elixir of life, or some other means by which the existence of man might be prolonged to an indefinite period. He gave his wife, the beautiful Venetia Anastasia Stanley, a dish of capons, fed upon vipers, according to the plan supposed to have been laid down by Arnold of Villeneuve, in the hope that she might thereby preserve her loveliness for a century. If such a man once took up the idea of the weapon salve, it was to be expected that he would make the most of it. In his hands, however, it was changed from an unguent into a powder, and was called the powder of sympathy. He pretended that he had acquired the knowledge of it from a Carmelite friar, who had learned it in Persia or Armenia, from an Oriental philosopher of great renown. King James, the Prince of Wales, the Duke of Buckingham, and many other noble personages, believed in its efficacy. The following remarkable instance of his mode of cure was read by Sir Kenelm to a society of learned men at Montpellier. Mr. James Howell, the well-known author of the Dendrologia, and of various letters, coming by chance as two of his best friends were fighting a duel, rushed between them, and endeavored to part them. He seized the sword of one of the combatants by the hilt, while, at the same time, he grasped the other by the blade. Being transported with fury one against the other, they struggled to rid themselves of the hindrance caused by their friend. And in so doing, the one whose sword was held by the blade by Mr. Howell, drew it away roughly, and nearly cut his hand off, severing the nerves and muscles, and penetrating to the bone. The other, almost at the same instant, disengaged his sword, and aimed a blow at the head of his antagonist, which Mr. Howell observing, raised his wounded hand with the rapidity of thought, to prevent the blow. The sword fell on the back of his already wounded hand, and cut it severely. It seemed, said Sir Kenelm Digby, as if some unlucky star raged over them, that they should have both shed the blood of that dear friend, for whose life they would have given their own, if they had been in their proper mind at the time. Seeing Mr. Howell's face all besmeared with blood from his wounded hand, they both threw down their swords and embraced him, and bound up his hand with a garter, to close the veins, which were cut, and bled profusely. They then conveyed him home, and sent for a surgeon. King James, who was much attached to Mr. Howell, afterwards sent his own surgeon to attend him. We must continue the narrative in the words of Sir Kenelm Digby. It was my chance, says he, to be lodged hard by him, and, 4 or 5 days after, as I was making myself ready, he came to my house, and prayed me to view his wounds. For I understand, said he, that you have extraordinary remedies on such occasions, and my surgeons apprehend some fear, that it may grow to a gangrene, and so the hand must be cut off. In effect, his countenance discovered that he was in much pain, which, he said, was insupportable, in regard of the extreme inflammation. I told him I would willingly serve him. But if, haply, he knew the manner how I could cure him, without touching or seeing him, it might be that he would not expose himself to my manner of curing, because he would think it, peradventure, either ineffectual or superstitious. He replied, The many wonderful things which people have related unto me of your way of medicinement, makes me nothing doubt at all of its efficacy. And all that I have to say unto you is comprehended in the Spanish proverb, Hagas el milagro y hagalo Mahoma, let the miracle be done, though Mahomet do it. I asked him then for anything that had the blood upon it, so he presently sent for his garter, wherewith his hand was first bound. And, as I called for a basin of water, as if I would wash my hands, I took a handful of powder of vitriol, which I had in my study, and presently dissolved it. As soon as the bloody garter was brought me, I put it in the basin, observing, in the interim, what Mr. Howell did, who stood talking with a gentleman in a corner of my chamber, not regarding at all what I was doing. He started suddenly, as if he had found some strange alteration in himself. I asked him what he ailed. I know not what ails me, but I find that I feel no more pain. Methinks that a pleasing kind of freshness, as it were a wet cold napkin, did spread over my hand, which hath taken away the inflammation that tormented me before. I replied, Since, then, you feel already so much good of my medicament, I advise you to cast away all your plasters, only keep the wound clean, and in a moderate temper, betwixt heat and cold. This was presently reported to the Duke of Buckingham, and a little after, to the King, who were both very curious to know the circumstances of the business. Which was, that after dinner, I took the garter out of the water, and put it to dry before a great fire. It was scarce dry before Mr. Howell's servant came running, and saying that his master felt as much burning as ever he had done, if not more. For the heat was such as if his hand were betwixt coals of fire. I answered, that although that had happened at present, yet he should find ease in a short time, for I knew the reason of this new accident, and would provide accordingly. For his master should be free from that inflammation, it might be, before he could possibly return to him, but, in case he found no ease, I wished him to come presently back again, if not, he might forbear coming. Thereupon he went. And, at the instant, I did put the garter again into the water, thereupon he found his master without any pain at all. To be brief, there was no sense of pain afterwards, but within 5 or 6 days, the wounds were cicatrized and entirely healed. Such is the marvelous story of Sir Kenelm Digby. Other practitioners of that age were not behind him in absurdity. It was not always necessary to use either the powder of sympathy, or the weapon salve, to effect a cure. It was sufficient to magnetize the sword with the hand, the first faint dawn of the animal theory, to relieve any pain the same weapon had caused. They pretended, that if they stroked the sword upwards with their fingers, the wounded person would feel immediate relief, but if they stroked it downwards, he would feel intolerable pain. 125. Another very strange notion of the power and capabilities of magnetism was entertained at the same time. It was believed that a sympathetic alphabet could be made on the flesh, by means of which persons could correspond with each other, and communicate all their ideas with the rapidity of volition, although thousands of miles apart. From the arms of 2 persons a piece of flesh was cut, and mutually transplanted, while still warm and bleeding. The piece so severed grew to the new arm on which it was placed. But still retained so close a sympathy with its native limb, that its old possessor was always sensible of any injury done to it. Upon these transplanted pieces were tattooed the letters of the alphabet. So that, when a communication was to be made, either of the persons, though the wide Atlantic rolled between them, had only to prick his arm with a magnetic needle, and straightway his friend received intimation that the telegraph was at work. Whatever letter he pricked on his own arm pained the same letter on the arm of his correspondent. 126. Who knows but this system, if it had received proper encouragement, might not have rendered the post office unnecessary, and even obviated much of the necessity for railroads. Let modern magnetisers try and bring it to perfection. It is not more preposterous than many of their present notions. and, if carried into effect, with the improvement of some stenographical expedient for diminishing the number of punctures, would be much more useful than their plan of causing persons to read with their great toes 127 or seeing with their eyes shut, into other people's bodies, and counting the number of arteries therein. 128. Contemporary with Sir Kenelm Digby, was the no less famous Mr. Valentine Greatraks who, without mentioning magnetism, or laying claim to any theory, practiced upon himself and others a deception much more akin to the animal magnetism of the present day than the mineral magnetism it was then so much the fashion to study. He was the son of an Irish gentleman, of good education and property, in the county of Cork. He fell, at an early age, into a sort of melancholy derangement. After some time, he had an impulse, or strange persuasion in his mind, which continued to present itself, whether he were sleeping or waking, that God had given him the power of curing the king's evil. He mentioned this persuasion to his wife, who very candidly told him that he was a fool. He was not quite sure of this, notwithstanding the high authority from which it came, and determined to make trial of the power that was in him. A few days afterwards, he went to one William Marr, of Saltersbridge, in the parish of Lismore, who was grievously afflicted with the king's evil in his eyes, cheek, and throat. Upon this man, who was of abundant faith, he laid his hands, stroked him, and prayed fervently. He had the satisfaction to see him heal considerably in the course of a few days, and, finally, with the aid of other remedies, to be quite cured. This success encouraged him in the belief that he had a divine mission. Day after day he had further impulses from on high, that he was called upon to cure the ague also. In the course of time he extended his powers to the curing of epilepsy, ulcers, aches, and lameness. All the county of Cork was in a commotion to see this extraordinary physician, who certainly operated some very great benefit in cases where the disease was heightened by hypochondria and depression of spirits. According to his own account 129 such great multitudes resorted to him from divers places, that he had no time to follow his own business, or enjoy the company of his family and friends. He was obliged to set aside 3 days in the week, from 6 in the morning till 6 at night, during which time only he laid hands upon all that came. Still the crowds which thronged around him were so great, that the neighboring towns were not able to accommodate them. He thereupon left his house in the country, and went to Youghal, where the resort of sick people, not only from all parts of Ireland, but from England, continued so great, that the magistrates were afraid they would infect the place by their diseases. Several of these poor credulous people no sooner saw him than they fell into fits, and he restored them by waving his hand in their faces, and praying over them. Nay, he affirmed, that the touch of his glove had driven pains away, and, on one occasion, cast out from a woman several devils, or evil spirits, who tormented her day and night. Every one of these devils, says Greatraks, was like to choke her, when it came up into her throat. It is evident, from this, that the woman's complaint was nothing but hysteria. The clergy of the diocese of Lismore, who seem to have had much clearer notions of Greatraks' pretensions than their parishioners, set their faces against the new prophet and worker of miracles. He was cited to appear in the Dean's Court, and prohibited from laying on his hands for the future, but he cared nothing for the Church. He imagined that he derived his powers direct from heaven, and continued to throw people into fits, and bring them to their senses again, as usual, almost exactly after the fashion of modern magnetisers. His reputation became, at last, so great, that Lord Conway sent to him from London, begging that he would come over immediately, to cure a grievous headache which his lady had suffered for several years, and which the principal physicians of England had been unable to relieve. Greatraks accepted the invitation, and tried his manipulations and prayers upon Lady Conway. He failed, however, in affording any relief. The poor lady's headache was excited by causes too serious to allow her any help, even from faith and a lively imagination. He lived for some months in Lord Conway's house, at Ragley, in Warwickshire, operating cures similar to those he had performed in Ireland. He afterwards removed to London, and took a house in Lincoln's Inn Fields, which soon became the daily resort of all the nervous and credulous women of the metropolis. A very amusing account of Greatrax at this time, 1665, is given in the second volume of the Miscellanies of St. Evremond, under the title of the Irish Prophet. It is the most graphic sketch ever made of this early Magnetiser. Whether his pretensions were more or less absurd than those of some of his successors, who have lately made their appearance among us, would be hard to say. When M. de Comminges, says St. Evremond, was ambassador from His Most Christian Majesty to the King of Great Britain, there came to London an Irish prophet, who passed himself off as a great worker of miracles. Some persons of quality having begged M. de Comminges to invite him to his house, that they might be witnesses of some of his miracles, the ambassador promised to satisfy them, as much from his own curiosity as from courtesy to his friends. And gave notice to Greatrax that he would be glad to see him. A rumor of the prophet's coming soon spread all over the town, and the hotel of M. de Comminges was crowded by sick persons, who came full of confidence in their speedy cure. The Irishman made them wait a considerable time for him, but came at last, in the midst of their impatience, with a grave and simple countenance, that showed no signs of his being a cheat. Monsieur de Comminges prepared to question him strictly, hoping to discourse with him on the matters that he had read of in Van Helmont and Botanus. But he was not able to do so, much to his regret, for the crowd became so great, and cripples and others pressed around so impatiently to be the first cured, that the servants were obliged to use threats, and even force, before they could establish order among them, or place them in proper ranks. The prophet affirmed that all diseases were caused by evil spirits. Every infirmity was with him a case of diabolical possession. The first that was presented to him was a man suffering from gout and rheumatism, and so severely that the physicians had been unable to cure him. "Ah," said the miracle worker, "I have seen a good deal of this sort of spirits when I was in Ireland. They are watery spirits, who bring on cold shivering, and excite an overflow of aqueous humours in our poor bodies." Then addressing the man, he said, "Evil spirit, who hast quitted thy dwelling in the waters to come and afflict this miserable body, I command thee to quit thy new abode, and to return to thine ancient habitation." This said, the sick man was ordered to withdraw, and another was brought forward in his place. This new comer said he was tormented by the melancholy vapours. In fact, he looked like a hypochondriac. One of those persons diseased in imagination, and who but too often become so in reality. "Aerial spirit," said the Irishman, "return, I command thee, into the air. Exercise thy natural vocation of raising tempests, and do not excite any more wind in this sad unlucky body." This man was immediately turned away to make room for a third patient, who, in the Irishman's opinion, was only tormented by a little bit of a sprite, who could not withstand his command for an instant. He pretended that he recognized this sprite by some marks which were invisible to the company, to whom he turned with a smile, and said, "This sort of spirit does not often do much harm, and is always very diverting." To hear him talk, one would have imagined that he knew all about spirits, their names, their rank, their numbers, their employment, and all the functions they were destined to. And he boasted of being much better acquainted with the intrigues of demons than he was with the affairs of men. You can hardly imagine what a reputation he gained in a short time. Catholics and Protestants visited him from every part, all believing that power from heaven was in his hands. After relating a rather equivocal adventure of a husband and wife, who implored Greatrax to cast out the devil of dissension which had crept in between them, St. Evremond thus sums up the effect he produced on the popular mind: "So great was the confidence in him, that the blind fancied they saw the light which they did not see, the deaf imagined that they heard, the lame that they walked straight, and the paralytic that they had recovered the use of their limbs. An idea of health made the sick forget for a while their maladies. An imagination, which was not less active in those merely drawn by curiosity than in the sick, gave a false view to the one class, from the desire of seeing, as it operated a false cure on the other from the strong desire of being healed." Such was the power of the Irishman over the mind, and such was the influence of the mind upon the body. Nothing was spoken of in London but his prodigies. And these prodigies were supported by such great authorities, that the bewildered multitude believed them almost without examination, while more enlightened people did not dare to reject them from their own knowledge. The public opinion, timid and enslaved, respected this imperious and, apparently, well-authenticated error. Those who saw through the delusion kept their opinion to themselves, knowing how useless it was to declare their disbelief to a people filled with prejudice and admiration. About the same time that Valentine Greatrax was thus magnetising the people of London, an Italian enthusiast, named Francisco Bagnan, was performing the same tricks in Italy, and with as great success. He had only to touch weak women with his hands, or sometimes, for the sake of working more effectively upon their fanaticism, with a relic, to make them fall into fits and manifest all the symptoms of magnetism. Besides these, several learned men, in different parts of Europe, directed their attention to the study of the magnet, believing it might be rendered efficacious in many diseases. Van Helmont, in particular, published a work on the effects of magnetism on the human frame, and Balthazar Gracian, a Spaniard, rendered himself famous for the boldness of his views on the subject. The magnet, said the latter, attracts iron. Iron is found everywhere, everything, therefore, is under the influence of magnetism. It is only a modification of the general principle, which establishes harmony or foments divisions among men. It is the same agent which gives rise to sympathy, antipathy, and the passions. 130. Baptista Porta, who, in the whimsical genealogy of the weapon salve, given by Parson Foster in his attack upon Dr. A Fluctibus, is mentioned as one of its fathers, had also great faith in the efficacy of the magnet, and operated upon the imagination of his patients in a manner which was then considered so extraordinary that he was accused of being a magician, and prohibited from practicing by the court of Rome. Among others who distinguished themselves by their faith in magnetism, Sebastian Werdig and William Maxwell claim a special notice. Werdig was professor of medicine at the University of Rostock in Mecklenburg, and wrote a treatise called The New Medicine of the Spirits, which he presented to the Royal Society of London. An edition of this work was printed in 1673, in which the author maintained that a magnetic influence took place, not only between the celestial and terrestrial bodies, but between all living things. The whole world, he said, was under the influence of magnetism, life was preserved by magnetism, death was the consequence of magnetism. Maxwell, the other enthusiast, was an admiring disciple of Paracelsus, and boasted that he had irradiated the obscurity in which too many of the wonder-working recipes of that great philosopher were enveloped. His works were printed at Frankfurt, in 1679. It would seem, from the following passage, that he was aware of the great influence of imagination, as well in the production as in the cure of diseases. If you wish to work prodigies, says he, abstract from the materiality of beings, increase the sum of spirituality in bodies, rouse the spirit from its slumbers. Unless you do one or other of these things, unless you can bind the idea, you can never perform anything good or great. Here, in fact, lies the whole secret of magnetism, and all delusions of a similar kind, increase the spirituality, rouse the spirit from its slumbers, or in other words, work upon the imagination, induce belief and blind confidence. And you may do anything. This passage, which is quoted with approbation by M. Depotet in a recent work 131 as strongly corroborative of the theory now advanced by the animal magnetists, is just the reverse. If they believe they can work all their wonders by the means so dimly shadowed forth by Maxwell, what becomes of the universal fluid pervading all nature, and which they pretend to pour into weak and diseased bodies from the tips of their fingers? Early in the 18th century, the attention of Europe was directed to a very remarkable instance of fanaticism, which has been claimed by the animal magnetists, as a proof of their science. The convulsionaries of St. Medard, as they were called, assembled in great numbers round the tomb of their favorite saint, the Jansenist priest Paris, and taught one another how to fall into convulsions. They believed that Saint Paris would cure all their infirmities. And the number of hysterical women and weak-minded persons of all descriptions that flocked to the tomb from far and near was so great, as daily to block up all the avenues leading to the spot. Working themselves up to a pitch of excitement, they went off one after the other into fits, while some of them, still in apparent possession of all their faculties, voluntarily exposed themselves to sufferings, which on ordinary occasions would have been sufficient to deprive them of life. The scenes that occurred were a scandal to civilization and to religion, a strange mixture of obscenity, absurdity, and superstition. While some were praying on bended knees at the shrine of St. Paris, others were shrieking and making the most hideous noises. The women especially exerted themselves. On one side of the chapel there might be seen a score of them, all in convulsions, while at another as many more, excited to a sort of frenzy, yielded themselves up to gross indecencies. Some of them took an insane delight in being beaten and trampled upon. One in particular, according to Montaigne, whose account we quote 132, was so enraptured with this ill usage, that nothing but the hardest blows would satisfy her. While a fellow of Herculean strength was beating her with all his might with a heavy bar of iron, she kept continually urging him to renewed exertion. The harder he struck the better she liked it, exclaiming all the while, "Well done, brother. Well done, oh, how pleasant it is. What good you are doing me. Courage, my brother, courage, strike harder still." Another of these fanatics had, if possible, a still greater love for a beating. Care de Montgeron, who relates the circumstance, was unable to satisfy her with 60 blows of a large sledge-hammer. He afterwards used the same weapon, with the same degree of strength, for the sake of experiment, and succeeded in battering a hole in a stone wall at the 25th stroke. Another woman, named Sonnet, laid herself down on a red-hot brazier without flinching, and acquired for herself the nickname of the Salamander, while others, desirous of a more illustrious martyrdom, attempted to crucify themselves. M. Deleuze, in his critical history of animal magnetism, attempts to prove that this fanatical frenzy was produced by magnetism, and that these mad enthusiasts magnetised each other without being aware of it. As well might he insist that the fanaticism which tempts the Hindu bigot to keep his arms stretched in a horizontal position till the sinews wither, or his fingers closed upon his palms till the nails grow out of the backs of his hands, is also an effect of magnetism. For a period of 60 or 70 years, magnetism was almost wholly confined to Germany. Men of sense and learning devoted their attention to the properties of the lodestone. And one Father Hell, a Jesuit, and professor of astronomy at the University of Vienna, rendered himself famous by his magnetic cures. About the year 1771 or 1772, he invented steel plates of a peculiar form, which he applied to the naked body, as a cure for several diseases. In the year 1774, he communicated his system to Anthony Mesmer. The latter improved upon the ideas of Father Hell, constructed a new theory of his own, and became the founder of animal magnetism. It has been the fashion among the enemies of the new delusion to decry Mesmer as an unprincipled adventurer, while his disciples have extolled him to the skies as a regenerator of the human race. In nearly the same words, as the Rosicrucians applied to their founders, he has been called the discoverer of the secret which brings man into more intimate connection with his Creator. The deliverer of the soul from the debasing trammels of the flesh, the man who enables us to set time at defiance, and conquer the obstructions of space. A careful sifting of his pretensions, an examination of the evidence brought forward to sustain them, will soon show which opinion is the more correct. That the writer of these pages considers him in the light of a man, who deluding himself, was the means of deluding others, may be inferred from his finding a place in these volumes, and figuring among the Flammels, the Agrippas, the Boris, the Baymans, and the Cagliostros. He was born in May 1734, at Mersburg, in Swabia, and studied medicine at the University of Vienna. He took his degrees in 1766, and chose the influence of the planets on the human body as the subject of his inaugural dissertation. Having treated the matter quite in the style of the old astrological physicians, he was exposed to some ridicule both then and afterwards. Even at this early period some faint ideas of his great theory were germinating in his mind. He maintained in his dissertation, that the sun, moon, and fixed stars mutually affect each other in their orbits. That they cause and direct in our earth a flux and reflux not only in the sea, but in the atmosphere, and affect in a similar manner all organized bodies through the medium of a subtle and mobile fluid, which pervades the universe and associates all things together in mutual intercourse and harmony. This influence, he said, was particularly exercised on the nervous system, and produced two states which he called intention and remission, which seemed to him to account for the different periodical revolutions observable in several maladies. When in afterlife he met with Father Hell, he was confirmed by that person's observations in the truth of many of his own ideas. Having caused Hell to make him some magnetic plates, he determined to try experiments with them himself for his further satisfaction. He tried accordingly, and was astonished at his success. The faith of their wearers operated wonders with the metallic plates. Mesmer made due reports to Father Hell of all he had done, and the latter published them as the results of his own happy invention, and speaking of Mesmer as a physician whom he had employed to work under him. Mesmer took offense at being thus treated, considering himself a far greater personage than Father Hell. He claimed the invention as his own, accused Hell of a breach of confidence, and stigmatized him as a mean person, anxious to turn the discoveries of others to his own account. Hell replied, and a very pretty quarrel was the result, which afforded small talk for months to the literati of Vienna. Hell ultimately gained the victory. Mesmer, nothing daunted, continued to promulgate his views, till he stumbled at last upon the animal theory. One of his patients was a young lady named Esterline, who suffered under a convulsive malady. Her attacks were periodical, and attended by a rush of blood to the head, followed by delirium and syncope. These symptoms he soon succeeded in reducing under his system of planetary influence, and imagined he could foretell the periods of accession and remission. Having thus accounted satisfactorily to himself for the origin of the disease, the idea struck him that he could operate a certain cure, if he could ascertain beyond doubt what he had long believed. That there existed between the bodies which compose our globe, an action equally reciprocal and similar to that of the heavenly bodies, by means of which he could imitate artificially the periodical revolutions of the flux and reflux before mentioned. He soon convinced himself that this action did exist. When trying the metallic plates of Father Hell, he thought their efficacy depended on their form. But he found afterwards that he could produce the same effects without using them at all, merely by passing his hands downwards towards the feet of the patient, even when at a considerable distance. This completed the theory of Mesmer. He wrote an account of his discovery to all the learned societies of Europe, soliciting their investigation. The Academy of Sciences at Berlin was the only one that answered him, and their answer was anything but favorable to his system or flattering to himself. Still he was not discouraged. He maintained to all who would listen to him that the magnetic matter, or fluid, pervaded all the universe, that every human body contained it, and could communicate the superabundance of it to another by an exertion of the will. Writing to a friend from Vienna, he said, "I have observed that the magnetic is almost the same thing as the electric fluid, and that it may be propagated in the same manner, by means of intermediate bodies. Steel is not the only substance adapted to this purpose. I have rendered paper, bread, wool, silk, stones, leather, glass, wood, men, and dogs, in short, everything I touched, magnetic to such a degree that these substances produced the same effects as the lodestone on diseased persons. I have charged jars with magnetic matter in the same way as is done with electricity." Mesmer did not long find his residence at Vienna as agreeable as he wished. His pretensions were looked upon with contempt or indifference, and the case of Mademoiselle Esterline brought him less fame than notoriety. He determined to change his sphere of action, and travelled into Swabia and Switzerland. In the latter country he met with the celebrated Father Gassner, who, like Valentine Greatrax, amused himself by casting out devils, and healing the sick by merely laying hands upon them. At his approach puling girls fell into convulsions, and the hypochondriac fancied themselves cured. His house was daily besieged by the lame, the blind, and the hysteric. Mesmer at once acknowledged the efficacy of his cures, and declared that they were the obvious result of his own newly discovered power of magnetism. A few of the father's patients were forthwith subjected to the manipulations of Mesmer, and the same symptoms were induced. He then tried his hand upon some paupers in the hospitals of Bern and Zurich and succeeded, according to his own account, but no other persons, in curing an ophthalmia and a gutta serena. With memorials of these achievements he returned to Vienna, in the hope of silencing his enemies, or at least forcing them to respect his newly acquired reputation, and to examine his system more attentively. His second appearance in that capital was not more auspicious than the first. He undertook to cure a Mademoiselle Paradis, who was quite blind, and subject to convulsions. He magnetized her several times, and then declared that she was cured. At least, if she was not, it was her fault, and not his. An eminent oculist of that day, named Berth, went to visit her, and declared that she was as blind as ever, while her family said she was as much subject to convulsions as before. Mesmer persisted that she was cured. Like the French philosopher, he would not allow facts to interfere with his theory. 133 He declared that there was a conspiracy against him. And that Mademoiselle Paradis, at the instigation of her family, feigned blindness in order to injure his reputation. The consequences of this pretended cure taught Mesmer that Vienna was not the sphere for him. Paris, the idle, the debauched, the pleasure-hunting, the novelty-loving, was the scene for a philosopher like him, and thither he repaired accordingly. He arrived at Paris in 1778, and began modestly, by making himself and his theory known to the principal physicians. At first, his encouragement was but slight, he found people more inclined to laugh at than to patronize him. But he was a man who had great confidence in himself, and of a perseverance which no difficulties could overcome. He hired a sumptuous apartment, which he opened to all comers who chose to make trial of the new power of nature. M. D'Islan, a physician of great reputation, became a convert, and from that time, animal magnetism, or, as some called it, mesmerism, became the fashion in Paris. The women were quite enthusiastic about it, and their admiring tattle wafted its fame through every grade of society. Mesmer was the rage. And high and low, rich and poor, credulous and unbelieving, all hastened to convince themselves of the power of this mighty magician, who made such magnificent promises. Mesmer, who knew as well as any man living the influence of the imagination, determined that, on that score, nothing should be wanting to heighten the effect of the magnetic charm. In all Paris, there was not a house so charmingly furnished as Monsieur Mesmer's. Richly stained glass shed a dim religious light on his spacious saloons, which were almost covered with mirrors. Orange blossoms scented all the air of his corridors. Incense of the most expensive kinds burned in antique vases on his chimney pieces, Aeolian harps sighed melodious music from distant chambers. While sometimes a sweet female voice, from above or below, stole softly upon the mysterious silence that was kept in the house, and insisted upon from all visitors. Was ever anything so delightful, cried all the misses. Wittiterlies of Paris, as they thronged to his house in search of pleasant excitement, so wonderful, said the pseudo-philosophers, who would believe anything if it were the fashion, so amusing. Said the worn-out debauches, who had drained the cup of sensuality to its dregs, and who longed to see lovely women in convulsions, with the hope that they might gain some new emotions from the sight. The following was the mode of operation: in the center of the saloon was placed an oval vessel, about 4 feet in its longest diameter, and 1 foot deep. In this were laid a number of wine bottles, filled with magnetized water, well corked up, and disposed in radii, with their necks outwards. Water was then poured into the vessel so as just to cover the bottles, and filings of iron were thrown in occasionally to heighten the magnetic effect. The vessel was then covered with an iron cover, pierced through with many holes, and was called the baquet. From each hole issued a long movable rod of iron, which the patients were to apply to such parts of their bodies as were afflicted. Around this baquet the patients were directed to sit, holding each other by the hand, and pressing their knees together as closely as possible to facilitate the passage of the magnetic fluid from one to the other. Then came in the assistant magnetisers, generally strong, handsome young men, to pour into the patient from their fingertips fresh streams of the wondrous fluid. They embraced the patients between the knees, rubbed them gently down the spine and the course of the nerves, using gentle pressure upon the breasts of the ladies, and staring them out of countenance to magnetize them by the eye. All this time the most rigorous silence was maintained, with the exception of a few wild notes on the harmonica or the pianoforte, or the melodious voice of a hidden opera singer swelling softly at long intervals. Gradually the cheeks of the ladies began to glow, their imaginations to become inflamed, and off they went, one after the other, in convulsive fits. Some of them sobbed and tore their hair, others laughed till the tears ran from their eyes, while others shrieked and screamed and yelled till they became insensible altogether. This was the crisis of the delirium. In the midst of it, the chief actor made his appearance, waving his wand, like Prospero, to work new wonders. Dressed in a long robe of lilac-colored silk, richly embroidered with gold flowers, bearing in his hand a white magnetic rod. And, with a look of dignity which would have sat well on an Eastern caliph, he marched with solemn strides into the room. He awed the still sensible by his eye, and the violence of their symptoms diminished. He stroked the insensible with his hands upon the eyebrows and down the spine, traced figures upon their breast and abdomen with his long white wand, and they were restored to consciousness. They became calm, acknowledged his power, and said they felt streams of cold or burning vapor passing through their frames, according as he waved his wand or his fingers before them. It is impossible, says M. Dupotet, to conceive the sensation which Mesmer's experiments created in Paris. No theological controversy, in the earlier ages of the Catholic Church, was ever conducted with greater bitterness. His adversaries denied the discovery. Some calling him a quack, others a fool, and others, again, like the Abbé Fiard, a man who had sold himself to the devil. His friends were as extravagant in their praise, as his foes were in their censure. Paris was inundated with pamphlets upon the subject, as many defending as attacking the doctrine. At court, the Queen expressed herself in favor of it, and nothing else was to be heard of in society. By the advice of M. D'Islan, Mesmer challenged an examination of his doctrine by the Faculty of Medicine. He proposed to select 24 patients, 12 of whom he would treat magnetically, leaving the other 12 to be treated by the faculty according to the old and approved methods. He also stipulated, that to prevent disputes, the government should nominate certain persons who were not physicians, to be present at the experiments. And that the object of the inquiry should be, not how these effects were produced, but whether they were really efficacious in the cure of any disease. The faculty objected to limit the inquiry in this manner, and the proposition fell to the ground. Mesmer now wrote to Marie Antoinette, with the view of securing her influence in obtaining for him the protection of government. He wished to have a chateau and its lands given to him, with a handsome yearly income, that he might be enabled to continue his experiments at leisure, untroubled by the persecution of his enemies. He hinted the duty of governments to support men of science, and expressed his fear, that if he met no more encouragement, he should be compelled to carry his great discovery to some other land more willing to appreciate him. In the eyes of your Majesty, said he, 4 or 500,000 francs, applied to a good purpose, are of no account. The welfare and happiness of your people are everything. My discovery ought to be received and rewarded with a munificence worthy of the monarch to whom I shall attach myself. The government at last offered him a pension of 20,000 francs, and the cross of the Order of St. Michael, if he had made any discovery in medicine, and would communicate it to physicians nominated by the king. The latter part of the proposition was not agreeable to Mesmer. He feared the unfavorable report of the king's physicians. And, breaking off the negotiation, spoke of his disregard of money, and his wish to have his discovery at once recognized by the government. He then retired to Spa, in a fit of disgust, upon pretense of drinking the waters for the benefit of his health. After he had left Paris, the Faculty of Medicine called upon M. D'Islan, for the third and last time, to renounce the doctrine of animal magnetism, or be expelled from their body. M. D'Islan, so far from doing this, declared that he had discovered new secrets, and solicited further examination. A royal commission of the Faculty of Medicine was, in consequence, appointed on the 12th of March, 1784, seconded by another commission of the Académie des Sciences, to investigate the phenomena and report upon them. The first commission was composed of the principal physicians of Paris, while, among the eminent men comprised in the latter, were Benjamin Franklin, Lavoisier, and Bailly, the historian of astronomy. Mesmer was formally invited to appear before this body, but absented himself from day to day, upon one pretence or another. M. Deslon was more honest, because he thoroughly believed in the phenomena, which it is to be questioned if Mesmer ever did, and regularly attended the sittings and performed experiments. Bailly has thus described the scenes of which he was a witness in the course of this investigation. The sick persons, arranged in great numbers and in several rows around the baquet, receive the magnetism by all these means, by the iron rods which convey it to them from the baquet, by the cords wound round their bodies, by the connection of the thumb, which conveys to them the magnetism of their neighbors, and by the sounds of a pianoforte, or of an agreeable voice, diffusing the magnetism in the air. The patients were also directly magnetized by means of the finger and wand of the magnetiseur moved slowly before their faces, above or behind their heads, and on the diseased parts, always observing the direction of the holes. The magnetiseur acts by fixing his eyes on them. But above all, they are magnetized by the application of his hands and the pressure of his fingers on the hypochondries and on the regions of the abdomen. An application often continued for a long time, sometimes for several hours. Meanwhile the patients in their different conditions present a very varied picture. Some are calm, tranquil, and experience no effect. Others cough, spit, feel slight pains, local or general heat, and have sweatings. Others again are agitated and tormented with convulsions. These convulsions are remarkable in regard to the number affected with them, to their duration and force. As soon as one begins to be convulsed, several others are affected. The commissioners have observed some of these convulsions last more than 3 hours. They are accompanied with expectorations of a muddy viscous water, brought away by violent efforts. Sometimes streaks of blood have been observed in this fluid. These convulsions are characterized by the precipitous, involuntary motion of all the limbs, and of the whole body, by the construction of the throat, by the leaping motions of the hypochondria and the epigastrium, by the dimness and wandering of the eyes, by piercing shrieks, tears, sobbing, and immoderate laughter. They are preceded or followed by a state of languor or reverie, a kind of depression, and sometimes drowsiness. The smallest sudden noise occasions a shuddering. And it was remarked, that the change of measure in the airs played on the pianoforte had a great influence on the patients. A quicker motion, a livelier melody, agitated them more, and renewed the vivacity of their convulsions. Nothing is more astonishing than the spectacle of these convulsions. One who has not seen them can form no idea of them. The spectator is as much astonished at the profound repose of one portion of the patients as at the agitation of the rest, at the various accidents which are repeated, and at the sympathies which are exhibited. Some of the patients may be seen devoting their attention exclusively to one another, rushing towards each other with open arms, smiling, soothing, and manifesting every symptom of attachment and affection. All are under the power of the magnetiseur. It matters not in what state of drowsiness they may be, the sound of his voice, a look, a motion of his hand, brings them out of it. Among the patients in convulsions there are always observed a great many women, and very few men. 134. These experiments lasted for about 5 months. They had hardly commenced, before Mesmer, alarmed at the loss both of fame and profit, determined to return to Paris. Some patients of rank and fortune, enthusiastic believers in his doctrine, had followed him to Spa. One of them, named Bergasse, proposed to open a subscription for him, of 100 shares, at 100 louis each, on condition that he would disclose his secret to the subscribers, who were to be permitted to make whatever use they pleased of it. Mesmer readily embraced the proposal, and such was the infatuation, that the subscription was not only filled in a few days, but exceeded by no less a sum than 140,000 francs. With this fortune he returned to Paris, and recommenced his experiments, while the Royal Commission continued theirs. His admiring pupils, who had paid him so handsomely for his instructions, spread the delusion over the country, and established in all the principal towns of France, societies of harmony, for trying experiments and curing all diseases by means of magnetism. Some of these societies were a scandal to morality, being joined by profligate men of depraved appetites, who took a disgusting delight in witnessing young girls in convulsions. Many of the pretended magnetisers were notorious libertines, who took that opportunity of gratifying their passions. An illegal increase of the number of French citizens was anything but a rare consequence in Strasbourg, Nantes, Bordeaux, Lyons, and other towns, where these societies were established. At last the commissioners published their report, which was drawn up by the illustrious and unfortunate Bailly. For clearness of reasoning and strict impartiality it has never been surpassed. After detailing the various experiments made, and their results, they came to the conclusion that the only proof advanced in support of animal magnetism was the effects it produced on the human body, that those effects could be produced without passes or other magnetic manipulations, that all these manipulations and passes and ceremonies never produce any effect at all if employed without the patient's knowledge. And that therefore imagination did, and animal magnetism did not, account for the phenomena. This report was the ruin of Mesmer's reputation in France. He quitted Paris shortly after, with the 340,000 francs which had been subscribed by his admirers, and retired to his own country, where he died in 1815, at the advanced age of 81. But the seeds he had sown fructified of themselves, nourished and brought to maturity by the kindly warmth of popular credulity. Imitators sprang up in France, Germany, and England, more extravagant than their master, and claiming powers for the new science which its founder had never dreamt of. Among others, Cagliostro made good use of the delusion in extending his claims to be considered a master of the occult sciences. But he made no discoveries worthy to be compared to those of the Marquis de Puysegur and the Chevalier Barbarin, honest men, who began by deceiving themselves before they deceived others. The Marquis de Puysegur, the owner of a considerable estate at Beaugency, was one of those who had entered into the subscription for Mesmer. After that individual had quitted France, he retired to Beaugency with his brother to try animal magnetism upon his tenants, and cure the country people of all manner of diseases. He was a man of great simplicity and much benevolence, and not only magnetized but fed the sick that flocked around him. In all the neighborhood, and indeed within a circumference of 20 miles, he was looked upon as endowed with a power almost divine. His great discovery, as he called it, was made by chance. One day he had magnetized his gardener. And observing him to fall into a deep sleep, it occurred to him that he would address a question to him, as he would have done to a natural somnambulist. He did so, and the man replied with much clearness and precision. M. De Puysegur was agreeably surprised. He continued his experiments, and found that, in this state of magnetic somnambulism, the soul of the sleeper was enlarged, and brought into more intimate communion with all nature, and more especially with him. M. De Puysegur. He found that all further manipulations were unnecessary, that, without speaking or making any sign, he could convey his will to the patient. That he could, in fact, converse with him, soul to soul, without the employment of any physical operation whatever. Simultaneously with this marvelous discovery he made another, which reflects equal credit upon his understanding. Like Valentine Greatrax, he found it hard work to magnetize all that came, that he had not even time to take the repose and relaxation which were necessary for his health. In this emergency he hit upon a clever expedient. He had heard Mesmer say that he could magnetize bits of wood. Why should he not be able to magnetize a whole tree? It was no sooner thought than done. There was a large elm on the village green at Beaugency, under which the peasant girls used to dance on festive occasions, and the old men to sit, drinking their vin du pays on the fine summer evenings. M. De Puysegur proceeded to this tree and magnetized it, by first touching it with his hands and then retiring a few steps from it. all the while directing streams of the magnetic fluid from the branches toward the trunk, and from the trunk toward the root. This done, he caused circular seats to be erected round it, and cords suspended from it in all directions. When the patients had seated themselves, they twisted the cords round the diseased parts of their bodies, and held one another firmly by their thumbs to form a direct channel of communication for the passage of the fluid. M. De Pijsger had now two hobbies, the man with the enlarged soul, and the magnetic elm. The infatuation of himself and his patients cannot be better expressed than in his own words. Writing to his brother, on the 17th of May, 1784, he says, "If you do not come, my dear friend, you will not see my extraordinary man, for his health is now almost quite restored. I continue to make use of the happy power for which I am indebted to M. Mesmer. Every day I bless his name, for I am very useful, and produce many salutary effects on all the sick poor in the neighborhood. They flock around my tree. There were more than 130 of them this morning. It is the best bacche possible, not a leaf of it but communicates health. All feel, more or less, the good effects of it. You will be delighted to see the charming picture of humanity which this presents. I have only one regret, it is, that I cannot touch all who come. But my magnetist man, my intelligence, sets me at ease. He teaches me what conduct I should adopt. According to him, it is not at all necessary that I should touch every one, a look, a gesture, even a wish, is sufficient. And it is one of the most ignorant peasants of the country that teaches me this. When he is in a crisis, I know of nothing more profound, more prudent, more clear-sighted, clairvoyant, than he is." In another letter, describing his first experiment with the magnetic tree, he says, "Yester evening I brought my first patient to it. As soon as I had put the cord round him he gazed at the tree. And, with an air of astonishment which I cannot describe, exclaimed, 'What is it that I see there?' His head then sunk down, and he fell into a perfect fit of somnambulism. At the end of an hour, I took him home to his house again, when I restored him to his senses. Several men and women came to tell him what he had been doing. He maintained it was not true. That, weak as he was, and scarcely able to walk, it would have been scarcely possible for him to have gone downstairs and walked to the tree. Today I have repeated the experiment on him, and with the same success. I own to you that my head turns round with pleasure to think of the good I do. Madame de Pijsger, the friends she has with her, my servants, and, in fact, all who are near me, feel an amazement, mingled with admiration, which cannot be described. But they do not experience the half of my sensations. Without my tree, which gives me rest, and which will give me still more, should be in a state of agitation, inconsistent, I believe, with my health. I exist too much, if I may be allowed to use the expression." In another letter, he descants still more poetically upon his gardener with the enlarged soul. He says, "It is from this simple man, this tall and stout rustic, 23 years of age, enfeebled by disease, or rather by sorrow, and therefore the more predisposed to be affected by any great natural agent, it is from this man, I repeat, that I derive instruction and knowledge. When in the magnetic state, he is no longer a peasant who can hardly utter a single sentence, he is a being, to describe whom I cannot find a name. I need not speak, I have only to think before him, when he instantly understands and answers me. Should anybody come into the room, he sees him, if I desire it, but not else, and addresses him, and says what I wish him to say, not indeed exactly as I dictate to him, but as truth requires. When he wants to add more than I deem it prudent strangers should hear, I stop the flow of his ideas, and of his conversation in the middle of a word, and give it quite a different turn." Among other persons attracted to Busancy by the report of these extraordinary occurrences was M. Cloquet, the receiver of finance. His appetite for the marvelous being somewhat insatiable, he readily believed all that was told him by M. de Pijsger. He also has left a record of what he saw, and what he credited, which throws a still clearer light upon the progress of the delusion. 135 He says that the patients he saw in the magnetic state had an appearance of deep sleep, during which all the physical faculties were suspended, to the advantage of the intellectual faculties. The eyes of the patients were closed. The sense of hearing was abolished, and they awoke only at the voice of their magnetizer. If any one touched a patient during a crisis, or even the chair on which he was seated, says M. Cloquet, it would cause him much pain and suffering, and throw him into convulsions. During the crisis, they possess an extraordinary and supernatural power, by which, on touching a patient presented to them, they can feel what part of his body is diseased, even by merely passing their hand over the clothes. Another singularity was, that these sleepers who could thus discover diseases, see into the interior of other men's stomachs, and point out remedies, remembered absolutely nothing after the magnetizer thought proper to disenchant them. The time that elapsed between their entering the crisis and their coming out of it was obliterated. Not only had the magnetizer the power of making himself heard by the somnambulists, but he could make them follow him by merely pointing his finger at them from a distance, though they had their eyes the whole time completely closed. Such was animal magnetism under the auspices of the Marquis de Puysegur. While he was exhibiting these fooleries around his elm tree, a magnetizer of another class appeared in Lyons, in the person of the Chevalier de Barbarin. This person thought the effort of the will, without any of the paraphernalia of wands or baquets, was sufficient to throw patients into the magnetic sleep. He tried it and succeeded. By sitting at the bedside of his patients, and praying that they might be magnetized, they went off into a state very similar to that of the persons who fell under the notice of M. de Puysegur. In the course of time, a very considerable number of magnetisers, acknowledging Barbarin for their model, and called after him Barbarinists, appeared in different parts, and were believed to have effected some remarkable cures. In Sweden and Germany, this sect of fanatics increased rapidly, and were called spiritualists, to distinguish them from the followers of M. de Puysegur, who were called experimentalists. They maintained that all the effects of animal magnetism, which Mesmer believed to be producible by a magnetic fluid dispersed through nature, were produced by the mere effort of one human soul acting upon another. That when a connection had once been established between a magnetizer and his patient, the former could communicate his influence to the latter from any distance, even hundreds of miles, by the will. One of them thus described the blessed state of a magnetic patient: in such a man animal instinct ascends to the highest degree admissible in this world. The clairvoyant is then a pure animal, without any admixture of matter. His observations are those of a spirit. He is similar to God. His eye penetrates all the secrets of nature. When his attention is fixed on any of the objects of this world, on his disease, his death, his well-beloved, his friends, his relations, his enemies, in spirit he sees them acting, he penetrates into the causes and the consequences of their actions. He becomes a physician, a prophet, a divine. 136. Let us now see what progress these mysteries made in England. In the year 1788, Dr. Maynooduc, who had been a pupil, first of Mesmer, and afterwards of Deslon, arrived in Bristol, and gave public lectures upon magnetism. His success was quite extraordinary. People of rank and fortune hastened from London to Bristol to be magnetized, or to place themselves under his tuition. Dr. George Winter, in his History of Animal Magnetism, gives the following list of them. They amounted to 127, among whom there were 1 duke, 1 duchess, 1 marchioness, 2 countesses, 1 earl, 1 baron, 3 baronesses, 1 bishop, 5 right honourable gentlemen and ladies, 2 baronets, 7 members of Parliament, 1 clergyman, 2 physicians, 7 surgeons, besides 92 gentlemen and ladies of respectability. He afterwards established himself in London, where he performed with equal success. He began by publishing proposals to the ladies for the formation of a Hygiene Society. In this paper he vaunted highly the curative effects of animal magnetism, and took great credit to himself for being the first person to introduce it into England, and thus concluded, as this method of cure is not confined to sex or college education, and the fair sex being in general the most sympathizing part of the creation, and most immediately concerned in the health and care of its offspring, I think myself bound in gratitude to you, ladies, for the partiality you have shown me in midwifery, to contribute, as far as lies in my power, to render you additionally useful and valuable to the community. With this view, I propose forming my Hygiene Society, to be incorporated with that of Paris. As soon as 20 ladies have given in their names, the day shall be appointed for the first meeting at my house, when they are to pay 15 guineas, which will include the whole expense. Hannah More, in a letter addressed to Horace Walpole, in September 1788, speaks of the demoniacal mummeries of Dr. Maynooduck, and says he was in a fair way of gaining £100,000 by them, as Mesmer had done by his exhibitions in Paris. So much curiosity was excited by the subject that, about the same time, a man, named Holloway, gave a course of lectures on animal magnetism in London, at the rate of 5 guineas for each pupil, and realized a considerable fortune. Loutherbourg, the painter, and his wife followed the same profitable trade. And such was the infatuation of the people to be witnesses of their strange manipulations, that, at times, upwards of 3,000 persons crowded around their house at Hammersmith, unable to gain admission. The tickets sold at prices varying from 1 to 3 guineas. Loutherbourg performed his cures by the touch, after the manner of Valentine Greatrax, and finally pretended to a divine mission. An account of his miracles, as they were called, was published in 1789, entitled, A List of New Cures Performed by Mr. and Mrs. de Loutherbourg of Hammersmith Terrace, without medicine, by a lover of the Lamb of God. Dedicated to His Grace the Archbishop of Canterbury. This lover of the Lamb of God was a half-crazy old woman, named Mary Pratt, who conceived for Mr. and Mrs. de Loutherbourg a veneration which almost prompted her to worship them. She chose for the motto of her pamphlet a verse in the 13th chapter of the Acts of the Apostles, Behold, ye despisers, and wonder and perish. For I will work a work in your days which ye shall not believe though a man declare it unto you. Attempting to give a religious character to the cures of the painter, she thought a woman was the proper person to make them known, since the apostle had declared that a man should not be able to conquer the incredulity of the people. She stated that, from Christmas 1788 to July 1789, de Loutherbourg and his wife had cured 2,000 people, having been made proper recipients to receive divine manuductions. Which heavenly and divine influx, coming from the radix God, his divine majesty had most graciously bestowed upon them to diffuse healing to all, be they deaf, dumb, blind, lame, or halt. In her dedication to the Archbishop of Canterbury, she implored him to compose a new form of prayer to be used in all churches and chapels, that nothing might impede this inestimable gift from having its due course. She further entreated all the magistrates and men of authority in the land to wait on Mr. and Mrs. de Loutherbourg, to consult with them on the immediate erection of a large hospital, with a pool of Bethesda attached to it. All the Magnetisers were scandalized at the preposterous jabber of this old woman, and de Loutherbourg appears to have left London to avoid her. Continuing, however, in conjunction with his wife, the fantastic tricks which had turned the brain of this poor fanatic, and deluded many others who pretended to more sense than she had. From this period until 1798, magnetism excited little or no attention in England. An attempt to revive the doctrine was made in that year, but it was in the shape of mineral rather than of animal magnetism. One Benjamin Douglas Perkins, an American, practicing as a surgeon in Leicester Square, invented and took out a patent for the celebrated metallic tractors. He pretended that these tractors, which were 2 small pieces of metal strongly magnetized, something resembling the steel plates which were first brought into notice by Father Hell, would cure gout, rheumatism, palsy, and in fact, almost every disease the human frame was subject to, if applied externally to the afflicted part, and moved about gently, touching the surface only. The most wonderful stories soon obtained general circulation, and the press groaned with pamphlets, all vaunting the curative effects of the tractors, which were sold at 5 guineas the pair. Perkins gained money rapidly. Gouty subjects forgot their pains in the presence of this new remedy, the rheumatism fled at its approach, and toothache, which is often cured by the mere sight of a dentist, vanished before Perkins and his marvelous steel plates. The benevolent Quakers, of whose body he was a member, warmly patronized the invention. Desirous that the poor, who could not afford to pay Mr. Perkins 5 guineas, or even 5 shillings, for his tractors, should also share in the benefits of that sublime discovery. They subscribed a large sum, and built an hospital, called the Perkinian Institution, in which all comers might be magnetised free of cost. In the course of a few months they were in very general use, and their lucky inventor in possession of £5,000. Dr. Haygarth, an eminent physician at Bath, recollecting the influence of imagination in the cure of disease, hit upon an expedient to try the real value of the tractors. Perkins's cures were too well established to be doubted, and Dr. Haygarth, without gainsaying them, quietly, but in the face of numerous witnesses, exposed the delusion under which people labored with respect to the curative medium. He suggested to Dr. Falconer that they should make wooden tractors, paint them to resemble the steel ones, and see if the very same effects would not be produced. 5 patients were chosen from the hospital in Bath, upon whom to operate. 4 of them suffered severely from chronic rheumatism in the ankle, knee, wrist, and hip, and the 5th had been afflicted for several months with the gout. On the day appointed for the experiments, Dr. Haygarth and his friends assembled at the hospital, and with much solemnity brought forth the fictitious tractors. 4 out of the 5 patients said their pains were immediately relieved. And 3 of them said they were not only relieved, but very much benefited. 1 felt his knee warmer, and said he could walk across the room. He tried and succeeded, although on the previous day he had not been able to stir. The gouty man felt his pains diminish rapidly, and was quite easy for 9 hours, until he went to bed, when the twitching began again. On the following day the real tractors were applied to all the patients, when they described their symptoms in nearly the same terms. To make still more sure, the experiment was tried in the Bristol Infirmary, a few weeks afterwards, on a man who had a rheumatic affection in the shoulder, so severe as to incapacitate him from lifting his hand from his knee. The fictitious tractors were brought and applied to the afflicted part, one of the physicians, to add solemnity to the scene, drawing a stopwatch from his pocket to calculate the time exactly, while another, with a pen in his hand, sat down to write the change of symptoms from minute to minute as they occurred. In less than 4 minutes the man felt so much relieved, that he lifted his hand several inches without any pain in the shoulder. An account of these matters was published by Dr. Haygarth, in a small volume entitled, Of the Imagination, as a Cause and Cure of Disorders, exemplified by fictitious tractors. The exposure was a coup de grace to the system of Mr. Perkins. His friends and patrons, still unwilling to confess that they had been deceived, tried the tractors upon sheep, cows, and horses, alleging that the animals received benefit from the metallic plates, but none at all from the wooden ones. But they found nobody to believe them. The Perkinian Institution fell into neglect, and Perkins made his exit from England, carrying with him about £10,000, to soothe his declining years in the good city of Pennsylvania. Thus was magnetism laughed out of England for a time. In France, the Revolution left men no leisure for such puerilities. The Sociétés de l'Harmonie, of Strasbourg and other great towns, lingered for a while, till sterner matters occupying men's attention, they were one after the other abandoned, both by pupils and professors. The system thus driven from the first 2 nations of Europe, took refuge among the dreamy philosophers of Germany. There the wonders of the magnetic sleep grew more and more wonderful every day. The patients acquired the gift of prophecy, their vision extended over all the surface of the globe, they could hear and see with their toes and fingers, and read unknown languages, and understand them too, by merely having the book placed on their bellies. Ignorant clodpoles, when once entranced by the grand mesmeric fluid, could spout philosophy diviner than Plato ever wrote, descant upon the mysteries of the mind with more eloquence and truth than the profoundest metaphysicians the world ever saw, and solve knotty points of divinity with as much ease as waking men could undo their shoe buckles. During the first 12 years of the present century, little was heard of animal magnetism in any country of Europe. Even the Germans forgot their airy fancies. Recalled to the knowledge of this everyday world by the roar of Napoleon's cannon and the fall or the establishment of kingdoms. During this period, a cloud of obscurity hung over the science, which was not dispersed until M. Deleuze published, in 1813, his Histoire critique du magnétisme animal. This work gave a new impulse to the half-forgotten delusion. Newspapers, pamphlets, and books again waged war upon each other on the question of its truth or falsehood. And many eminent men in the profession of medicine recommenced inquiry, with an earnest design to discover the truth. The assertions made in the celebrated treatise of Deleuze are thus summed up. 137. There is a fluid continually escaping from the human body, and, forming an atmosphere around us, which, as it has no determined current, produces no sensible effects on surrounding individuals. It is, however, capable of being directed by the will, and, when so directed, is sent forth in currents, with a force corresponding to the energy we possess. Its motion is similar to that of the rays from burning bodies. It possesses different qualities in different individuals. It is capable of a high degree of concentration, and exists also in trees. The will of the magnetizer, guided by a motion of the hand, several times repeated in the same direction, can fill a tree with this fluid. Most persons, when this fluid is poured into them, from the body and by the will of the magnetizer, feel a sensation of heat or cold, when he passes his hand before them, without even touching them. Some persons, when sufficiently charged with this fluid, fall into a state of somnambulism, or magnetic ecstasy. And, when in this state, they see the fluid encircling the magnetizer like a halo of light, and issuing in luminous streams from his mouth and nostrils, his head, and hands, possessing a very agreeable smell, and communicating a particular taste to food and water. One would think that these absurdities were quite enough to be insisted upon by any physician who wished to be considered sane, but they only form a small portion of the wondrous things related by M. Deleuze. He further said, when magnetism produces somnambulism, the person who is in this state acquires a prodigious extension of all his faculties. Several of his external organs, especially those of sight and hearing, become inactive. But the sensations which depend upon them take place internally. Seeing and hearing are carried on by the magnetic fluid, which transmits the impressions immediately, and without the intervention of any nerves or organs directly to the brain. Thus the somnambulist, though his eyes and ears are closed, not only sees and hears, but sees and hears much better than he does when awake. In all things he feels the will of the magnetizer, although that will be not expressed. He sees into the interior of his own body, and the most secret organization of the bodies of all those who may be put en rapport, or in magnetic connection, with him. Most commonly, he only sees those parts which are diseased and disordered, and intuitively prescribes a remedy for them. He has prophetic visions and sensations, which are generally true, but sometimes erroneous. He expresses himself with astonishing eloquence and facility. He is not free from vanity. He becomes a more perfect being of his own accord for a certain time, if guided wisely by the magnetizer, but wanders if he is ill-directed. According to M. Deleuze, any person could become a magnetizer and produce these effects, by conforming to the following conditions, and acting upon the following rules. Forget for a while all your knowledge of physics and metaphysics. Remove from your mind all objections that may occur. Imagine that it is in your power to take the malady in hand, and throw it on one side. Never reason for 6 weeks after you have commenced the study. Have an active desire to do good. A firm belief in the power of magnetism, and an entire confidence in employing it. In short, repel all doubts, desire success, and act with simplicity and attention. That is to say, be very credulous, be very persevering. Reject all past experience, and do not listen to reason, and you are a magnetizer after M. Deleuze's own heart. Having brought yourself into this edifying state of fanaticism, remove from the patient all persons who might be troublesome to you, keep with you only the necessary witnesses, a single person, if need be. Desire them not to occupy themselves in any way with the processes you employ and the effects which result from them, but to join with you in the desire of doing good to your patient. Arrange yourself so as neither to be too hot nor too cold, and in such a manner that nothing may obstruct the freedom of your motions, and take precautions to prevent interruption during the sitting. Make your patient then sit as commodiously as possible, and place yourself opposite to him, on a seat a little more elevated, in such a manner that his knees may be betwixt yours, and your feet at the side of his. First, request him to resign himself, to think of nothing, not to perplex himself by examining the effects which may be produced, to banish all fear. To surrender himself to hope, and not to be disturbed or discouraged if the action of magnetism should cause in him momentary pains. After having collected yourself, take his thumbs between your fingers in such a way that the internal part of your thumbs may be in contact with the internal part of his, and then fix your eyes upon him. You must remain from 2 to 5 minutes in this situation, or until you feel an equal heat between your thumbs and his. This done, you will withdraw your hands, removing them to the right and left, and at the same time turning them till their internal surface be outwards, and you will raise them to the height of the head. You will now place them upon the 2 shoulders, and let them remain there about a minute. Afterwards drawing them gently along the arms to the extremities of the fingers, touching very slightly as you go. You will renew this pass 5 or 6 times, always turning your hands, and removing them a little from the body before you lift them. You will then place them above the head, and, after holding them there for an instant, lower them, passing them before the face, at the distance of 1 or 2 inches, down to the pit of the stomach. There you will stop them 2 minutes also, putting your thumbs upon the pit of the stomach and the rest of your fingers below the ribs. You will then descend slowly along the body to the knees, or rather, if you can do so without deranging yourself, to the extremity of the feet. You will repeat the same processes several times during the remainder of the sitting. You will also occasionally approach your patient, so as to place your hands behind his shoulders, in order to descend slowly along the spine of the back and the thighs, down to the knees or the feet. After the first passes, you may dispense with putting your hands upon the head, and may make the subsequent passes upon the arms, beginning at the shoulders, and upon the body, beginning at the stomach. Such was the process of magnetising recommended by Delusions. That delicate, fanciful, and nervous women, when subjected to it, should have worked themselves into convulsions will be readily believed by the sturdiest opponent of animal magnetism. To sit in a constrained posture, be stared out of countenance by a fellow who enclosed her knees between his, while he made passes upon different parts of her body, was quite enough to throw any weak woman into a fit. Especially if she were predisposed to hysteria, and believed in the efficacy of the treatment. It is just as evident that those of stronger minds and healthier bodies should be sent to sleep by the process. That these effects have been produced by these means there are thousands of instances to show. But are they testimony in favor of animal magnetism? Do they prove the existence of the magnetic fluid? Every unprejudiced person must answer in the negative. It needs neither magnetism, nor ghost from the grave, to tell us that silence, monotony, and long recumbency in one position must produce sleep, or that excitement, imitation, and a strong imagination, acting upon a weak body, will bring on convulsions. It will be seen hereafter that magnetism produces no effects but these 2. That the gift of prophecy, supernatural eloquence, the transfer of the senses, and the power of seeing through opaque substances, are pure fictions, that cannot be substantiated by anything like proof. M. Delusions' book produced quite a sensation in France. The study was resumed with redoubled vigor. In the following year, a journal was established devoted exclusively to the science, under the title of Annales du Magnétisme Animal. And shortly afterwards appeared the Bibliothèque du Magnétisme Animal, and many others. About the same time, the Abbé Faria, the man of wonders, began to magnetize. And the belief being that he had more of the mesmeric fluid about him, and a stronger will, than most men, he was very successful in his treatment. His experiments afford a convincing proof that imagination can operate all, and the supposed fluid none, of the results so confidently claimed as evidence of the new science. He placed his patients in an armchair, told them to shut their eyes. And then, in a loud commanding voice, pronounced the single word, sleep. He used no manipulations whatever, had no baquet or conductor of the fluid, but he nevertheless succeeded in causing sleep in hundreds of patients. He boasted of having in his time produced 5,000 somnambulists by this method. It was often necessary to repeat the command 3 or 4 times. And if the patient still remained awake, the abbé got out of the difficulty by dismissing him from the chair, and declaring that he was incapable of being acted on. And here it should be remarked that the Magnetisers do not lay claim to a universal efficacy for their fluid. The strong and the healthy cannot be magnetized, the incredulous cannot be magnetized, those who reason upon it cannot be magnetized. Those who firmly believe in it can be magnetized, the weak in body can be magnetized, and the weak in mind can be magnetized. Unless, from some cause or other, individuals of the latter classes should resist the magnetic charm, the apostles of the science declare that there are times when even they cannot be acted upon. The presence of one scorner or unbeliever may weaken the potency of the fluid and destroy its efficacy. In M. Delusions' instructions to a magnetiser, he expressly says, "Never magnetize before inquisitive persons." 138. Yet the followers of this delusion claim for it the rank of a science. The numerous writings that appeared between the years 1813 and 1825 show how much attention was excited in France. With every succeeding year some new discovery was put forth, until at last the magnetisers seemed to be very generally agreed that there were 6 separate and distinct degrees of magnetization. They have been classed as follow. In the first stage, the skin of the patient becomes slightly reddened, and there is a feeling of heat, comfort, and lightness all over the body, but there is no visible action on the senses. In the second stage, the eye is gradually abstracted from the dominion of the will, or, in other words, the patient becomes sleepy. The drooping eyelids cannot be raised. The senses of hearing, smelling, feeling, and tasting are more than usually excited. In addition, a variety of nervous sensations are felt, such as spasms of the muscles and prickings of the skin, and involuntary twitchings in various parts of the body. In the third stage, which is that of magnetic sleep, all the senses are closed to external impressions, and sometimes fainting, and cataleptic or apoplectic attacks may occur. In the fourth stage, the patient is asleep to all the world. But he is awake within his own body, and consciousness returns. While in this state, all his senses are transferred to the skin. He is in the perfect crisis, or magnetic somnambulism. A being of soul and mind, seeing without eyes, hearing without ears, and deadened in body to all sense of feeling. In the fifth stage, which is that of lucid vision, the patient can see his own internal organization, or that of others placed in magnetic communication with him. He becomes, at the same time, possessed of the instinct of remedies. The magnetic fluid, in this stage, unites him by powerful attraction to others, and establishes between them an impenetration of thought and feeling so intense as to blend their different natures into one. In the sixth stage, which is at the same time the rarest and the most perfect of all, the lucid vision is not obstructed by opaque matter, or subject to any barriers interposed by time or space. The magnetic fluid, which is universally spread in nature, unites the individual with all nature, and gives him cognizance of coming events by its universal lucidity. So much was said and written between the years 1820 and 1825, and so many converts were made, that the magnetisers became clamorous for a new investigation. M. de Foissac, a young physician, wrote to the Académie Royale du Médecin a letter, calling for inquiry, in which he complained of the unfairness of the report of Messrs. Bailey and Franklin in 1784, and stating that, since that time, the science had wholly changed by the important discovery of magnetic somnambulism. He informed the Academy that he had under his care a young woman, whose powers of divination when in the somnambulic state were of the most extraordinary character. He invited the members of that body to go into any hospital, and choose persons afflicted with any diseases, acute or chronic, simple or complex, and his somnambulist, on being put en rapport, or in magnetic connection, with them, would infallibly point out their ailings and name the remedies. She, and other somnambulists, he said, could, by merely laying the hands successively on the head, the chest, and the abdomen of a stranger, immediately discover his maladies, with the pains and different alterations thereby occasioned. They could indicate, besides, whether the cure were possible, and, if so, whether it were easy or difficult, near or remote, and what means should be employed to attain this result by the surest and readiest way. In this examination they never departed from the sound principles of medicine. In fact, added M. de Foissac, I go further, and assert that their inspirations are allied to the genius which animated Hippocrates. In the meantime experiments were carried on in various hospitals of Paris. The epileptic patients at the Salpêtrière were magnetised by permission of M. Esquirol. At the Bicêtre also the same results were obtained. M. de Foissac busied himself with the invalids at the Hospice de la Charite, and M. de Potet was equally successful in producing sleep or convulsions at Val de Grace. Many members of the Chamber of Deputies became converts, and M. Chardel, the Comte de Gestas, M. de Lassizes, and others, opened their saloons to those who were desirous of being instructed in animal magnetism. 139 Other physicians united with M. de Foissac in calling for an inquiry. And ultimately the Academy nominated a preliminary committee of 5 of its members, namely, Messrs. Adelon, Burden, Marc, Paraset, and Husson, to investigate the alleged facts, and to report whether the Academy, without any compromise of its dignity, could appoint a new commission. Before this committee, M. de Foissac produced his famous somnambulist. But she failed in exhibiting any one of the phenomena her physician had so confidently predicted. She was easily thrown into the state of sleep, by long habit and the monotony of the passes and manipulations of her Magnetisers. But she could not tell the diseases of persons put en rapport with her. The Committee of 5 framed excuses for this failure, by saying, that probably the magnetic fluid was obstructed, because they were inexperienced, distrustful, and perhaps impatient. After this, what can be said for the judgment or the impartiality of such a committee? They gave at last their opinion, that it would be advisable to appoint a new commission. On the 13th of December, 1825, they presented themselves to the Academy to deliver their report. A debate ensued, which occupied 3 days, and in which all the most distinguished members took part. It was finally decided by a majority of 10, that the commission should be appointed, and the following physicians were chosen its members. They were 11 in number, viz. Bourdois de la Motte, the president. Fouquier, Guinaud de Mussy, Gersant, Husson, Itard, Marc, J. Leroux, Fillet, Double, and Magendie. These gentlemen began their labors by publishing an address to all magnetisers, inviting them to come forward and exhibit in their presence the wonders of animal magnetism. M. de Potet says that very few answered this amicable appeal, because they were afraid of being ridiculed when the report should be published. For Magnetisers, however, answered their appeal readily, and for 5 years were busily engaged in bringing proofs of the new science before the commission. These were M. de Foissac, M. de Potet, M. Chapelain, and M. de Gesselin. It would be but an unprofitable, and by no means a pleasant task to follow the commissioners in their erratic career, as they were led hither and thither by the 4 lights of magnetism above mentioned. The 4 Wills o' the Wisp, which dazzled the benighted and bewildered doctors on that wide and shadowy region of metaphysical inquiry, the influence of mind over matter. It will be better to state at once the conclusion they came to after so long and laborious an investigation, and then examine whether they were warranted in it by the evidence brought before them. The report, which is exceedingly voluminous, is classed under 30 different heads, and its general tenor is favorable to magnetism. The reporters expressly state their belief in the existence of the magnetic fluid, and sum up the result of their inquiries in the 4 assertions which follow. 1. Magnetism has no effect upon persons in a sound state of health, nor upon some diseased persons. 2. In others its effects are slight. 3. These effects are sometimes produced by weariness or ennui, by monotony, and by the imagination. 4. We have seen these effects developed independently of the last causes, most probably as the effects of magnetism alone. It will be seen that the first and second of these sentences presuppose the existence of that magnetic power, which it is the object of the inquiry to discover. The reporters begin, by saying, that magnetism exists, when after detailing their proofs, they should have ended by affirming it. For the sake of lucidity, a favorite expression of their own, let us put the propositions into a new form and new words, without altering the sense. 1. Certain effects, such as convulsions, somnambulism, and are producible in the human frame, by the will of others, by the will of the patient himself, or by both combined, or by some unknown means, we wish to discover, perhaps by magnetism. 2. These effects are not producible upon all bodies. They cannot be produced upon persons in a sound state of health, nor upon some diseased persons, while in other eases, the effects are very slight. 3. These effects were produced in many cases that fell under our notice, in which the persons operated on were in a weak state of health, by weariness or ennui, by monotony, and by the power of imagination. 4. But in many other eases these effects were produced, and were clearly not the result of weariness or ennui, of monotony, or of the power of the imagination. They were, therefore, produced by the magnetic processes we employed, ergo, animal magnetism exists. Every one, whether a believer or disbeliever in the doctrine, must see that the whole gist of the argument will be destroyed, if it be proved that the effects which the reporters claimed as resulting from a power independent of weariness, monotony, and the imagination, did, in fact, result from them, and from nothing else. The following are among the proofs brought forward to support the existence of the magnetic fluid, as producing those phenomena. A child, 28 months old, was magnetized by M. Foissac, at the house of M. Bourdois. The child, as well as its father, was subject to attacks of epilepsy. Almost immediately after M. Foissac had begun his manipulations and passes, the child rubbed its eyes, bent its head to one side, supported it on one of the cushions of the sofa where it was sitting, yawned, moved itself about, scratched its head and its ears, appeared to strive against the approach of sleep, and then rose, if we may be allowed the expression, grumbling. Being taken away to satisfy a necessity of nature, it was again placed on the sofa, and magnetized for a few moments. But as there appeared no decided symptoms of somnolency this time, we terminated the experiment. And this in all seriousness and sobriety was called a proof of the existence of the magnetic fluid. That these effects were not produced by the imagination may be granted, but that they were not produced by weariness and monotony is not so clear. A child is seated upon a sofa, a solemn-looking gentleman, surrounded by several others equally grave, begins to play various strange antics before it, moving his hands mysteriously, pointing at his head, all the while preserving a most provoking silence. And what does the child? It rubs its eyes, appears restless, yawns, scratches its head, grumbles, and makes an excuse to get away. Magnetism, forsooth. 'Twas a decided case of botheration. The next proof, so called, though not so amusing, is equally decisive of the mystification of the commissioners. A deaf and dumb lad, 18 years of age, and subject to attacks of epilepsy, was magnetized 15 times by M. Foissac. The phenomena exhibited during the treatment were a heaviness of the eyelids, a general numbness, a desire to sleep, and sometimes vertigo. The epileptic attacks were entirely suspended, and did not return till 8 months afterwards. Upon this case and the first mentioned, the committee reasoned thus: these cases appear to us altogether worthy of remark. The two individuals who formed the subject of the experiment, were ignorant of what was done to them. The one, indeed, was not in a state capable of knowing it, and the other never had the slightest idea of magnetism. Both, however, were insensible of its influence. And most certainly it is impossible in either case to attribute this sensibility to the imagination. The first case has been already disposed of. With regard to the second, it is very possible to attribute all the results to imagination. It cannot be contended, that because the lad was deaf and dumb he had no understanding, that he could not see the strange manipulations of the magnetizer, and that he was unaware that his cure was the object of the experiments that were thus made upon him. Had he no fancy merely because he was dumb? And could he, for the same reason, avoid feeling a heaviness in his eyelids, a numbness, and a sleepiness, when he was forced to sit for 2 or 3 hours while M. Foysac pointed his fingers at him. As for the amelioration in his health, no argument can be adduced to prove that he was devoid of faith in the remedy. And that, having faith, he should not feel the benefit of it as well as thousands of others who have been cured by means wholly as imaginary. The third case is brought forward with a still greater show of authority. Having magnetised the child and a dumb youth with results so extraordinary, M. Foysac next tried his hand upon a commissioner. M. Itard was subjected to a course of manipulations. The consequences were a flow of saliva, a metallic savor in the mouth, and a severe headache. These symptoms, say the reporters, cannot be accounted for by the influence of imagination. M. Itard, it should be remarked, was a confirmed valetudinarian, and a believer, before the investigation commenced, in the truth of magnetism. He was a man, therefore, whose testimony cannot be received with implicit credence upon this subject. He may have repeated, and so may his brother commissioners, that the results above stated were not produced by the power of the imagination. The patients of Perkins, of Valentine Greytrax, of Sir Kenelm Digby, of Father Gassner, were all equally positive, but what availed their assertions? Experience soon made it manifest, that no other power than that of imagination worked the wonders in their case. M. Itard's is not half so extraordinary, the only wonder is, that it should ever have been insisted upon. The commissioners having, as they thought, established beyond doubt the existence of the magnetic fluid, and these are all their proofs, next proceeded to investigate the more marvelous phenomena of the science. Such as the transfer of the senses, the capability of seeing into one's own or other people's insides, and of divining remedies, and the power of prophecy. A few examples will suffice. M. Petit was magnetised by M. Dupotet, who asserted that the somnambulist would be able to choose, with his eyes shut, a mesmerized coin out of 12 others. The experiment was tried, and the somnambulist chose the wrong 1.140. Baptiste Chaumette was also magnetised by M. Dupotet, and fell into the somnambulic state after 8 minutes. As he appeared to be suffering great pain, he was asked what ailed him, when he pointed to his breast, and said he felt pain there. Being asked what part of his body that was, he said his liver. 141. Mademoiselle Martineau was magnetised by M. Dupotet, and it was expected that her case would prove not only the transfer of the senses, but the power of divining remedies. Her eyes having been bandaged, she was asked if she could not see all the persons present. She replied, no, but she could hear them talking. No one was speaking at the time. She said she would awake after 5 or 10 minutes sleep. She did not awake for 16 or 17 minutes. She announced that on a certain day she would be able to tell exactly the nature of her complaint, and prescribe the proper remedies. On the appointed day she was asked the question, and could not answer. 142. Mademoiselle Couturier, a patient of M. de Gesselin, was thrown into the state of somnambulism, and M. de Gesselin said she would execute his mental orders. One of the committee then wrote on a slip of paper the words, "Go and sit down on the stool in front of the piano." He handed the paper to M. de Gesselin, who having conceived the words mentally, turned to his patient, and told her to do as he required of her. She rose up, went to the clock, and said it was 20 minutes past 9. She was tried 9 times more, and made as many mistakes. 143. Pierre Cazet was an epileptic patient, and was said to have the power of prophecy. Being magnetised on the 22nd of April, he said that in 9 weeks he should have a fit, in 3 weeks afterwards go mad, abuse his wife, murder someone, and finally recover in the month of August. After which he should never have an attack again. 144. In 2 days after uttering this prophecy, he was run over by a cabriolet and killed. 145. A post-mortem examination was made of his body, when it was ascertained beyond doubt, that even had he not met with this accident, he could never have recovered. 146. The inquest which had been the means of eliciting these, along with many other facts, having sat for upwards of 5 years, the Magnetisers became anxious that the report should be received by the solemn conclave of the Academy. At length a day, the 20th of June, 1831, was fixed for the reading. All the doctors of Paris thronged around the hall to learn the result. The street in front of the building was crowded with medical students. The passages were obstructed by philosophers. So great was the sensation, says M. Depotet, that it might have been supposed the fate of the nation depended on the result. M. Husson, the reporter, appeared at the bar and read the report, the substance of which we have just extracted. He was heard at first with great attention, but as he proceeded signs of impatience and dissent were manifested on all sides. The unreasonable inferences of the commissioners, their false conclusions, their too positive assertions, were received with repeated marks of disapprobation. Some of the academicians started from their seats, and apostrophizing the commissioners, accused them of partiality or stolidity. The commissioners replied. Until, at last, the uproar became so violent that an adjournment of the sitting was moved and carried. On the following day the report was concluded. A stormy discussion immediately ensued, which certainly reflected no credit upon the opponents of animal magnetism. Both sides lost temper, the anti-magnetists declaring that the whole was a fraud and a delusion. The pro-magnetists reminding the Academy that it was too often the fate of truth to be scorned and disregarded for a while, but that eventually her cause would triumph. "We do not care for your disbelief," cried one, "for in this very hall your predecessors denied the circulation of the blood." "Yes," cried another, "and they denied the falling of meteoric stones." While a third exclaimed, "Grande est veritas id prevalebit." Some degree of order being at last restored, the question whether the report should be received and published was decided in the negative. It was afterwards agreed that a limited number of copies should be lithographed, for the private use of such members as wished to make further examination. As might have been expected, magnetism did not suffer from a discussion which its opponents had conducted with so much intemperance. The followers of magnetism were as loud as ever in vaunting its efficacy as a cure, and its value, not only to the science of medicine, but to philosophy in general. By force of repeated outcries against the decision of the Academy, and assertions that new facts were discovered day after day, its friends, 6 years afterwards, prevailed upon that learned and influential body to institute another inquiry. The Academy, in thus consenting to renew the investigation after it had twice solemnly decided, once in conjunction with, and once in opposition to a committee of its own appointment, that animal magnetism was a fraud or a chimera, gave the most striking proof of its own impartiality and sincere desire to arrive at the truth. The new commission was composed of M. Roux, the president, and Messrs. Bullard, Cloquet, Emery, Pelletier, Caventon, Boudet, Cornac, and Dubois Damiens. The chief magnetiser upon the occasion was M. Berna, who had written to the Academy on the 12th of February, 1837, offering to bring forward the most convincing proofs of the truth of the new science. The commissioners met for the first time on the 27th of February, and delivered their report, which was drawn up by M. Dubois Damiens, on the 22nd of August following. After a careful examination of all the evidence, they decided, as Messrs. Bailey and Franklin had done in 1784, that the touchings, imagination, and the force of imitation would account satisfactorily for all the phenomena. That the supposed mesmeric fluid would not, that M. Berna, the magnetiser, labored under a delusion. And that the facts brought under their notice were anything but conclusive in favor of the doctrine of animal magnetism, and could have no relation either with physiology or with therapeutics. The following abridgment of the report will show that the commissioners did not thus decide without abundant reason. On the 3rd of March they met at the house of M. Roux, the president, when M. Berna introduced his patient, a young girl of 17, of a constitution apparently nervous and delicate, but with an air sufficiently cool and self-sufficient. M. Berna offered 8 proofs of animal magnetism, which he would elicit in her case, and which he classed as follow. 1. He would throw her into the state of somnambulism. 2. He would render her quite insensible to bodily pain. 3. He would restore her to sensibility by his mere will, without any visible or audible manifestation of it. 4. His mental order should deprive her of motion. 5. He would cause her, by a mental order, to cease answering in the midst of a conversation, and by a second mental order would make her begin again. 6. He would repeat the same experiment, separated from his patient by a door. 7. He would awake her. 8. He would throw her again into the somnambulic state, and by his will successively cause her to lose and recover the sensibility of any part of her body. Before any attempt at magnetization was made by M. Berna, the commissioners determined to ascertain how far, in her ordinary state, she was sensible to pricking. Needles of a moderate size were stuck into her hands and neck, to the depth of half a line, and she was asked by Messrs. Roux and Caventon whether she felt any pain. She replied that she felt nothing, neither did her countenance express any pain. The commissioners, somewhat surprised at this, repeated their question, and inquired whether she was absolutely insensible. Being thus pressed, she acknowledged that she felt a little pain. These preliminaries having been completed, M. Berna made her sit close by him. He looked steadfastly at her, but made no movements or passes whatever. After the lapse of about 2 minutes she fell back asleep, and M. Berna told the commissioners that she was now in the state of magnetic somnambulism. He then arose, and again looking steadfastly at her from a short distance, declared, after another minute, that she was struck with general insensibility. To ascertain this, the girl's eyes having been previously bandaged, Messrs. Bullard, Emery, and Dubois pricked her one after the other with needles. By word she complained of no pain. And her features, where the bandage allowed them to be seen, appeared calm and unmoved. But M. Dubois having stuck his needle rather deep under her chin, she immediately made with much vivacity a movement of deglutition. This experiment having failed, M. Berna tried another, saying that he would, by the sole and tacit intervention of his will, paralyze any part of the girl's body the commissioners might mention. To avoid the possibility of collusion, M. Dubois drew up the following conditions. That M. Berna should maintain the most perfect silence, and should receive from the hands of the commissioners papers, on which should be written the parts to be deprived of motion and sensibility, and that M. Berna should let them know when he had done it by closing one of his eyes, that they might verify it. The parts to be deprived of sensibility were the chin, the right thumb, the region of the left deltoid, and that of the right patella. M. Berna would not accept these conditions, giving for his reason that the parts pointed out by the commissioners were too limited. That, besides, all this was out of his program, and he did not understand why such precautions should be taken against him. M. Berna had written in his program that he would deprive the whole body of sensibility, and then a part only. He would afterwards deprive the 2 arms of motion, then the 2 legs, then a leg and an arm, then the neck, and lastly the tongue. All the evidence he wished the commissioners to have was after a very unsatisfactory fashion. He would tell the somnambulist to raise her arm, and if she did not raise it, the limb was to be considered paralyzed. Besides this, the commissioners were to make haste with their observations. If the first trials did not succeed, they were to be repeated till paralysis was produced. These, as the commissioners very justly remarked, were not such conditions as men of science, who were to give an account of their commission, could exactly comply with. After some time spent in a friendly discussion of the point, M. Berna said he could do no more at that meeting. Then placing himself opposite the girl, he twice exclaimed, "Wake!" She awakened accordingly, and the sitting terminated. At the second meeting, M. Berna was requested to paralyze the right arm only of the girl by the tacit intervention of his will, as he had confidently assured the commissioners he could. M. Berna, after a few moments, made a sign with his eye that he had done so, when M. Bullard proceeded to verify the fact. Being requested to move her left arm, she did so. Being then requested to move her right leg, she said the whole of her right side was paralyzed, she could neither move arm nor leg. On this experiment the commissioners remark, M. Berna's program stated that he had the power of paralyzing either a single limb or two limbs at once. We chose a single limb, and there resulted, in spite of his will, a paralysis of two limbs. Some other experiments, equally unsatisfactory, were tried with the same girl. M. Berna was soon convinced that she had not studied her part well, or was not clever enough to reflect any honor upon the science, and he therefore dismissed her. Her place was filled by a woman, aged about 30, also of very delicate health, and the following conclusive experiments were tried upon her. The patient was thrown into the somnambulic state, and her eyes covered with a bandage. At the invitation of the Magnetiser, M. Du Bois Damiens wrote several words upon a card, that the somnambule might read them through her bandages, or through her occiput. M. Du Bois wrote the word Pantagruel, in perfectly distinct Roman characters. Then placing himself behind the somnambule, he presented the card close to her occiput. The Magnetiser was seated in front of the woman and of M. Du Bois, and could not see the writing upon the card. Being asked by her Magnetiser what was behind her head, she answered, after some hesitation, that she saw something white, something resembling a card, a visiting card. It should be remembered that M. Berna had requested M. Du Bois allowed to take a card and write upon it, and that the patient must have heard it, as it was said in her presence. She was next asked if she could distinguish what there was on this card. She replied, yes, there was writing on it. Is it small or large, this writing? Inquired the Magnetiser. Pretty large, replied she. What is written on it? Continued the Magnetiser. Wait a little, I cannot see very plain. Ah! There is first an M. Yes, it is a word beginning with an M. 147 M. Cornac, unknown to the Magnetiser, who alone put the questions, passed a perfectly blank card to M. Du Bois, who substituted it quietly for the one on which he had written the word Pantagruel. The somnambule still persisted that she saw a word beginning with an M. At last, after some efforts, she added doubtingly that she thought she could see two lines of writing. She was still thinking of the visiting card, with a name in one line and the address on the other. Many other experiments of the same kind, and with a similar result, were tried with blank cards. And it was then determined to try her with playing cards. M. Berna had a pack of them on his table, and addressing M. Du Bois aloud, he asked him to take one of them and place it at the occiput of the somnambule. M. Du Bois asked him aloud whether he should take a court card. As you please, replied the Magnetiser. As M. Du Bois went towards the table, the idea struck him that he would not take either a court or a common card, but a perfectly blank card of the same size. Neither M. Berna nor the somnambule was aware of the substitution. He then placed himself behind her as before, and held the card to her occiput so that M. Berna could not see it. M. Berna then began to magnetize her with all his force, that he might sublimate her into the stage of extreme lucidity, and effectually transfer the power of vision to her occiput. She was interrogated as to what she could see. She hesitated, appeared to struggle with herself, and at last said she saw a card. But what do you see on the card? After a little hesitation, she said she could see black and red, thinking of the court card. The commissioners allowed M. Berna to continue the examination in his own way. After some fruitless efforts to get a more satisfactory answer from the somnambule, he invited M. Du Bois to pass his card before her head, close against the bandage covering her eyes. This having been done, the somnambule said she could see better. M. Berna then began to put some leading questions, and she replied that she could see a figure. Hereupon, there were renewed solicitations from M. Berna. The somnambule, on her part, appeared to be making great efforts to glean some information from her Magnetiser, and at last said that she could distinguish the knave. But this was not all, it remained for her to say which of the four knaves. In answer to further inquiries, she said there was black by the side of it. Not being contradicted at all, she imagined that she was in the right track, and made, after much pressing, her final guess, that it was the knave of clubs. M. Berna, thinking the experiment finished, took the card from the hands of M. Du Bois, and in presence of all the commissioners saw that it was entirely blank. Blank was his own dismay. As a last experiment, she was tried with a silver medal. It was with very great difficulty that any answers could be elicited from her. M. Cornac held the object firmly closed in his hand close before the bandage over her eyes. She first said she saw something round. She then said it was flesh-colored, then yellow, then the color of gold. It was as thick as an onion, and, in answer to incessant questions, she said it was yellow on one side, white on the other, and had black above it. She was thinking, apparently, of a gold watch, with its white dial and black figures for the hours. Solicited, for the last time, to explain herself clearly, to say, at least, the use of the object and its name, she appeared to be anxious to collect all her energies, and then uttered only the word hour. Then, at last, as if suddenly illumined, she cried out that it was to tell the hour. Thus ended the sitting. Some difficulties afterwards arose between the commissioners and M. Berna, who wished that a copy of the procès-verbal should be given him. The commissioners would not agree, and M. Berna, in his turn, refused to make any fresh experiments. It was impossible that any investigation could have been conducted more satisfactorily than this. The report of the commissioners was quite conclusive, and animal magnetism since that day lost much of its repute in France. M. Dupotet, with a perseverance and ingenuity worthy a better cause, has found a satisfactory excuse for the failure of M. Berna. Having taken care in his work not to publish the particulars, he merely mentions, in 3 lines, that M. Berna failed before a committee of the Royal Academy of Medicine in an endeavor to produce some of the higher magnetic phenomena. There are a variety of incidental circumstances, says that shining light of magnetism, which it is difficult even to enumerate. An over-anxiety to produce the effects, or any incidental suggestions that may disturb the attention of the magnetiser, will often be sufficient to mar the successful issue of the experiment. 148 Such are the miserable shifts to which error reduces its votaries. While Dupotet thus conveniently forbears to dwell upon the unfavorable decision of the Committee of 1837, let us hear how he dilates upon the favorable report of the previous Committee of 1835. And how he praises the judgment and the impartiality of its members. The Académie Royale de Médecine, says he, put upon record clear and authenticated evidence in favor of animal magnetism. The commissioners detailed circumstantially the facts which they witnessed, and the methods they adopted to detect every possible source of deception. Many of the commissioners, when they entered on the investigation, were not only unfavorable to magnetism, but avowedly unbelievers. So that their evidence in any court of justice would be esteemed the most unexceptionable that could possibly be desired. They were inquiring too, not into any speculative or occult theory, upon which there might be a chance of their being led away by sophistical representations, but they were inquiring into the existence of facts only, plain demonstrable facts, which were in their own nature palpable to every observer. 149 M. Dupotet might not unreasonably be asked whether the very same arguments ought not to be applied to the unfavorable report drawn up by the able M. Du Bois Damiens and his coadjutors in the last inquiry. If the question were asked, we should, in all probability, meet some such a reply as this: true, they might, but then you must consider the variety of incidental circumstances, too numerous to mention. M. Berna may have been over-anxious. In fact, the experiments must have been spoiled by an incidental suggestion. A man with a faith so lively as M. Dupotet was just the person to undertake the difficult mission of converting the English to a belief in magnetism. Accordingly we find that, very shortly after the last decision of the Academy, M. Dupotet turned his back upon his native soil and arrived in England, loaded with the magnetic fluid, and ready to reenact all the fooleries of his great predecessors, Mesmer and Pisgah. Since the days of Perkinism and metallic tractors, until 1833, magnetism had made no progress, and excited no attention in England. Mr. Calhoun, an advocate at the Scottish bar, published in that year the till then, inedited report of the French Commission of 1831, together with a history of the science, under the title of Isis Revelata. Or, an inquiry into the origin, progress, and present state of animal magnetism. Mr. Calhoun was a devout believer, and his work was full of enthusiasm. It succeeded in awakening some interest upon a subject certainly very curious, but it made few or no converts. An interesting article, exposing the delusion, appeared in the same year in the Foreign Quarterly Review. And one or two medical works noticed the subject afterwards, to scout it and turn it into ridicule. The arrival of M. Dupotet, in 1837, worked quite a revolution, and raised animal magnetism to a height of favor, as great as it had ever attained even in France. He began by addressing letters of invitation to the principal philosophers and men of science, physicians, editors of newspapers, and others, to witness the experiments, which were at first carried on at his own residence, in Wigmore Street, Cavendish Square. Many of them accepted the invitation, and, though not convinced, were surprised and confounded at the singular influence which he exercised over the imagination of his patients. Still, at first, his success was not flattering. To quote his own words, in the dedication of his work to Earl Stanhope, he spent several months in fruitless attempts to induce the wise men of the country to study the phenomena of magnetism. His incessant appeals for an examination of these novel facts remained unanswered, and the press began to declare against him. With a saddened heart, he was about to renounce the design he had formed of spreading magnetism in England, and carry to some more credulous people the important doctrines of which he had made himself the apostle. Earl Stanhope, however, encouraged him to remain, telling him to hope for a favorable change in public opinion, and the eventual triumph of that truth of which he was the defender. M. Dupotet remained. He was not so cruel as to refuse the English people a sight of his wonders. Although they might be ungrateful, his kindness and patience should be long enduring. In the course of time his perseverance met its reward. Ladies in search of emotions, the hysteric, the idle, the puling, and the ultra-sentimental crowded to his saloons, as ladies similarly predisposed had crowded to Mesmer's 60 years before. Peers, members of the House of Commons, philosophers, men of letters, and physicians came in great numbers, some to believe, some to doubt, and a few to scoff. M. Dupotet continued his experiments, and at last made several important converts. Most important of all for a second Mesmer, he found a second Deslon. Dar. Eliot's son, the most conspicuous among the converts of Dupotet, was, like Deslon, a physician in extensive practice, a thoroughly honest man, but with a little too much enthusiasm. The parallel holds good between them in every particular. For, as Deslon had done before him, Dr. Eliot's son soon threw his master into the shade, and attracted all the notice of the public upon himself. He was at that time professor of the principles and practice of medicine at the University College, London, and physician to the hospital. In conjunction with M. Dupotet, he commenced a course of experiments upon some of the patients in that institution. The reports which were published from time to time, partook so largely of the marvelous, and were corroborated by the evidence of men whose learning, judgment, and integrity it was impossible to call in question, that the public opinion was staggered. Men were ashamed to believe, and yet afraid to doubt, and the subject at last became so engrossing that a committee of some of the most distinguished members of the medical profession undertook to investigate the phenomena, and report upon them. In the meantime, Dr. Eliot's son and M. Dupotet continued the public exhibition at the hospital. While the credulous gaped with wonder, and only some few daring spirits had temerity enough to hint about quackery and delusion on the part of the doctors, and imposture on the part of the patients. The phenomena induced in two young women, sisters, named Elizabeth and Jane Oakey, were so extraordinary that they became at last the chief, if not the only proofs of the science in London. We have not been able to meet with any reports of these experiments from the pen of an unbeliever, and are therefore compelled to rely solely upon the reports published under the authority of the Magnetisers themselves, and given to the world in The Lancet and other medical journals. Elizabeth Oakey was an intelligent girl, aged about 17, and was admitted into the University College Hospital, suffering under attacks of epilepsy. She was magnetized repeatedly by M. Depotet in the autumn of 1837, and afterwards by Dr. Eliotson at the hospital, during the spring and summer of 1838. By the usual process, she was very easily thrown into a state of deep unconscious sleep, from which she was aroused into somnambulism and delirium. In her waking state she was a modest well-behaved girl, and spoke but little. In the somnambulic state, she appeared quite another being, evinced considerable powers of mimicry, sang comic songs, was obedient to every motion of her magnetizer, and was believed to have the power of prophesying the return of her illness, the means of cure, and even the death or recovery of other patients in the ward. Mesmer had often pretended in his day that he could impart the magnetic power to pieces of metal or wood, strings of silk or cord, and the reader will remember his famous battery, and the no less famous tree of M. de Peisker. During the experiments upon Oki, it was soon discovered that all the phenomena could be produced in her, if she touched any object that had been previously mesmerized by the will or the touch of her magnetizer. At a sitting, on the 5th of July, 1838, it was mentioned that Oki, some short time previously, and while in the state of magnetic lucidity, had prophesied that, if mesmerized tea were placed in each of her hands, no power in nature would be able to awake her until after the lapse of a quarter of an hour. The experiment was tried accordingly. Tea which had been touched by the magnetizer was placed in each hand, and she immediately fell asleep. After 10 minutes, the customary means to awaken her were tried, but without effect. She was quite insensible to all external impressions. In a quarter of an hour, they were tried with redoubled energy, but still in vain. She was left alone for 6 minutes longer, but she still slept, and it was found quite impossible to wake her. At last some one present remarked that this wonderful sleep would, in all probability, last till the tea was removed from her bands. The suggestion was acted upon, the tea was taken away, and she awoke in a few seconds. 150. On the 12th of July, just a week afterwards, numerous experiments as to the capability of different substances for conveying the magnetic influence were tried upon her. A slip of crumpled paper, magnetized by being held in the hand, produced no effect. A penknife magnetized her immediately. A piece of oilskin had no influence. A watch placed on her palm sent her to sleep immediately. If the metal part were first placed in contact with her, the glass did not affect her so quickly. As she was leaving the room, a sleeve cuff made of brown holland, which had been accidentally magnetized by a spectator, stopped her in mid-career, and sent her fast to sleep. It was also found that, on placing the point of her finger on a sovereign which had been magnetized, she was immediately stupefied. A pile of sovereigns produced sleep. But if they were so placed that she could touch the surface of each coin, the sleep became intense and protracted. Still more extraordinary circumstances were related of this patient. In her state of magnetic sleep, she said that a tall black man, or Negro, attended her, and prompted the answers she was to give to the various perplexing questions that were put to her. It was also asserted that she could use the back of her hand as an organ of vision. The first time this remarkable phenomenon was said to have been exhibited was a few days prior to the 5th of July. On the latter day, being in what was called a state of loquacious somnambulism, she was asked by Dr. Eliotson's assistant whether she had an eye in her hand. She replied that, it was a light there, and not an eye. Have you got a light anywhere else? No, none anywhere else. Can you see with the inside as well as the out? Yes, but very little with the inside. On the 9th of July bread with butter was given to her, and while eating it she drank some magnetized water, and falling into a stupor dropped her food from her hand and frowned. The eyes, partially closed, had the abstracted aspect that always accompanies stupefaction. The right hand was open, the palm upwards, the left, with its back presented anteriorly, was relaxed and curved. The bread being lost, she moved her left hand about convulsively until right over the bread, when a clear view being obtained, the hand turned suddenly round and clutched it eagerly. Her hand was afterwards wrapped in a handkerchief. But then she could not see with it, and laid it on her lap with an expression of despair. These are a few only of the wonderful feats of Elizabeth Oakey. Jane was not quite so clever. But she nevertheless managed to bewilder the learned men almost as much as her sister. A Magnetist sovereign having been placed on the floor, Jane, then in the state of delirium, was directed to stoop and pick it up. She stooped, and having raised it about 3 inches, was fixed in a sound sleep in that constrained position. Dar. Eliot's son pointed his finger at her, to discharge some more of the mesmeric fluid into her, when her hand immediately relaxed its grasp of the coin, and she reawoke into the state of delirium, exclaiming, "God bless my soul." It is now time to mention the famous gold chain experiment which was performed at the hospital upon Elizabeth Oakey, in the presence of Count Flahault, Dr. Lardner, Mr. Knatchbull the professor of Arabic in the University of Oxford, and many other gentlemen. The object of the experiment was to demonstrate that, when Oakey held one end of a gold chain, and Dr. Eliot's son, or any other magnetizer, the other, the magnetic fluid would travel through the chain, and, after the lapse of a minute, stupefy the patient. A long gold chain having been twice placed around her neck, Dr. Eliot's son at once threw her into a state of stupor. It was then found that, if the intermediate part of the chain were twisted around a piece of wood, or a roll of paper, the passage of the fluid would be checked, and stupor would not so speedily ensue. If the chain were removed, she might be easily thrown into the state of delirium, when she would sing at the request of her magnetizer, and, if the chain were then unrolled, her voice would be arrested in the most gradual manner. Its loudness first diminishing, the tune then becoming confused, and finally lost altogether. The operations of her intellect could be checked, while the organs of sound would still continue to exert themselves. For instance, while her thoughts were occupied on the poetry and air of Lord Byron's song, The Maid of Athens, the chain was unrolled, and when she had reached the line, "My life, I love you," the stupor had increased. A cold statue-like aspect crept over the face, the voice sank, the limbs became rigid, the memory was gone, the faculty of forecasting the thoughts had departed, and but one portion of capacity remained, that of repeating again and again, perhaps 20 times, the line and music which had last issued from her lips, without pause, and in the proper time, until the magnetizer stopped her voice altogether, by further unrolling the chain and stupefying her. On another trial, she was stopped in the comic song, "Sir Frog he would a wooing go," when she came to the line, "Whether his mother would let him or no," while her left hand outstretched, with the chain in it, was moving up and down, and the right toe was tapping the time on the floor. And with these words and actions she persevered for 50 repetitions, until the winding of the chain reopened her faculties, when she finished the song. 151. The report from which we have extracted the above passage further informed the public and the medical profession, and expected them to believe, that, when this species of stupefaction was produced while she was employed in any action, the action was repeated as long as the mesmeric influence lasted. For instance, it was asserted that she was once deprived of the motion of every part of her body, except the right forefinger, with which she was rubbing her chin. And that, when thrown into the trance, she continued rubbing her chin for several minutes, until she was unmagnetized, when she ceased. A similar result was obtained when she was smoothing down her hair. And at another time when she was imitating the laughter of the spectators, excited beyond control by her clever mimicry. At another time she was suddenly thrown into the state of delirious stupor while pronouncing the word, "you," of which she kept prolonging the sound for several minutes, with a sort of vibrating noise, until she was awakened. At another time, when a Magnetist sovereign was given to her, wrapped up in paper, she caught it in her hand, and turned it round flatwise between her fingers, saying that it was wrapped up very neatly indeed. The mesmeric influence caught her in the remark, which she kept repeating over and over again, all the while twirling the sovereign round and round until the influence in the coin had evaporated. We are also told of a remarkable instance of the force of the magnetic power. While Elizabeth Oakey was one day employed in writing, a sovereign which had been imbued with the fluid was placed upon her boot. In half a minute her leg was paralyzed, rooted to the floor, perfectly immovable at the joints, and visited, apparently, with pain so intense that the girl writhed in agony. The muscles of the leg were found, says the report, as rigid and stiff as if they had been carved in wood. When the sovereign was removed, the pain left her in a quarter of a minute. On a subsequent day, a mesmerized sovereign was placed in her left hand as it hung at her side, with the palm turned slightly outwards. The hand and arm were immediately paralyzed, fixed with marble-like firmness. No general stupor having occurred, she was requested to move her arm, but she could not lift it a hair's breadth from her side. On another occasion, when in a state of delirium, in which she had remained 3 hours, she was asked to describe her feelings when she handled any magnetized object and went off into the stupor. She had never before, although several times asked, given any information upon the subject. She now replied that, at the moment of losing her senses through any manipulations, she experienced a sensation of opening in the crown of her head. That she never knew when it closed again, but that her eyes seemed to become exceedingly large, 3 times as big as before. On recovering from this state, she remembered nothing that had taken place in the interval, whether that interval were hours or days. Her only sensation was that of awakening, and of something being lifted from her eyes. The regular publication of these marvelous experiments, authenticated as they were by many eminent names, naturally excited the public attention in an extreme degree. Animal magnetism became the topic of discussion in every circle. Politics and literature were for a time thrown into the shade, so strange were the facts, or so wonderful was the delusion. The public journals contented themselves in many instances with a mere relation of the results, without giving any opinion as to the cause. One of them, which gave a series of reports upon the subject, thus described the girl, and avowed its readiness to believe all that was related of her. 152, her appearance as she sits, as pale and almost as still as a corpse, is strangely awful. She whistles to oblige Dr. Eliotson. An incredulous bystander presses his fingers upon her lips. She does not appear conscious of the nature of the interruption, but when asked to continue, replies in childish surprise, "It can't." This state of magnetic semi-existence will continue we know not how long. She has continued in it for 12 days at a time, and when awakened to real life forgets all that has occurred in the magnetic one. Can this be deception? We have conversed with the poor child her ordinary state as she sat by the fire in her ward, suffering from the headache, which persecutes her almost continually when not under the soothing fluence of the magnetic operation. And we confess we never beheld anybody less likely to prove an impostor. We have seen Professor Faraday exerting his acute and sagacious powers for an hour together, in the endeavor to detect some physical discrepancy in her performance, or elicit some blush of mental confusion by his naive and startling remarks. But there was nothing which could be detected, and the professor candidly confessed that the matter was beyond his philosophy to unravel. Notwithstanding this sincere, and on the point of integrity, unimpeachable evidence in her favor. Notwithstanding that she appeared to have no motives for carrying on so extraordinary and long-continued a deception, the girl was an impostor, and all these wise, learned, and contemplative men her dupes. It was some time, however, before this fact was clearly established, and the delusion dissipated by the clear light of truth. In the meantime various other experiments on the efficacy of the supposed magnetic power were tried in various parts of England, but the country did not furnish another epileptic girl so clever as Elizabeth Oakey. An exhibition of the kind was performed on a girl named Sarah Overton, at the workhouse of the parish of St. Martin's in the Fields. The magnetiser on this occasion was Mr. Bainbridge, the parish surgeon. It is but justice to him to state, that he conducted the experiments with the utmost fairness, and did not pretend to produce any of the wondrous and incredible phenomena of other practitioners. This girl, whose age was about 20, had long been subject to epileptic fits, and appeared remarkably simple and modest in her manners and appearance. She was brought into the room and placed in a chair. About 20 gentlemen were present. Mr. Bainbridge stationed himself behind, and pointed his fingers at her brain, while his assistant in front made the magnetic passes before her eyes, and over her body. It cannot be said that her imagination was not at work. For she had been previously magnetised, and was brought in with her eyes open, and in complete possession of all her faculties. No means had been taken to prevent interruption during the sitting. New visitors continually arrived, and the noise of the opening and shutting of the door repeatedly called from Mr. Bainbridge a request that all should be kept silent. The girl herself constantly raised her head to see who was coming in. But still, in direct contradiction to M. Depoted, and, indeed, all the magnetisers, who have repeated over and over again, that interruption destroys the magnetic power, she fell into a deep sleep at the end of about 12 minutes. In this state, which is that called mesmeric coma, she was quite insensible. Though pulled violently by the hair, and pricked on the arm with a pin, she showed no signs of consciousness or feeling. In a short time afterwards, she was awakened into the somnambulic or delirious state, when she began to converse freely with the persons around her, but more especially with her magnetiser. She would sing if required, and even dance in obedience to his command, and pretended to see him although her eyes were closely blindfolded with a handkerchief. She seemed to have a constant tendency to fall back into the state of coma, and had to be aroused with violence every 2 or 3 minutes to prevent a relapse. A motion of the hand before her face was sufficient to throw her, in the middle of a song, into this insensible state, but it was observed particularly that she fell at regular intervals, whether any magnetic passes were made at her or not. It was hinted aloud to a person present that he should merely bend his body before her, and she would become insensible, and fall to the ground. The pass was made, and she fell accordingly into the arms of a medical gentleman, who stood behind ready to receive her. The girl having been again aroused into the state of delirium, another person, still audibly, was requested to do the same. He did not, but the girl fell as before. The experiments were sufficient to convince the author that one human being could indubitably exercise a very wonderful influence over another. But that imagination only, and not the mesmeric fluid, was the great agent by which these phenomena could be produced in persons of strong faith and weak bodies. Some gentlemen present were desirous of trying whether any of the higher mesmeric states, such as that of lucidity and clairvoyance, could be produced. Mr. Bainbridge was willing to allow the experiment to be made, but previously expressed his own doubts upon the subject. A watch was then put into her bosom, the dial plate and glass against her skin, to ascertain whether she could see without the intervention of the organs of sight. She was asked what hour it was, and was promised a shilling if she would tell by the watch which had been placed in her bosom. She held out her hand for the shilling, and received it with great delight. She was then asked if she could see the watch. She said, no, not a watch. She could see something that was very pretty indeed. Come, come, Sally, said Mr. Bainbridge, you must not be so stupid, rouse up, girl, and tell us what o'clock it is, and I'll give you another shilling. The girl at this time seemed to be relapsing into a deep sleep, but on being shaken, aroused herself with a convulsive start. In reply to further questions, she said, she could see a clock, a very pretty clock, indeed. She was again asked, 5 or 6 times, what the hour was. She at last replied that it was 10 minutes to 2. The watch being then taken out of her bosom, it was found to be on the stroke of 2. Every one present, including the magnetiser, confessed that there was nothing wonderful in the conjecture she had hazarded. She knew perfectly well what hour it was before she was brought into the ward, as there was a large clock in the workhouse, and a bell which rang at dinner time. She calculated mentally the interval that had since elapsed, and guessed accordingly. The same watch was afterwards advanced 4 or 5 hours, and put into her bosom without a word being said in her hearing. On being again asked what o'clock it was by that watch, and promised another shilling if she would tell, she still replied that it was near 2, the actual time. Thus, as Mr. Bainbridge had predicted, the experiment came to nothing. The whole case of this girl offered a striking instance of the power of imagination, but no proof whatever of the supposed existence of the magnetic fluid. The medical committee of the University College Hospital took alarm at a very early period at the injury which might be done to that institution, by the exhibitions of Oki and her magnetisers. A meeting was held in June 1838, at which Dr. Eliot's son was not present, to take into consideration the reports of the experiments that had been published in the medical journals. Resolutions were then passed to the effect that Dr. Eliot's son should be requested to refrain from further public exhibitions of mesmerism. And, at the same time, stating the wish of the committee not to interfere with its private employment as a remedial agent, if he thought it would be efficacious upon any of the patients of the institution. Dr. Eliot's son replied, that no consideration should prevent him from pursuing the investigation of animal magnetism, but that he had no desire to make a public exhibition of it. He had only given lectures and demonstrations when numbers of scientific gentlemen were present. He still continued to receive numerous letters from learned and eminent men, entreating permission to witness the phenomena. But if the committee willed it, he should admit no person without their sanction. He shortly afterwards sent a list of the names of individuals who were anxious to witness the experiments. The committee returned it to him unread, with the reply that they could not sanction any exhibition that was so entirely foreign to the objects of the hospital. In answer to this, Dr. Eliot's son reiterated his full belief in the doctrines of animal magnetism, and his conviction that his experiments would ultimately throw a light upon the operations of nature, which would equal, if not exceed, that elicited by the greatest discoveries of bygone ages. The correspondence dropped here, and the experiments continued as usual. The scene, however, was drawing to a close. On the 25th of August, a notice was published in the Lancet, to the effect that some experiments had been performed on the girls Elizabeth and Jane Oakey, at the house of Mr. Wackley, a report of which was only withheld in the hope that the committee of members of the medical profession, then sitting to investigate the phenomena of mesmerism, would publish their report of what they had witnessed. It was further stated, that whether that committee did or did not publish their report, the result of the experiments at Mr. Wackley's house should certainly be made known in the next number of that journal. Accordingly, on the 1st of September appeared a statement, which overthrew, in the most complete manner, the delusion of mesmerism. Nothing could have been better conducted than these experiments. Nothing could be more decisive of the fact, that all the phenomena were purely the results of the excited imaginations of the girls, aided in no slight degree by their willful deception. The first experiments were performed on the 16th of August, in the presence of Mr. Wackley, M. Depotet, Dr. Eliot's son, Dr. Richardson, Mr. Herring, Mr. Clark, and Mr. G. Mills, the writer of the published reports of the experiments at the University College Hospital. Dr. Eliot's son had said, that nickel was capable of retaining and transmitting the magnetic fluid in an extraordinary degree. But that lead possessed no such virtues. The effects of the nickel, he was confident, would be quite astounding, but that lead might always be applied with impunity. A piece of nickel was produced by the doctor, about 3/4 of an ounce in weight, together with a piece of lead of the same shape and smoothness, but somewhat larger. Elizabeth Oakey was seated in a chair, and, by a few passes and manipulations, was thrown into the state of ecstatic delirium. A piece of thick pasteboard was then placed in front of her face, and held in that situation by 2 of the spectators, so that she could not see what was passing either below or in front of her. Mr. Wackley, having received both the nickel and the lead, seated himself opposite the girl, and applied the lead to each hand alternately, but in such a manner as to lead her to believe that both metals had been used. No effect was produced. The nickel magnetised by Dr. Eliot's son was, after a pause, applied in a similar manner. No results followed. After another pause, the lead was several times applied, and then again the nickel. After the last application of the nickel, the face of the patient became violently flushed, the eyes were convulsed into a startling squint, she fell back in the chair, her breathing was hurried, her limbs rigid, and her back bent in the form of a bow. She remained in this state for a quarter of an hour. This experiment was not considered a satisfactory proof of the magnetic powers of the nickel, and Dr. Eliot's son suggested that, in the second experiment, that metal should alone be tried. Mr. Wackley was again the operator, but, before commencing, he stated privately to Mr. Clark, that instead of using nickel only, he would not employ the nickel at all. Mr. Clark, unseen by any person present, took the piece of nickel. put it into his waistcoat pocket, and walked to the window, where he remained during the whole of the experiment. Mr. Wackley again sat down, employing both hands, but placing his fingers in such a manner, that it was impossible for any person to see what substance he held. Presently, on applying his left hand, the girl's vision being still obstructed by the pasteboard, Mr. Herring, who was standing near, said in a whisper, and with much sincerity, "Take care, don't apply the nickel too strongly." Immediately the face of the girl became violently red, her eyes were fixed in an intense squint, she fell back convulsively in her chair, and all the previous symptoms were produced more powerfully than before. Dr. Elliotson observed that the effects were most extraordinary, that no other metal than nickel could produce them, and that they presented a beautiful series of phenomena. This paroxysm lasted half an hour. Mr. Wackley retired with Dr. Elliotson and the other gentlemen into an adjoining room, and convinced them that he had used no nickel at all, but a piece of lead and a farthing. This experiment was twice repeated with the same results. A third trial was made with the nickel, but no effect was produced. On the succeeding day the experiments were repeated upon both the sisters, chiefly with mesmerized water and sovereigns. The investigation occupied about 5 hours, and the following were the results. 1. 6 wine glasses, filled with water unmesmerized, were placed on a table, and Jane Oakey being called in, was requested to drink from each of them successively. She did so, and no effect was produced. 2. The same 6 glasses stood on the table, the water in the fourth having been subjected for a long time to the supposed magnetic influence. She was requested in like manner to drink of these. She did so, and again no effect was produced, although, according to the doctrine of the Magnetisers, she ought to have been immediately fixed on drinking of the fourth. 3. In this experiment the position of the glasses was changed. There was no result. 4. Was a repetition of the foregoing. No result. 5. The water in all the glasses was subjected to the supposed magnetic influence from the fingers of Dr. Elliotson, until, in his opinion, it was strongly magnetized. Still no result. 6. The glasses were filled up with fresh water unmesmerized. No result. 7. The water was strongly magnetized in each glass, and the girl emptied them all. No result. It would be needless to go through the whole series of experiments. The results may be briefly stated. Sovereigns unmesmerized threw the girls into convulsions, or fixed them. Mesmerized sovereigns sometimes did and sometimes did not produce these symptoms. Elizabeth Oakey became repeatedly fixed when drinking unmagnetized water. While that which had been subjected to the powers of a supposed magnetic battery, produced no results. Altogether 29 experiments were tried, which convinced everyone present, except Dr. Elliotson, that animal magnetism was a delusion, that the girls were of very excitable imaginations, and errant impostors. Their motives for carrying on so extraordinary a deception have often been asked. The question is easily answered. Poor girls, unknown and unnoticed, or, if noticed, perhaps despised, they found themselves all at once the observed of all observers, by the really remarkable symptoms of their disease, which it required no aid from magnetism to produce. Flattered by the oft-repeated experiments and constant attentions of doctors and learned men, who had begun by deluding themselves, they imagined themselves persons of vast importance, and encouraged by degrees the whims of their physicians, as the means of prolonging the consideration they so unexpectedly enjoyed. Constant practice made them at last all but perfect in the parts they were performing. And they failed at last, not from a want of ingenuity, or of a most wonderful power over their own minds, and by their minds upon their bodies, but from the physical impossibility of seeing through a thick pasteboard, or into the closed hands of Mr. Wackley. The exposure that was made was complete and decisive. From that day forth, magnetism in England has hid its diminished head, and affronted no longer the common sense of the age. M. Depotet is no more heard of, the girls Oakey afford no more either wonder or amusement by their clever acting, and reason has resumed her sway in the public mind. A few more circumstances remain to be stated. Elizabeth Oakey left the hospital, but was readmitted some weeks afterwards, laboring under hysteria, a fresh complaint, unconnected with her former malady. As experiments in magnetism were still tried upon her privately, notwithstanding the recent exposure and the all but universal derision of the public, the House Committee of the hospital, early in December, met to consider the expediency of expelling the girl. Dr. Eliot's son, on that occasion, expressed his opinion that it was necessary to retain her in the hospital, as she was too ill to be discharged. It was then elicited from the nurse, who was examined by the committee, that Oakey, when in the state of magnetic delirium, was in the habit of prophesying the death or recovery of the patients in the ward, that, with the consent of Dr. Eliot's son, she had been led in the twilight into the men's ward, and had prophesied in a similar manner. Her predictions being taken down in writing, and given in a sealed paper to the apothecary, to be opened after a certain time, that it might be seen whether they were verified. Dr. Eliot's son did not deny the fact. The nurse also stated more particularly the manner in which the prophecies were delivered. She said that, on approaching the bed of a certain patient, Oakey gave a convulsive shudder, exclaiming that Great Jackie was sitting on the bedclothes. On being asked to explain herself, she said that Great Jackie was the angel of death. At the bedside of another patient she shuddered slightly, and said Little Jackie was there. Dr. Eliot's son did not altogether discredit the predictions, but imagined they might ultimately be verified by the death or recovery of the patient. Upon the minds of the patients themselves, enfeebled as they were by disease and suffering, the worst effects were produced. One man's death was accelerated by the despondency it occasioned, and the recovery of others was seriously impeded. When these facts became known, the council of the college requested the medical committee to discharge Oakey and prevent any further exhibitions of animal magnetism in the wards. The latter part of this request having been communicated to Dr. Eliot's son, he immediately sent in his resignation. A successor was afterwards appointed in the person of Dr. Copeland. At his inaugural lecture the students of the college manifested a riotous disposition, called repeatedly for their old instructor, and refused to allow the lecture to proceed. But it appears the disturbance was caused by their respect and affection for Dr. Eliot's son individually, and not from any participation in his ideas about magnetism. Extravagant as the vagaries of the English professors of magnetism may appear, they are actual common sense in comparison with the aberrations of the Germans. The latter have revived all the exploded doctrines of the Rosicrucians, and in an age which is called enlightened, have disinterred from the rubbish of antiquity, the wildest superstitions of their predecessors, and built upon them theories more wild and startling than anything before attempted or witnessed among mankind. Paracelsus and Bowman, Borey and Meyer, with their strange heterogeneous mixture of alchemy and religion, but paved the way for the stranger, and even more extravagant mixture of magnetism and religion, as now practiced in Germany. Magnetism, it is believed, is the key of all knowledge, and opens the door to those forbidden regions where all the wonders of God's works are made clear to the mind of man. The magnetic patient is possessed of all gifts, can converse with myriads of spirits, and even with God himself, be transported with greater rapidity than the lightnings flash to the moon or the stars, and see their inhabitants, and hold converse with them on the wonders and beauties of their separate spheres, and the power and goodness of the God who made them. Time and space are to them as if annihilated, nothing is hidden from them, past, present, or future. They divine the laws by which the universe is upheld, and snatch the secrets of the Creator from the darkness in which, to all other men, it is enveloped. For the last 20 or 30 years these daring and blasphemous notions have flourished in rank luxuriance. And men of station in society, learning, and apparent good sense in all the usual affairs of life, have publicly given in their adhesion, and encouraged the doctrine by their example, or spread it abroad by their precepts. That the above summary of their tenets may not be deemed an exaggeration, we enter into particulars, and refer the incredulous that human folly in the present age could ever be pushed so far, to chapter and verse for every allegation. In a work published in Germany in 1817, by J. L. Richter, entitled Considerations on Animal Magnetism, the author states that in magnetism is to be found the solution of the enigmas of human existence, and particularly the enigmas of Christianity. On the mystic and obscure parts of which it throws a light which permits us to gaze clearly on the secrets of the mystery. Wolfert's Annals of Animal Magnetism abound with similar passages, and Kluge's celebrated work is written in the same spirit. Such is the wonderful sympathy, says the latter, between the magnetiser and the somnambulist that he has known the latter to vomit and be purged in consequence of medicine which the former had taken. Whenever he put pepper on his tongue, or drank wine, the patient could taste these things distinctly on her palate. But Kerner's history of the case of Madame Haufe, the famous magnetic woman, seer, or prophetess of Provorst, will give a more complete and melancholy proof of the sad wanderings of these German men of science than any random selections we might make from their voluminous works. This work was published in 2 volumes, and the authenticity of its details supported by Gors, Beskenmeyer, and other men of character and reputation in Germany, it is said to have had an immense sale. She resided in the house of Kerner, at Weinsberg, and being weak and sickly, was very easily thrown into a state of somnambulism. She belonged, says Kerner, to a world of spirits, she was half spirit herself. She belonged to the region beyond death, in which she already half existed. Her body clothed her spirit like a thin veil. She was small and slightly made, had an oriental expression of countenance, and the piercing eyes of a prophet, the gleams of which were increased in their power and beauty by her long dark eyebrows and eyelashes. She was a flower of light, living upon sunbeams. Her spirit often seemed to be separated from her frame. The spirits of all things, of which mankind in general have no perception, were perceptible to and operated upon her, more particularly the spirits of metals, herbs, men, and animals. All imponderable matters, even the rays of light, had an effect upon her when she was magnetised. The smell of flint was very agreeable to her. Salt laid on her hand caused a flow of saliva, rock crystal laid on the pit of her stomach produced rigidity of the whole body. Red grapes produced certain effects, if placed in her hands, white grapes produced different effects. The bone of an elk would throw her into an epileptic fit. The tooth of a mammoth produced a feeling of sluggishness. A spider's web rolled into a ball produced a prickly feeling in the hands, and a restlessness in the whole body. Glowworms threw her into the magnetic sleep. Music somnambulized her. When she wanted to be cheerful, she requested Kerner to magnetize the water she drank, by playing the Jew's harp. She used to say in her sleep, magnetize the water by 7 vibrations of the harp. If she drank water magnetised in this manner, she was constrained involuntarily to pour forth her soul in song. The eyes of many men threw her into the state of somnambulism. She said that in those eyes there was a spiritual spark, which was the mirror of the soul. If a magnetized rod were laid on her right eye, every object on which she gazed appeared magnified. It was by this means that she was enabled to see the inhabitants of the moon. She said, that on the left side of the moon, the inhabitants were great builders, and much happier than those on the right side. I often see, said she to her magnetiser, many spirits with whom I do not come into contact. Others come to me, and I speak to them, and they often spend months in my company. I hear and see other things at the same time, but I cannot turn my eyes from the spirits, they are in magnetic rapport with me. They look like clouds, thin, but not transparent, though, at first, they seem so. Still, I never saw one which cast a shadow. Their form is similar to that which they possessed when alive, but colorless, or gray. They wear clothing. And it appears as if made of clouds, also colorless and misty gray. The brighter and better spirits wear long garments, which hang in graceful folds, with belts around their waists. The expression of their features is sad and solemn. Their eyes are bright, like fire, but none of them that I ever saw had hair upon their heads. They make noises when they wish to excite the attention of those who have not the gift of seeing them. These noises consist of sounds in the air, sometimes sudden and sharp, and causing a shock. Sometimes the sounds are plaintive and musical, at other times they resemble the rustling of silk, the falling of sand, or the rolling of a ball. The better spirits are brighter than the bad ones, and their voice is not so strong. Many, particularly the dark, sad spirits, when I uttered words of religious consolation, sucked them in, as it were. And I saw them become brighter and quite glorious in consequence, but I became weaker. Most of the spirits who come to me are of the lowest regions of the spiritual world, which are situated just above our atmosphere. They were, in their life, groveling and low-minded people, or such as did not die in the faith of Jesus. Or else such as, in expiring, clung to some earthly thought or affection, which now presses upon them, and prevents them from soaring up to heaven. I once asked a spirit whether children grew after death. Yes, replied the spirit, the soul gradually expands, until it becomes as large as it would have been on earth. I cannot effect the salvation of these spirits, I am only their mediator. I pray ardently with them, and so lead them by degrees to the great Saviour of the world. It costs an infinity of trouble before such a soul turns again to the Lord. It would, however, serve no good purpose to extend to greater length the reveries of this mad woman, or to set down one after the other the names of the Magnetisers who encouraged her in her delusions, being themselves deluded. To wade through these volumes of German mysticism is a task both painful and disgusting, and happily not necessary. Enough has been stated to show how gross is the superstition even of the learned. And that errors, like comets, run in one eternal cycle, at their apogee in one age, at their perigee in the next, but returning in one phase or another for men to wonder at. In England the delusion of magnetism may for the present be considered as fairly exploded. Taking its history from the commencement, and tracing it to our own day, it can hardly be said, delusion though it was, that it has been wholly without its uses. To quote the words of Bailey, in 1784, magnetism has not been altogether unavailing to the philosophy which condemns it, it is an additional fact to record among the errors of the human mind. And a great experiment on the strength of the imagination. Over that vast inquiry of the influence of mind over matter, an inquiry which the embodied intellect of mankind will never be able to fathom completely, it will, at least, have thrown a feeble and imperfect light. It will have afforded an additional proof of the strength of the unconquerable will, and the weakness of matter as compared with it, another illustration of the words of the inspired psalmist, that we are fearfully and wonderfully made. If it serve no other purpose than this, its history will prove useful. Truth ere now has been elicited by means of error, in animal magnetism, like other errors, may yet contribute its quota towards the instruction and improvement of mankind. The end.